Chapter 1. Ever since I can remember, my soldier father was a drunkard. He was a mean drunk, and when he'd had too much, he'd beat my mother black and blue. When I was about 5, my mother finally had an affair with a relatively well-off former classmate in the city. She'd go to see him under the pretense of buying me clothes. The man would ply me with snacks, and I'd promise not to tell anyone. One day, on our way home, I saw a vendor selling steamed buns filled with meat. I was craving them and begged my mother to buy me some, but she said she had no money. My father never gave her any. I didn't believe an adult could be without money and cried and fussed the whole way home. I threatened to tell everyone about the man if she didn't buy me the buns. Unfortunately, my father, who had come home early, overheard me. He knew the man. He exploded, grabbed a stool, and charged at my mother. If my uncle hadn't happened to stop by, my father would have beaten her to death. After that, their marriage couldn't be salvaged. A few days later, they divorced. I clearly remember the day my mother left. She didn't say a word to me. No matter how much I cried, she didn't even look at me. After she left, I lived with my father. He was an alcoholic and neglectful, and I often went hungry. Worst of all, he'd beat me whenever he was drunk. He even suspected I wasn't his son and only stopped after a paternity test proved otherwise. Soon after, my father remarried. My stepmother was a virtuous woman who kept the house tidy and managed to curb my father's drinking and violent tendencies. Because of this, my life improved slightly for a while after they married. But the good times didn't last. The following year, my stepmother gave birth to my brother, Su Chongqing, and her attitude towards me changed drastically. Before, she often bought me things. After Chongqing was born, she wouldn't even buy me a 2-cent popsicle. Before, she would try to stop my father from yelling at me. Now, she'd just tell him to take it outside. Even worse, she, once gentle and dignified, would sometimes berate me for not taking good care of my brother, often leaving me feeling deeply wronged. To avoid being a nuisance, I started doing chores around the house, taking on as much as I could. But housework was child's play. Anyone who grew up in the countryside knows that before large machinery, all the farm work was done by hand. I started cutting wheat with a sickle at 7 and picking corn in the dewy autumn mornings at 8. The heavy labor often left me crying myself to sleep at night. Whenever this happened, Chongqing would try to cheer me up with his toys. He'd say, "Brother, when you cry, I want to cry too. Please don't cry." I'd pat his head and say I wasn't crying, but inside I felt even more heartbroken. To escape this life, I studied like crazy at school, always ranking first in my class. Finally, at 17, I received my acceptance letter to County No. 1 high school. That day, my father kept his promise and gave me the tuition money. He said, "If you embarrass me in town, I'll break your legs. If you don't succeed, I'll break your legs." That's how my father raised me. At County No. 1 high school, I became even more diligent. I knew that studying was the only way for someone like me to change my fate. However, I always came in second in my class. First place belonged to a girl named Zhang Zixuan, the school beauty and the object of affection for half the boys in school, including me. Once, some thugs from another class picked a fight with me. She intervened, stopping them and giving me tissues to wipe the blood. From that day on, this angelic girl became a ray of light in my life. So, I would purposely get one math problem wrong, letting her take first place. Later, after a seating change, we became desk mates. In those days, just brushing past the person you liked could make your whole day. Sitting next to her was pure bliss. However, being the desk mate of the school beauty came with its own set of problems. Zixuan's admirers would occasionally corner me in the bathroom, telling me to stay away from her. I didn't want to fight at school, so I pretended to agree. Having grown up in the environment I did, I wasn't weak. My father had forced me to learn military boxing from a young age, and farm work had made me strong. In a one-on-one fight, I wasn't afraid of anyone. I just didn't want to get into trouble and have the teachers call my father. I was afraid of him, not those idiots. But because of my father, I almost ruined my life. The second summer after I started high school, since I had just turned 19, my father wouldn't let me come home. He told me to get a job to earn my future tuition and had my cousin, who worked at the Golden Splendor Club, find me a job as a waiter. It was during this time that I met the first woman in my life, Sister Ling. Sister Ling was the owner of Golden Splendor, the biggest club in the county. She had connections in both the underworld and legitimate business, and was a well-known figure in Qian County. However, Sister Ling's success was largely due to the backing of a powerful figure, Brother Chong. Brother Chong, whose real name was Huang Shiqiang, was a recognized gang leader in Qian, one of the three kings, and even their leader. Brother Chong was responsible for the club's security. He had 70 or 80 men under him. People in society treated him with respect, and even Sister Ling was polite to him. I was just a temporary worker, and I was never meant to have much interaction with them. Things changed one night. Brother Chong was out handling business when a drunk customer started causing trouble, smashing the computer at the front desk. With Brother Chong gone, my cousin had to step in, but the customer slapped him, cursed at him, kicked him to the ground, and grabbed the broken computer to hit him with it. The Tsinghua Tongfang computer monitors back then were heavy. If it hit him, my cousin would have been seriously injured. My cousin, Zhang Zheng, was my aunt's only son. He had watched me grow up and treated me like a younger brother. Seeing him get beaten enraged me. In a split second, I charged forward and slammed my body into the customer, knocking him to the ground face first. His front teeth flew out. I didn't care that he was a customer. I continued to kick him. He started out talking tough, but after a few hard kicks, he quieted down. Luckily, my cousin stopped me in time. Otherwise, in my enraged state, I would have put him in the ICU. Later, Brother Chong and Sister Ling arrived. They called me into the office for a talk. I had only seen Sister Ling from afar before. Her every move struck me as ethereal. Up close, I realized her beauty was a kind of feminine charm I hadn't seen at school. She was glamorous and seductive, like an aloof queen, intimidating to even look at. But as soon as she opened her mouth, I realized I was wrong. Like Zhou Jie, who became famous a few years later, she was better off as a mute bride. After I explained what happened, she cursed every other word, which didn't match her appearance at all. She cursed for a while, then asked if I knew that fighting customers was forbidden in the club. I said I knew, but I couldn't just watch my cousin get beaten. Sister Ling cursed again, then left me with Brother Chong, saying she had to go to the hospital to appease the customer. I thought Brother Chong would beat me, but after Sister Ling left, he put his arm around my shoulder and said, "Not bad, kid. You're loyal. Follow me from now on." I didn't know what happened with the customer afterward, only that Sister Ling had taken care of it. I stayed at the club for 2 months before returning to school for my senior year. After the guys at school heard about me and Brother Chong, they stopped bullying me and even greeted me with smiles. A month into the school year, just when I thought the summer incident was over, I faced the first major tragedy of my life. During Monday's flag-raising ceremony, the school announced disciplinary actions against students, as usual. Many of the names were familiar. The school's notorious troublemakers, many of whom had cornered me in the bathroom. As the list neared its end, I could clearly sense Zhang Zishuan, who was reading the names, hesitate. Class 1, Grade 12. Sui. Chapter 2. Me? No way. I smiled, thinking I'd misheard, but Zhang Zishuan's next word sent my heart plummeting. Sui. Associating with undesirable elements of society, assaulting public official Gua during the holiday, causing minor injuries. Due to Su Yi's serious violation of school regulations, he is hereby expelled, effective immediately. Whoa! All the teachers and students were present. The announcement immediately caused an uproar on the playground. Many people knew me, not because I was a good student, but because I was the school beauty's desk mate. I can't believe he's so ruthless. Yeah, I heard no one dared to mess with him. Serves him right, showing off. At that moment, I was dumbfounded, too stunned to refute them. Expulsion, almost the most severe punishment for a student. After I came to my senses, I cried and explained to my homeroom teacher, hoping he could help. After all, my usual performance was good, and he had always cared for me. But this time, he just sighed and said, "The higher-ups have spoken. There's nothing I can do. Call your parents." That afternoon, my father arrived. My burly father was usually domineering in the village, but in front of the teachers, he kept smiling obsequiously, offering cigarettes, and explaining that he had found the part-time job at the club for me, just to let me experience life. This was a side of my father I had never seen. But none of the teachers in the office accepted his cigarettes. My homeroom teacher even bluntly said that he had failed as a parent. My father turned around and kicked me, telling me to get out. I walked out of the office and saw someone standing at the door, Zhang Zishuan. She asked, "Sui, did you really hit someone?" I hesitated, then nodded. I did hit someone. Whether or not he was seriously injured was no longer important. After seeing me nod, she froze for a few seconds and asked, "Why?" Dejected, I told her everything that happened at the club. After I finished, I felt even worse because the girl I loved now knew my family was poor and that I had a hot-tempered father. She said something that surprised me. "You did the right thing. That kind of person deserves to be hit." Then her expression darkened. "But what are you going to do now? Can you still stay?" I shook my head and said I didn't know. It seemed like those who had been in similar situations before hadn't been able to stay. She probably also knew that the chances of the school retracting the expulsion were slim, and she instantly became even more despondent than I was. In the glow of the setting sun, we stood side by side, leaning against the corridor wall. We looked at each other, and we both saw the reluctance in each other's eyes. After an unknown amount of time, rustling footsteps came from the office. Zhang Zixuan suddenly straightened up and said, "You have to write to me. I will definitely reply." Then she quickly ran away. The door opened, and my father walked out of the office dejectedly, dust on his knees, a starkly painful sight. He said, "Let's go." Dad tried his best. Although I was mentally prepared, I couldn't help but burst into tears after hearing his words. I couldn't understand. I was so eager to go to school, so eager to change my fate through studying. But why did fate play such a cruel joke on me? After leaving the school gate, the expected storm didn't come. My father didn't hit me this time. Instead, he slapped himself hard twice, cursing himself for being useless and incompetent. Later, my father pulled some strings, tried to get me transferred to the second high school or a vocational school, but because I no longer had a school record, no school would accept me. After several fruitless months, my father smoked 2 packs of cigarettes and finally accepted my stepmother's suggestion that I go out and work, but he was adamant that I never return to the club. After searching around, he found my uncle, who ran a restaurant in the county town. My father thought it wouldn't be bad to be a chef in a small county town. He gave my uncle a carton of premium cigarettes, asking him to take me on and teach me how to cook. No salary, just food and board. My uncle knew my family situation and pitied me. He patiently taught me how to chop, prepare, cook, and plate dishes. He said I wouldn't get paid, but he still gave me a few hundred yuan for pocket money at the end of each month. During the first 3 months, I wrote 3 letters to Zhang Zixuan, but they were like stones sinking into the sea. I was very depressed that I didn't get any replies. I often lay in bed, sad and calculating, but I couldn't figure out what future a cook and a female academic overachiever could possibly have. By the 4th month, I finally let go of my obsession and stopped writing to her. Instead, I put all my energy into learning to cook with my uncle. Just like that, within 6 months, I was able to cook independently. Occasionally, when I cooked stir-fried shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and the like, the customers basically couldn't find any faults. At the age of 20, just as I was about to accept reality and develop along the lines of a skilled chef, a chance encounter with Sister Ling disrupted my peaceful life. I clearly remember that night was very cold. After work, I was extremely bored and planned to go to the internet cafe to play some games. That was the biggest hobby of working-class guys in our era after work. But before I reached the internet cafe, I saw a group of men chasing a woman with machetes. In those days, the law and order in the small county town weren't very good, and fights and brawls on the streets were common. I encountered them once or twice a week. Remembering my father's advice, I didn't want to get involved. I was about to bypass the group and take another route when the woman being chased started cursing. "Baldy, you fucking played dirty." Hearing this voice, my heart skipped a beat. I hadn't heard this voice many times, but I immediately recognized it as my former boss, Sister Ling, because her voice was unique, especially her fondness for saying fucking. After leaving school, I hadn't returned to Golden Splendor and had long since broken off contact with those people. Hearing Sister Ling's voice now, I was torn. My father had told me many times to stop associating with those gangsters, to be a good person and live a decent life. For the past 6 months, I had been following his words, honestly learning culinary skills with my uncle, hoping to become a great chef one day. But now, Sister Ling was about to be caught by those men with knives. She could be hacked to death. Was my father's instruction more important, or was a human life more important? After only a few seconds of hesitation, I instantly made my decision. A human life was definitely more important. If I could save Sister Ling, I would just have to endure a beating from my father. But as soon as I made this decision, I regretted it a little. I had been acting on impulse and hadn't considered the disparity in strength. There were more than a dozen strong men with knives, and I was a young man empty-handed. There was no chance of winning this fight. But a life was at stake. It wasn't the time to back down. Besides, my father had said when he was drunk that he hated deserters the most in his life. I suppressed my anxiety and sent a text message to Brother Chong, then picked up a brick from the roadside and stealthily turned around to follow the group. They seemed to have been chasing for a long time, panting heavily as they cornered Sister Ling in a dead end. A bald man with a scar on his head said lewdly to Sister Ling, "Bitch, keep running. Today, I'm going to ruin you." Sister Ling's hair was disheveled. She held a dagger, pointing it at the men, her eyes full of fury. "Baldy, you bastard, if you dare touch me, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." I knew this Baldy. He was the boss of the second largest club in the county, Perfect World, a character similar to Brother Chong. In the past 2 years, he had been fighting openly and covertly with Golden Splendor. Hearing Sister Ling's curses, I grew even more anxious. Seeing the large crowd, I knew that if I just rushed in, I wouldn't be able to save her, and I might even get myself killed. After thinking for a moment, I had a brainwave. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "The police are coming! The police are coming!" Hearing that the police were coming, and unable to see what was happening outside the alley, the group panicked. Some of the men at the back even started to turn and run. Baldy also panicked. He cursed, "Don't fucking run." Then he raised his baseball bat and swung it furiously at Sister Ling. But before his baseball bat could reach her, my brick arrived. Without a word, I jumped up and smashed the brick with all my might on a Baldy's bald head. "Ah!" Baldy screamed and instantly collapsed. While the others hadn't reacted yet, I shouted, "Sister Ling, run!" After that, I lunged at the remaining men and shoved them hard. They were standing close together, and I actually knocked several of them over. Sister Ling, a seasoned veteran, immediately understood that I wasn't with them and that I had come to save her. "The police are coming" was just a ruse. She thrust her dagger a few times and, taking advantage of the moment when the men dodged, quickly darted out of the encirclement. Worried that she would be caught, I grabbed Baldy's baseball bat and swung it wildly, delaying their pursuit. But there were more than a dozen of them, all seasoned fighters. I, a young man who had just turned 20, could manage a surprise attack, but I couldn't possibly win in a head-on confrontation. "There are no police, it's just a fucking little brat. Get him!" One of them shouted, and they all reacted, raining down machetes and wooden sticks on me. Fortunately, it was winter, and I was wearing a thick down jacket, which provided some protection. Even so, within a dozen seconds, I fell to the ground. "Get out of the way!" Baldy was tough. After being hit by my brick, he actually stood up again. He picked up my brick furiously and told them to hold me down. I thought, "It's over, I'm going to die here today." At that moment, it was impossible not to feel regret. After all, I was still young, I hadn't seen enough of the world, and I hadn't enjoyed life enough. More importantly, I still wanted to see that girl again and ask her why she didn't reply to my letters. But just as Baldy raised the brick to hit me, I suddenly felt a tremor coming from behind. Then a voice rang out, "Baldy, you bastard." Chapter 3. Brothers, let's fucking do this. It was Chong Ge's voice. Changgu had arrived with his men. I felt an indescribable joy. I had never thought a man's voice could sound so pleasant, so much so that to this day, I still love hearing Changgu speak. With a swift stride, Changgu kicked the bald guy flying, and the two groups instantly fell into a chaotic brawl. I wanted to get up, but my legs wouldn't obey. I couldn't stand it all. If this continued, even if the bald guy didn't hit me, I'd be trampled to death by this mob. Just as I was losing hope, Ling Jie, who had run away, reappeared before me. "Get up, come with me." She extended her jade-like hand and helped me up from the ground. Like grasping at a lifeline, I grabbed her arm and quickly stood up. I thought she would take me to a community hospital or something, but unexpectedly, she took me back to her place. Her explanation was that going to the hospital would easily alert the police. For the next few days, I was practically locked in Ling Jie's house against my will. She said I couldn't leave until my injuries were completely healed. But how could the injuries all over my body heal so easily? I didn't dare argue with her, so I stayed at her place, doing laundry and cooking for her every day, like a housekeeper. I was annoyed, but she was extremely satisfied. Every meal, she would give me a thumbs up and say I would definitely be an amazing chef in the future. She asked me if I wanted to work for her. I firmly said, no. When I recover, I'll go back to being a chef. I want to be the best chef in all of Chien. She looked at me like I was an idiot, but didn't say anything. A month passed like this. The stitches on my back had mostly healed, and I asked her to remove them so I could go back to work. Going back to work was an excuse. I was mainly afraid my father would find out I was involved with the Golden Splendor people again. What's the fucking rush? She cursed under her breath, but carefully removed my stitches and then took out a set of new clothes from her wardrobe for me to wear. Only then did I realize she had bought new clothes for me in advance. While getting dressed, I felt a bank card in my pocket. A note stuck to it said there was 100,000 yuan inside, and the password was my birthday. It was the first time I had come into contact with so much money. I could feel my heart pounding. At that moment, it would be a lie to say I wasn't tempted. But after struggling for a full half hour, I left the card under the pillow. A gentleman loves money, but he gets it the right way. Saving Ling Jie was the right way, but asking for money wasn't. This was my last bit of stubbornness as a poor guy. When I left Ling Jie's house, I deliberately glanced at her several times, but she didn't respond or try to stop me. I felt a little disappointed. After leaving the complex, I couldn't help but look up at the floor where Ling Jie lived. I vaguely saw a figure flicker by the window. Goodbye, Ling Jie. Thinking that I didn't know when I would see her again, I felt quite sad. After leaving, I hailed a 1 yuan taxi and rushed to my uncle's restaurant. But when I arrived, I was dumbfounded. Where was the restaurant? My uncle's small restaurant had become a pile of rubble, as if it had been demolished. I quickly called my uncle to ask what happened, but unexpectedly he started scolding me and told me not to work for him anymore. Only then did I learn that bald guy had smashed up my uncle's restaurant and broken his leg. That fucking bald guy! At that moment, I wanted to rush to bald guy and beat him up. I wanted to beat him not only because he had destroyed my uncle's restaurant, but also because he had hurt my family. There are very few people in this world who are truly good to me, and my uncle is one of them. I don't want to see any of those who are good to me get hurt. Thinking of this, my youthful spirit surged. I only had one thought in my mind. Bald guy must be punished. But I knew it was impossible for me to take down bald guy alone. After thinking it over, I went back to Ling Jie's house, steeling myself. Ling Jie was surprised that I came back so soon. She thought I had regretted my decision and came back for the card. She proactively handed it to me again. I said I didn't want the card. I hoped to join Golden Splendor and personally avenge my uncle. Then I told her about the destruction of my uncle's restaurant. My request was very direct. I wanted Ling Jie to lend me some men so I could smash up bald guy's place, break his leg, and then we'd be even. Ling Jie smiled and said, okay. That afternoon, Ling Jie took me to Golden Splendor, gathered all the employees, and pointed at me, saying, from now on, Su Yi is my younger brother. Except for Changgu, everyone has to listen to him. I had only wanted to borrow some people, but I didn't expect Ling Jie to elevate me to the same level as Changgu. At that time, everyone liked watching Young and Dangerous. My vanity exploded, and I suddenly felt like I had become a young Chan Honam. But unexpectedly, after hearing Ling Jie's words, the entire room burst into laughter. Everyone thought she was joking. Someone even directly cursed. Who the fuck can he beat? A busty hostess responded. He can beat me. She then thrust her chest out and made a teasing gesture towards me. My face instantly flushed. I wanted to get angry, but I didn't dare. Ling Jie was instantly furious. She slammed her new phone on the ground and said, anyone who doesn't want to listen to him can get the fuck out of here today. Seeing that Ling Jie was truly angry, everyone fell silent, and the way they looked at me became strange and varied. Changgu, to break the awkward silence, said, Su Yi is one of us, and he's a top student from County No. 1 high school. You guys, a bunch of dropouts who didn't even finish middle school, dare to laugh at him? Are we still in the era of knives and sticks? Now it's about brains, and Su Yi's brain is better than yours. With Changgu smoothing things over, the atmosphere eased a bit. However, it also made me understand that my words as the second-in-command wouldn't carry any weight. So I didn't dare to directly mention smashing bald guy's place. I decided to play it safe, first get to know Changge and the others, and then bring it up later. But for half a month, except for Changge and Lingjie, everyone in Golden Splendor ignored me. Even the younger brothers I knew from when I was a waiter avoided me. I was very anxious. At this rate, when would I be able to get revenge on Bald Guy? Lingjie also noticed my awkwardness at Golden Splendor. She enrolled me in driving school and asked me to get a driver's license to be her personal chauffeur. After getting my license, I had more opportunities to chat with Lingjie. One day, on the way back, she asked me, "Do you still want revenge?" I said yes. She asked, "Then why don't you go for it?" I said, "Because no one listens to me." She got angry. "Then I'll tell them to." I hesitated for a long time and said, "Ja, I want to do it myself." Lingjie stared at me intently and didn't say anything more. Since returning to Golden Splendor, I had asked Changge to take me along whenever there was a fight, but he fought every day and never called me once. This day, he was going out to fight again. After getting the news from a waiter, I hurried out and said, "Changge, I want to go too." Because I was in a hurry. I was still wearing a suit and carrying a stick I had grabbed from the utility room. Seeing my attire, Changge frowned. He clearly didn't want to take me. At that moment, Lingjie happened to pass by. After understanding the situation, she whispered a few words to Changge. Changge nodded and looked at me. "Let's go then. Stay behind and don't rush forward foolishly." I agreed, excitedly got into the car, and thought about my heroic fighting posture all the way. When the car stopped, I was the first one to jump out with the stick and charge forward. Changge cursed. "Holy shit, we haven't even talked yet." Talking meant reasoning first, reviewing the relationships between both sides and any mutual acquaintances. Often, while talking, the fight wouldn't even happen. After all, Qian County was small, and everyone basically knew each other. Since they knew each other, there weren't that many fights worth having. But it was my first fight. How would I know this? I felt that striking first and gaining the advantage was key. The fastest fist is the deadliest. And to capture the thief, first capture their leader. When I was in school, I liked studying the Three Kingdoms, and my theoretical knowledge finally had a practical application. The other side's leader was indeed stunned by my tactics and didn't even know to dodge. It was a skinny guy next to him who was quick-witted and kicked me flying. Seeing that I wasn't playing by the rules, the other side didn't bother talking anymore and rushed forward to attack me. Of course, Changge and the others couldn't just watch me get beaten up. What followed was a chaotic brawl. Since I was young, my father made me practice horse stance and military boxing, and I often got beaten. My skin was thick, my bones were strong, and I could take a beating, but my actual fighting skills were practically zero. So, I got my ass kicked badly in my first fight. But every time I recovered a little on the ground, I climbed back up and attacked their leader. The leader was already no match for Changge, and with my relentless sneak attacks, he soon collapsed on the ground saying, I give up, and then asked Changge, "Who the fuck is this little bastard so ruthless?" Changge smiled and said, "Your daddy." Chapter 4. Although I got beaten up pretty badly in my first fight, I managed to snag my first victory. Winning calls for celebration. So that night a bunch of guys older than me came over to toast me, saying they didn't expect me, skinny as I am, to be such a fierce fighter. They said the drinks were their apologies. Real men in the underworld are straightforward, so their apologies meant they'd accepted me. I imitated Changge, accepting every drink offered. I don't remember how I got back that night, but I woke up in Lingjie's bed. I moved and realized my whole body was aching. I discovered I was bandaged up like a mummy. Lingjie must have taken care of my wounds again. There was a note on the table. "There's porridge in the pot. Go back when you're healed." But I didn't wait to fully recover. While Lingjie wasn't looking, I snuck back to Jin by Hui Huang and participated in my second, third, and fight. I'm a quick learner. Besides getting severely beaten in my first 3 fights due to lack of experience, I rarely got injured after that. Plus, after learning a few moves from Changge and the others, I unknowingly became the second best fighter in Jin by Hui Huang. Everyone started to respect me. At least they were polite to my face. I felt the time was right, so I approached Changge to discuss taking down Baldy. Baldy was different from the street thugs we'd beaten before. He had more men, more money, a powerful backer, and no sense of underworld code. He also liked using dirty tricks, making him a tough opponent. Over the past 6 months, I'd figured out Changji's temperament. He looked harmless, as gentle as a university professor, but in a fight, he was incredibly brave. In all our fights, I'd never seen him lose. But Changgu also had the shortcomings of the old-school gangsters. He liked to fight head-on, believing fists were the ultimate truth. It was this belief that landed him in jail for a few years. My philosophy differed from Changji's. I actually agreed with Baldy's approach. Fights should be fought cleverly. Use superior numbers whenever possible. Don't engage in duels when unsure. Cheating is acceptable. Minimizing injuries is key. The brothers are just trying to make a living. There's no need to become disabled or lose their lives. At first, Changgu and the others scoffed at my idea, but after a 20-year-old brother became permanently disabled a few months ago, everyone became apprehensive. Although the other side paid a lot of money, money couldn't buy back legs or a normal life. Compared to money, everyone preferred to be healthy and normal. Changgu listened to me, hesitated, and then said we would follow my plan this time. He said we, which reassured me. Although I'd gotten along well with everyone, commanding them like Changgu was still a long way off. To be safe, I spent 3 days planning, considering every detail, and using over 50 sheets of paper just to draft contingencies. On the 4th day, I finally felt the plan was complete. I found Changgu and explained it carefully. Changgu frowned and remained silent. I knew he felt my plan was a bit underhanded, damaging his reputation as an underworld boss. I said solemnly, Changgu, think about Xiaowei. Xiaowei was our brother who had become disabled. Changgu was finally moved and said, we'll do it your way. As the boss of Jin by Hui Huang, Changgu challenged Baldy to a showdown, agreeing to bring 50 men each for a proper fight. The loser would cede the South City clientele. South City's customers were high-end, the core reason for the ongoing conflict between the two gangs. For 2 years, Perfect World had been suppressed by Jin by Hui Huang. Baldy had tried various methods, but gained no advantage. Now, with this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it pass. He readily agreed. The location was a lakeside peninsula on the outskirts of Qian. The peninsula was meant to be a resort, but after the developer absconded, it became an abandoned project, a popular spot for Qian's gangsters to settle scores. The only access to the peninsula was a man-made gravel road. People usually parked by the lake and walked to the island, then faced off east and west in the dilapidated central square. Baldy was cautious. He reportedly scouted the island the day before the fight and arranged advantageous positions for his men. On the day of the fight, Baldy led us onto the island first. After confirming we only had 50 men, he strolled onto the island. But I counted, and as expected, Baldy cheated. He brought well over 50 men, over 100 in fact, all burly and even 2 2-meter-tall black men, probably hard muscle. Seeing this, Changgu threw down his cigarette and cursed, shit. Any lingering hesitation he had vanished instantly. Baldy had correctly guessed that old-school guys like Changgu valued rules, so he disregarded them, clearly wanting to completely crush us today and take over the South City clientele. But he miscalculated one thing, me. I'm not a rule follower. I had anticipated that the cunning Baldy wouldn't foolishly bring only 50 men, and he might even hire some heavy hitters. Even with Changgu and me, we wouldn't stand a chance against overwhelming numbers. As Baldy's group stopped 20 meters away, he puffed on his cigar smugly, as if he had already won. Changgu pretended to be furious and reasoned with Baldy, then deliberately showed weakness, saying we wouldn't fight today because we were outnumbered, and we'd go back. Baldy wouldn't let us leave. He waved his hand, and his 100-plus men formed a fan-shaped encirclement, gradually closing in. Then I saw their weapons weren't the usual machetes and baseball bats, but tri-edged bayonets and spiked clubs, extremely lethal controlled weapons. I could feel the trembling in the legs of the brothers around me. I believe at that moment, everyone thought of Xiaowei's tragedy. As prearranged, we pretended to retreat. After retreating about 15 meters, I yelled, "Go!" Everyone simultaneously pulled out lighters, quickly lit the fuses at their feet, and then threw small bottles at the opposing group. The fuses were connected to powerful firecrackers, much stronger than regular ones. The small bottles were homemade red phosphorus smoke bombs. While not highly destructive, they created thick smoke, and with added chili powder, it would give those guys a hard time. The small-town gangsters had never seen anything like this. Even through the smoke, we could hear their screams as they were hit by the explosions. The brothers then tore off the outer coverings of their sticks, revealing specially purchased powerful sparklers, which they lit and waved wildly into the smoke, causing more cries of pain. After the sparklers were spent, I signaled, and everyone retreated quickly. The path into the island was blocked by Baldy's men. We couldn't go that way. But I was prepared. I whistled, and a dozen jet skis appeared in the middle of the lake. I had hired them at a high price from a travel agency in the provincial capital through Lingjie. This wild lake connected to the river leading to the county town. It was high tide, so we could go directly back to the county. We had pre-assigned groups, so everyone quickly boarded the jet skis according to plan. From engagement to departure, we took only 3 minutes, achieving a small victory with 0 casualties. But except for Changgu, everyone only knew half the story. My real move was yet to come. We had left drivers in our cars by the lake. After Baldy's group went on to the island, I texted them to proceed as planned. The plan was simple. Plant pre-prepared items in Baldy's cars, slash their tires, then drive away quickly. In addition, I bribed 2 excavators near the peninsula to dig a wide ditch across the gravel road, forcing anyone crossing to swim. According to my deduction, this is what would happen next. After the smoke cleared, Baldy's group would frantically search for us on the island. Upon realizing they'd been tricked, they'd try to leave. But the road was blocked, so they'd have to swim across, only to be greeted by police from both Qian and Xuanzhou. The reason Xuanzhou police were involved was because guns were found in Baldy's cars. These guns belonged to Baldy. I just had someone steal them and then return them. Gun-related crimes are serious. Baldy's group would be swept up, and no one would dare to protect them. Due to the severity of the crime, Baldy and his core members would be facing at least 3 years in prison. Events unfolded largely as I predicted. The only unexpected factor was Baldy. I hadn't considered his swimming skills. Fearing an ambush on shore, he jumped into the lake and swam for over 3 hours back to the county, following the direction of our jet skis. He climbed ashore and ran into Urgu and me eating supper. We were both drunk and didn't think clearly. Instead of calling the police, we each threw a beer bottle at him and let him go. This allowed Baldy to escape. However, his escape didn't matter much. This battle not only wiped out Perfect World's manpower, but also exposed their dirty dealings. A week later, Perfect World declared bankruptcy. Jin by Hui Huang became the sole dominant force in Qian County, with no rivals left. By then, the gangsters in Qian all knew about a ruthless guy in Jin by Hui Huang named Sui. After the Three Kings era, the Qian underworld was peaceful for a long time. Some gangsters lumped me together with 4 other guys of similar age and dubbed us the 5 Little Dragons. After the Peninsula battle, I became the acknowledged leader of the 5 Little Dragons. Everyone in the Qian underworld called me G. For the next 6 months, I gradually became acquainted with the Qian underworld. Just as Chang Gu said, the current underworld wasn't like the past. There were few things worth fighting over. Especially after witnessing my methods, the gangsters in Qian County dared not provoke me. At 21, I lived a carefree life, drinking and staying up late every night, completely clueless about what to do with my future. Sometimes when drunk, I'd think of Zhang Zixuan. But I heard she'd gone to a prestigious university in Beijing. The gap between us had become insurmountable. Thinking about this made me even more depressed. I drowned my sorrows in alcohol, becoming the kind of person my father and I had once despised. Later, my father came to the county to find me. Learning that I had not only given up on culinary school, but was also involved in gang activities, he slapped me in front of everyone. Feeling humiliated, I had a huge fight with him. His eyes reddened with anger, and he said, "I don't have a son like you." He turned and left, never to look for me again. Embarrassed, I didn't apologize to my father. I only occasionally contacted my younger brother Su Chongqing, who was studying in the county, to learn about the family. But after knowing my father wouldn't forgive me, I stubbornly never returned home. Having lost my emotional anchor, I was in a low mood for a long time, only occasionally feeling a flicker of happiness when with Ling Jie. But I didn't understand this happiness, and even feared Ling Jie would notice, so I started avoiding her. Finally, Chang Gu couldn't stand it anymore and asked me what was wrong. I poured out my heart to him, asking if I was truly a disgusting person. Chang Gu sighed and patted my shoulder, advising me not to think that way. He said many people cared about me, like him and like Ling Jie. Changge treated all his brothers like family, a care I deeply felt. But what about Ling Jie? Why did she care so much about me? Changge smiled and said, "Silly boy, haven't you noticed how good she is to you?" Chapter 5. I recalled Sister Ling's attitude towards me after I returned to the club. She first promoted me despite everyone's objections, and later consulted me on all matters, big and small, diligently boosting my prestige among the others. In my personal life, she often bought me clothes and watches. Whenever I was injured in a fight, she would insist I stay at her place, taking meticulous care of me. However, I'd heard that Sister Ling had a powerful boyfriend before. Given her status and age, having a boyfriend was perfectly normal. So, although I had a good impression of Sister Ling, I never dared to entertain any romantic thoughts. But after Brother Chang's prompting, it dawned on me. Sister Ling was so good to me not because I saved her life, but because she liked me. Otherwise, there was no need for her to be so kind to me in private. The more I thought about it, the more embarrassed I became. I asked Brother Chang what I should do. Brother Chang said that Sister Ling was hesitant to confess because she felt she was older and had a somewhat complicated romantic past, while I was a clean slate, a pure young man with a bright future who wouldn't belong to this underworld forever. She felt there was no need to hold me back. But Brother Chang believed that a relationship required mutual understanding and effort. I was unaware of Sister Ling's feelings, and even if I liked her, I wouldn't dare to say anything. He felt it would be unforgivable if a beautiful relationship were missed because neither of us dared to speak up. I hesitated for a long time, finally admitting that I also had special feelings for Sister Ling, but I just didn't dare to acknowledge them as romantic. Brother Chang cursed. "Isn't that fucking obvious? If you like her, just tell her." "Do you, a grown man, have to wait for a woman to confess to you?" After talking to Brother Chang, I thought about it for almost a week. Finally, one afternoon, I made up my mind. I ran to Sister Ling's office and blurted out the cheesy line, "I like you." Sister Ling stared at me for a long time, then replied in her Sichuan dialect, "Little brat, what the hell do you know about love?" That was the end of it. She also kicked me out. Of course, she didn't hold a grudge against me. She treated me the same as always, cursing as usual, as if nothing had happened. Just when I was dejectedly assuming the matter was over, one morning, Sister Ling specifically told me not to make any drinking plans, saying she needed my help that night. I finished my work at the club around 10 p.m. and, remembering Sister Ling's words, hurried to her place. When I arrived and opened the door, I was stunned. Sister Ling, who always preferred formal wear, was wearing a lace nightgown. The table in her living room was adorned with flickering candles and a beautiful cake, which read, "Brother E, happy 22nd birthday." At that moment, this woman brought tears to my eyes. Before I turned 5, I vaguely remembered my mother, before she left, cooking me a bowl of birthday noodles. After my mother passed away, I forgot what a birthday was. My stoic father wouldn't remember my birthday. My stepmother wouldn't think of celebrating my birthday, the extra baggage. Only Su Chongqing would occasionally ask, "Bro, when's your birthday?" But due to various reasons, we never celebrated. Seeing the birthday cake on the table, my eyes welled up. I said thank you to Sister Ling. Sister Ling's gaze softened. She replied, "You're welcome." After dinner, I pointed at the cake and said, touched, "Sis, this is the first time I've ever had my own birthday cake. Thank you for the birthday present." Sister Ling, having had quite a bit to drink, looked at me affectionately and said, "This isn't your birthday present." Huh? Before I could react, she stood up, cupped my face, and looked deeply into my eyes. "I am your birthday present." That night, Sister Ling was almost 28. That night, I transformed from a boy into a real man. That night, I will never forget. The next day, Sister Ling took the day off, and I, abandoning my previous slacker attitude, put on the new suit Sister Ling had bought me and arrived at the club early. Brother Chang saw me and said with a smirk, "Yo, looking refreshed." He punched me in the chest and said, "If you dare to wrong her, I won't spare you." Only then did I realize that Sister Ling had made our relationship public. It seemed she truly considered me her boyfriend. Thinking about this, I nodded firmly and said, "Don't worry, Brother Chang." I shed my former apathy. Besides helping Brother Chang manage security, I also became friendly with Mama May, occasionally helping the hostesses with their problems. I even taught myself accounting and sorted out the club's finances, uncovering a few people cooking the books. I distributed the recovered money to the staff as year-end bonuses. Even the aloof, chubby chef in the kitchen became close with me after a few drinking sessions. The food noticeably improved after that. With these successive moves, everyone's attitude towards me completely changed. They looked at me with almost the same respect they had for Brother Chong. Before, the guys and girls would tease me, calling me that kid. Now, they respectfully called me Brother E. Just as Golden Splendor's business was getting on track and everyone was earning more, Brother Chong suddenly announced he was leaving. This news shocked both Sister Ling and me. We learned that Brother Chong's wife was ill and needed 24-hour care. Brother Chong didn't trust anyone else and decided to resign and go home to take care of her. I had heard about Brother Chong's wife from Sister Ling. They had known each other for 15 years. When Brother Chong was in prison, they weren't married yet. His fiancée waited for him for 5 years and married him shortly after his release. Back then, Brother Chong was penniless and an ex-convict. His wife almost severed ties with her family because of him. So although Brother Chong worked at the club and interacted with many women, even having hostesses throw themselves at him, he always maintained his restraint. He often said, "Sorry, I'm married. My wife wouldn't be happy." Whenever he mentioned his wife, his face radiated happiness, making all the women envious. Hearing Brother Chong's reason, Sister Ling and I fell silent. Brother Chong's wife was a good woman who deserved to be cherished. We couldn't stop him because of the club's business. Sister Ling took 200,000 yuan in cash from the accounts and gave it to Brother Chong, saying, "Brother, if you need more, just call me. You can have as much as you need." I took out my own savings of 20,000 yuan and gave it to him, saying, "Brother, you must take this." When the other brothers and sisters at the club learned of Brother Chong's reason for leaving, they also generously contributed. To a certain extent, Brother Chong's contribution to Golden Splendor was greater than Sister Ling's and mine combined. He had been at Golden Splendor for 5 years and had deep feelings for every person, every brick, and every tile. But all good things must come to an end. The 30-something-year-old man cried uncontrollably, holding everyone's contributions, and finally bowed deeply to the crowd. As I saw him off, he said, "Loyalty is often found among butchers, betrayal among scholars. Su Yi, you must treat them well in the future." After Brother Chong left, everyone's mood remained low for a long time. I didn't understand at first, but later it dawned on me. For the veterans of Golden Splendor, Brother Chong was not only their protector, their family and friend, but also their spiritual pillar. To them, Brother Chong represented not just himself, but each of them. His departure awakened a fear within them. What is the ultimate destination for people of the underworld? That night, I smoked cigarette after cigarette on the balcony. Sister Ling hugged me from behind and said, "I only have you now." I nodded, stroking her hand, lost in thought. After becoming Sister Ling's man, I became more cautious. After Brother Chong left, I became even more cautious. I was already a cautious person, but now I became exceedingly so. But, as expected, the unexpected happened. One night, I was drinking with the brothers when I received a call. It was from my younger brother, Su Chongqing, who was in his final year of high school. He said he had been beaten up. My brother was my Achilles heel. I immediately put down my glass and said I had to leave. I deliberately didn't bring any of my brothers, worried they might go too far and seriously injure someone. When I arrived, I found there was only one person. He had dyed yellow hair, earrings, and was smoking a cigarette, looking like a punk. I didn't wait for him to speak. I went up and slapped him twice, telling him I was Su Yi and that if he wanted revenge, he could find me at Golden Splendor. Usually with kids this age, I would just scare them a little. I didn't intend to really hurt them. And I also believed my reputation as the leader of the 5 Little Dragons was enough of a deterrent. But this punk was a hothead. Angered by the slaps, he took advantage of me turning around and pulled a knife from his pocket, lunging at me. "Brother, watch out." Hearing Su Chongqing's warning, I quickly dodged. But looking back, I froze. The kid collapsed limply. Then I saw Su Chongqing standing behind him, holding a charred brick. Su Chongqing was stunned. I was stunned too. Su Chongqing was stunned because he had seriously injured someone. I was stunned because I didn't expect such a serious incident. Even without Su Chongqing's brick, I was confident I could have dodged the knife. I quickly called an ambulance, but it was too late. The kid didn't die, but the doctor said he might never wake up. The police and the kid's family quickly arrived at the hospital. The police sternly looked at me and Su Changqing and asked who did it. Before Su Changqing could speak, I quickly said it was me. My brother was a good student and was only 3 months away from his college entrance exams. If he was convicted because of this, his life would be ruined, just like mine. I claimed responsibility to protect him. Chapter 6. I had discussed it with Su Changqing beforehand. At first, he absolutely refused to let me take the fall for him, but when I said, if you did it, we'd both end up inside, he immediately lost his nerve. After I was taken to the police station, Ling Jie got the news and rushed over. She cried and asked me what happened. Afraid she'd panic, I didn't dare tell her the truth. I said my younger brother had been beaten, and I lost control and hit the guy too hard. Impossible, impossible, you would never be so reckless. Ling Jie knew me too well. Afraid she'd push Su Changqing to tell the truth, I pretended to be angry and said word by word, Sister, it has to be me, do you understand? Ling Jie cried, even more desperately. But have you thought about what I'll do without you? Ling Jie had always been a strong woman in my mind. I never thought she had such a vulnerable side. Unable to bear seeing her tears, I went straight back to my cell. After 3 months in detention, the verdict finally came down. Originally, it was 5 years, but Ling Jie used all her resources to reduce it to 3. On the day I went to prison, my father came to bring me bedding. When he saw me, his eyes were red and he was furious. If the prison guards hadn't stopped him, I believe he would have beaten me to death. Bastard, why didn't you listen to me? Your mother's a whore, and you're a bastard too. I don't have a son anymore. No matter what he cursed, I kept my eyes cold. At that moment, my heart also sank to the bottom. Su Changqing stood beside my father, crying constantly, probably filled with regret. I glared at him fiercely and mouthed the words, You must get into university, otherwise I won't acknowledge you as my brother. He nodded frantically. Later, Ling Jie came. She put a lot of money on my meal card and said I could eat whatever I wanted, not to save money. 3 years would pass quickly, and she would definitely wait for me to come out. After I came out, she would marry me, just like Brother Chang's wife. I smiled bleakly, not knowing what to say to make it up to her. On the day I entered prison, my head was shaved, and I was assigned to cell No. 1, supposedly the one with relatively better treatment. But on my first day, I discovered this supposedly was false. This cell had 2 bosses, 2 Sanda champions from the same school, the kind with real skills. I always thought I was a pretty good fighter and wouldn't be bullied inside, so my attitude was a bit arrogant. But I didn't expect to hit a steel plate. That day, I was beaten half to death by the 2 of them. Actually, they didn't need to team up. Even if only one of them fought me, I realized I was no match. Never challenge someone's profession with your hobby. I realized for the first time how true that was. In the middle of the night, I lay on the bunk closest to the toilet, wincing. A kind old man next to me handed me some toilet paper and said, Wipe your blood. There's no need to fight them head on. I thanked him. After chatting for a while, I found this old man to be knowledgeable and eloquent. I asked him how he ended up here, and he smiled and changed the subject. Because I offended the cell bosses on my first day, my following days were very difficult. The 2 Sanda champions would beat me up at every opportunity. They were also very skillful in their beatings, leaving no visible external injuries, but at night my joints ached so much I couldn't bend them. Fortunately, 6 months later, a real boss came to our cell. This person was a former comrade-in-arms of my father, a veteran scout who had been on the battlefield and killed people. I called him Uncle who was a gangster boss from the neighboring county of Yuqing. He had his own business, drove a Land Rover, and had high EQ and IQ. Everyone gave him face wherever he went. It was said he was also some kind of local representative. Sometimes he would pass by Qian County and drop by to have a drink with my father. He had met me a few times, and sometimes even slipped me a big red envelope. Uncle whose credentials alone were enough to make him the top dog in Cell No. 1, but coincidentally, the master of the 2 Sanda champions was also Uncle who's cousin. By seniority, the 2 Sanda champions had to call Uncle who their martial uncle. So, Uncle who suddenly became the new boss of the cell. Uncle who also quickly spotted me wincing in a corner. After recognizing me, he was pleasantly surprised and specifically asked me to switch places with the second in command, so he could be next to me. Now everyone knew I had backing, and the two sauna champions didn't dare to mess with me anymore. With Uncle Who's care, my life inside became much easier, and I gradually became familiar with the inmates in Cell No. 1. As the guy who stole Electric Bike said, they were all talents. Besides the Sonda champions and the university professor, there was also a company CEO, a lockpicker, a pyramid scheme operator. Their survival skills amazed me. For the first time in my life, I felt like a useless person, thinking that even if I got out, I would have difficulty making a living without any skills. I suggested I wanted to learn some money-making skills from everyone. After being inside for a long time, everyone was bored to death. Hearing that I wanted to learn something, they all volunteered. The guy who had risen to general manager level in a pyramid scheme looked at me with bright eyes, and the lockpicker, while the guards weren't looking, showed me his lockpicking skills. But Uncle Who wouldn't let me learn that messy stuff. He said, "This is a society ruled by law. There's no future in those crooked ways. Before doing things, you must learn how to be a person. It's more important for you to learn the principles of being a person first." Professor Wong was the most cultivated and learned person in the entire cell, and also the most respected person besides Uncle Who. Saying he had students everywhere was no exaggeration. So, former university Professor Wong became my one teacher inside. The first thing the old professor had me do was to catch up on my studies from high school to 4 years of university courses. He often said to the people in the cell, "I've never seen a student with such strong learning ability. It's a pity. Outside, he would have been a Peking or Tsinghua University student." Inspired by Professor Wong's encouragement, I worked harder than I ever did in school. My two teacher was the company CEO, with a rare surname, G. Everyone called him Mr. G. Mr. G often taught me about market economics and analyzed the future trends of the real economy and the internet for me. I was completely lost. After all, the gap in our perspectives was huge. If it weren't for Professor Wong explaining things to me in simple terms, I would have been no different from a fool. The Sonda champions and Uncle Who occasionally taught me a few moves, telling me that truly powerful kung fu was about defeating the opponent with one strike, and those who fought protracted battles were reckless. This point of view benefited me greatly. In our free time, we, a group of men, would talk about the reasons why we were inside. Uncle Who was exposed by a competitor for tax evasion. He said if you made a mistake, you had to admit it, and if you were beaten, you had to stand at attention. There was nothing to argue about. And after getting out, you just had to be more above board. Professor Wong also let down his guard and said that his daughter had made a bad friend, a violent and extreme boyfriend, and was often beaten by him. After he found out, he beat the guy into a cripple in a fit of rage. Everyone exclaimed, "Well done." Mr. G said that he had been a professional manager, a senior executive in many large companies, and had also started his own business successfully. But later he was cheated and made mistakes, and someone caught him and sent him in. The two Sonda champions were fellow apprentices. After getting drunk, they got into a fight with someone. With their strength, ordinary people couldn't withstand it. It was fortunate that they didn't kill anyone. The shifty-eyed lockpicker said he originally ran a locksmith company, and in order to challenge himself, he opened the bank's door, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The pyramid scheme guy came over and said he sold legitimate products, and Uncle Who kicked him away, telling him to get lost. Later, when they talked about the reason for my imprisonment, they fell silent when they heard that I had taken the blame for my younger brother. Uncle Who said I did the right thing, but not to do it again. Find a good lawyer, and this matter wouldn't be difficult to handle. After finding some enjoyment, the days weren't so hard to bear. I was even granted a 2-month sentence reduction for good behavior. But who would want to spend their youth inside, if they were sane? However, there was another reason I was anxious to get out of prison. Ling Jie had disappeared. For the first 2 years of my imprisonment, Ling Jie visited me almost every month, but she hadn't come once in the past year. I had also tried to contact her through the prison guards, but the phone was always unreachable. So I was desperate to know what had happened to her. That year, because I had something on my mind, it was harder than the previous 2 years. Finally, the day of my release arrived. With the prison guard's permission, a few of my teachers from the cell escorted me to the gate. Uncle Who said, "Don't mess around in the underworld anymore. Making money honestly is the way to go. I'll talk to your dad. I understand his temper. He won't disown you." Professor Wong held my hand and said, "If you meet my daughter, Wong Erlin, tell her I'm sorry." He also told me that his daughter studied medicine and should be working as a doctor in a hospital in Quanqing now. Mr. G handed me a small notebook, saying that some of his contacts might be useful to me in the future. I could call those people if needed. The others also gave me some parting words, and I tearfully agreed to each one. These 3 years felt like I had attended university, and these people were both teachers and friends to me. At that moment, I felt like I was graduating and going our separate ways. All right, get lost. Don't ever come back to this place. If you do, I'll beat you up with them, Uncle who made the final remark. I saluted them and walked out of the iron gate without looking back. Chapter 7. 3 months after getting out of prison, no one would have guessed that I, once a respected gang leader, had become a glorious delivery man. And at this moment, I was riding my electric scooter, braving the scorching heat, on my way to deliver food. 3 months ago, after walking out of the prison gates, I didn't dare go home. My dad hadn't visited me once in 3 years. He was probably utterly disappointed in me. I felt a lump in my throat and vowed to make something of myself before returning. With my belongings, I first went to Jean by Hui Huang, Golden Brilliance. I was shocked to discover it had been razed to the ground, and clearly not recently, as the weeds were already waist-high. I tracked down some of my former brothers and learned that after I went to prison, Jean by Hui Huang's business had steadily declined due to competition from new establishments in the county. A year ago, a group of mysterious people had smashed the place up. Following that, Ling Jie disappeared. Everyone scattered, unable to find her, and no one knew where she'd gone. Unable to return to Jean by Hui Huang, I felt lost. After smoking a few cigarettes amidst the ruins, I remembered the advice of a few mentors and decided to find a job. I pulled myself together and went from store to store around the county, looking for openings. I had some culinary skills, basic accounting knowledge, and at the very least could work as a security guard. Initially, I was full of confidence. However, due to my prison record, I was rejected by over a dozen places. Those few days, I was completely devastated. Later, Ergo, one of the younger guys from Jean by Hui Huang, ran into me on the street. After learning about my situation, he said he'd try to find a solution. I didn't hold out much hope. But the next day, he found me and mysteriously told me he'd used his cousin's ID to get me a delivery job. His cousin's name was Su Chung, and I was to use that name from now on. He urged me not to let it slip. I thought delivering food would be a simple job, but reality slapped me in the face. In the 3 years I was inside, Qian County had transformed from a poverty-stricken area into one of the top 100 counties, with countless new buildings. Because I wasn't familiar with the new developments, I often went to the wrong places and received many complaints. For the past 3 months, my performance had consistently been at the bottom. My supervisor gave me an ultimatum. If I was still at the bottom next month, I'd be fired. The trivial matters and the scorching heat made me increasingly irritable. Lost in thought, my scooter crashed into a newly opened car door. Damn it, don't you check your mirrors before opening the door? I cursed as I got up and quickly righted my scooter. I checked the delivery box. Thankfully, the food containers hadn't spilled. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. A stylishly dressed, elegant woman stepped out of the car. We delivery guys hate drivers who don't check their mirrors. I was about to unleash a torrent of abuse, but when I looked up, I was stunned. Zhang Zixuan? I couldn't help but blurt out her name. The beautiful woman froze, probably surprised that I knew her. After scrutinizing me, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Are you Sui? Ah, I didn't expect you to remember me. I forced a laugh, glancing at her car, a Mercedes C-Class. It was definitely considered a luxury car in our small county. Coupled with her designer clothes, my experience at the club told me she was doing well now. Memories of my unrealistic fantasies about her flashed through my mind, and I wished I could disappear into the ground. Of course, I remember. Her eyes shone with a strange light. Sensing imminent social death, I frantically closed the delivery box. Well, I'm fine. I have one last delivery. Gotta go. Wait, here's my card. Go to the hospital after you're done and get checked out. If anything's wrong, call me. I'll cover your medical expenses and lost wages. She pulled a business card from her purse and pressed it into my hand. I didn't have time to look at it and fled the scene. Lately, besides delivering food, I'd been asking around about Ling Jie, which led many people to think I was mentally unstable. That was also why I received so many complaints. My last delivery was to a 16 or 17-year-old boy. He was quite handsome, with flamboyant purple hair. He looked familiar, but I couldn't place him. He took the delivery while on a video call. Seeing him occupied, I refrained from asking, "Do you know Chi Ling?" But just as I was about to turn away, his words stopped me in my tracks. "Sis, I want to check today. Jean by Hui Huang is still the same. How about you? Still no news about Annie Ling?" Jean by Hui Huang? Aun Chi Ling. Ling Jie was around 32. This kid would naturally call her Annie. I was instantly thrilled and stopped him from closing the door. "You know Ling Jie?" He was still on the video call, and I could vaguely see a girl on the other end. The purple-haired kid was annoyed at being interrupted and took off his headphones. "Who the hell are you?" In the past, if a kid dared to talk to me like that, I would have slapped him without hesitation. But now, with Ling Jie's image filling my mind, I wasn't angry. I even found him a bit endearing. "Ling Jie from Jean by Hui Huang, do you know her?" I added Jean by Hui Huang to avoid any misunderstanding. He looked surprised. "You mean Aun Chi Ling?" "Yes, I call her Jie. You call her Annie. Do you know her?" I gripped his shoulder, my heart overflowing with joy. Seeing him nod, I almost wanted to hug him. God knows how hard I'd been searching for news about her. To prevent him from becoming wary, I told him I was Su Yi from Jean by Hui Huang and was close to Ling Jie, but I couldn't find her. I asked if he knew where she was. "So you're Ego Brother Yi? I've heard about you." His attitude changed instantly, and he respectfully offered me a cigarette. "For the past year, my sister and I have been trying to find Annie Ling, but we haven't had any luck." Hearing those words, a bucket of cold water was dumped over my excitement. Chapter 8. Seeing my dejected expression, Zimao invited me inside and told me about Ling Jie. Zimao's real name is Chun Guanyu. His father, Chun Jinqing, was once a prominent figure in Xi'an. His mother died early, and his father never remarried. Ling Jie was Chun Jinqing's girlfriend after he became a widower. Ling Jie's opulent nightclub, Jinbi Huing, was established with Chun Jinqing's support. Because of their deceased mother, the Chun siblings had a hard time accepting Ling Jie. Every time she visited their home, they would try to make things difficult for her, hoping she'd back off. Ling Jie didn't put up with their antics. After being tricked a few times, she used some tactics that resulted in Zimao's father whipping him with a belt. The consequence was that while the siblings appeared to get along with Ling Jie on the surface, they secretly resented her. Given Chun Guanyu's rich kid temperament, reconciliation with Ling Jie seemed impossible. But life is full of surprises. Later, Zimao's father was arrested, and all their assets, house, car, savings were confiscated. Relatives and friends distanced themselves, afraid of getting involved. The siblings became orphans overnight, penniless and almost homeless. At that critical moment, Ling Jie stepped in. She bought them their current apartment and covered their tuition and living expenses, allowing them to live a normal life after losing their father. Although I knew Ling Jie had been with other men before me, hearing Chun Guanyu's story made me a little uneasy. But after calculating the timeline, I realized that the year Zimao's father was arrested was the same year I started my summer job at the KTV. Back then, I was just a waiter, barely knew Ling Jie, and we weren't dating. This realization made me feel much better. A year before the incident, Ling Jie, perhaps anticipating trouble, suddenly gave Zimao's sister a bank card. She said the money inside was enough for them to live on for many years. If she disappeared one day, they mustn't try to find her. A few days after giving them the money, Jinbi Huing was vandalized. From then on, Ling Jie vanished without a trace. All her contact information, phone, WeChat, became invalid. The siblings tried to find her, but their resources were limited, and they found nothing. Chun Guanyu's story left me in a daze. Ling Jie's disappearance wasn't an accident. She had foreseen it and made preparations. But why hadn't she told me? And why didn't she want the siblings to look for her? What secrets was she hiding? I didn't dare to think further. Although society is relatively safe these days, people in our line of work have many enemies and envious rivals. It's not uncommon for some scumbag to target someone like Ling Jie. This thought made my fists clench. I finally remembered why Zimao looked familiar. I'd seen a photo of him with Ling Jie on her phone. She told me he was a friend's child, so I didn't ask further. It was evening by the time I finished talking to Chun Guanyu. I learned that he wasn't a good student and was studying cosmetology at the vocational school in our county. His sister, Chun Kiki, was much more accomplished. She was a senior in the economics department at Qilu University, our province's top university. She was even in the same year as my younger brother, Su Chongqing, at the same university. What a coincidence. Speaking of Su Chongqing, he hadn't let me down for taking the blame for him. He actually got into such a good university. I hadn't planned on telling him about my release yet. He wrote to me saying he was preparing for graduate school, and I didn't want to disturb him during this crucial period. Back home, lying in bed, I replayed the day's events. I suddenly remembered the business card Zhang Zishuan had given me. I pulled it out. It read, Longxiang Real Estate, Deputy General Manager, Zhang Zishuan. Longxiang Real Estate was one of the top 5 companies in the county, responsible for developing many key properties. The Deputy General Manager of Longxiang Real Estate was definitely a top-tier position in our county. Zhang Zishuan had only graduated 2.5 years ago, meaning she was only 25 and already in such a high position. It was astonishing. Uncle who was right. Truly capable people excel wherever they are. Thinking about my own pathetic situation, I shook my head with a wry smile, suppressing the urge to contact her. We were close in school, but after so long without contact, that bit of classmate camaraderie had likely faded. More importantly, I had written her 3 letters back then, and she hadn't replied. This had always been a thorn in my side. I admit, I had liked her a lot back then, and even dreamed about her often after leaving school. But what did it matter now? So much time had passed, the world had changed, let alone people. I shook my head again, tossing the card aside. 2 days later, busy with deliveries, I had completely forgotten about Zhang Zishuan asking me to call her. I was returning to the delivery station when I heard a car horn behind me. I turned to see that familiar Mercedes. Zhang Zishuan got out, looking reproachful. Old classmate, I've been looking for you for days. Why didn't you call me? Embarrassed, I lied. I accidentally lost the car that day, and then I got busy with deliveries and forgot all about it. Zhang Zishuan walked over, circled me, her eyes full of concern. Are you okay? I was so worried I'd hurt you that day. I haven't slept well these past few days. I'm fine. I'm tough. A fall isn't a big deal. Then I asked, You came all this way just to find me? What else? She replied. I asked around and no one knew a Sui. I thought you might have changed your name, so I decided to stake out your workplace. After 2 days, I finally caught you. Come on, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. With colleagues and passersby around, I felt awkward admitting I was using a fake name. So I said, I'm really fine, don't worry. You should go back to work. Really fine? She asked, skeptical. Absolutely fine. I insisted, despite the lingering pain in my calf. Good. I was so busy that day. Are you off work now? Let's grab dinner. It's been a long time. No need. You must be busy too. No way. You have to let me apologize somehow. Otherwise, I'll feel terrible. Really, there's no need. Sui, I haven't slept well for 2 days because of this. Look at my dark circles. Hearing this, I noticed the dark circles under her eyes. Remembering how she had stood up for me in school, my heart softened. All right, send me the address. I'll go back and report in, then ride over. A smile finally appeared on her face. She quickly agreed and asked for my phone number to add me on WeChat. After finishing up at the station, I received the location she sent. Coincidentally, it was a barbecue place called Wang Pongzi's Barbecue. The owner was the former chef at Jinbi Hoing. We had interacted a few times when I worked there. After my release, I had visited him to inquire about Lingjia, but I didn't get any useful information. 15 minutes later, I arrived at Wang Pongzi's Barbecue on my electric scooter. Zhang Zishuan was already there, sitting with a man in a suit and glasses. I didn't recognize him at first until he stood up, extended his hand, and spoke. It was Guichang, our former class monitor, the top student after Zhang Zishuan and me. He was now Zhang Zishuan's boyfriend. Hearing that he was her boyfriend made me feel a twinge of discomfort, but I quickly composed myself. They were a perfect match, and I was no one to feel uncomfortable. I laughed at my own pettiness. To avoid awkwardness, I shook his hand enthusiastically. Class monitor Gua, long time no see. You're doing well. His hand was cold. Uncle who had once told me to be wary of people with cold hands. I made a mental note to be cautious. He adjusted his glasses, revealing a gleaming Rolex on his wrist, and said with a gentle smile, "Just a struggling worker." Zhang Zishuan said, "Su Yi is an old classmate. You don't have to hide anything." Then she told me that Guo Chang was a mid-level manager at Qian's only listed company and that I could reach out to him if I needed any help. After some small talk, the food arrived. Guo Chang couldn't drink because he was driving, so Zhang Zishuan rolled up her sleeves. "Then I'll drink with Su Yi." Guo Chang's expression changed, but he didn't say anything. After a few drinks, the atmosphere at the table became lively. Zhang Zishuan and I reminisced about the past, from our first year to our third year of high school. We brought up familiar names and joked about old memories. After another toast, Zhang Zishuan asked, "Su Yi, I remember a girl from the next class had a crush on you, right? Are you talking about Zhao Fei?" Aside from being a good student, I had nothing else going for me back then. Very few people had crushes on me, so I remembered her. "Yes, her," Zhang Zishuan teased. "You'll never guess, but she's working as a sales agent at our company's sales office now. What a coincidence." I chuckled. Zhao Fei had almost gotten people to beat me up after I rejected her. I heard she later changed her mind and dreamt of becoming a gangster's mall. It seemed that dream hadn't come true. Society was like a giant filter, sifting people from the same school into different social strata. "By the way, I remember you dropped out of school because you beat up someone. Who was it?" I shook my head, saying I didn't know. I had replayed that incident countless times in my mind. Lingjia had said she took care of it, and she wouldn't lie to me. If she had resolved the issue, that person wouldn't have stabbed me at school. Furthermore, Lingjia clearly didn't know why I had dropped out. I had never mentioned it to her to avoid upsetting her. As we continued drinking, I started to feel the effects of the alcohol and recalled how I felt when I was expelled. After some hesitation, I asked, "Zhang Zishuan, why didn't you reply to the 3 letters I wrote you back then?" Chapter 9. Hearing my words, Zhang Zishuan was clearly startled. "You wrote me a letter?" I was also stunned. "You didn't receive it?" Zhang Zishuan shook her head vigorously. "No, I thought you didn't write to me." I noticed Guo Chang beside her looked a little flustered, but quickly returned to his normal expression. Slightly drunk, Zhang Zishuan asked me what I had written. Worried about affecting their relationship, I said, "I don't really remember. It was just a simple letter I wrote to a lot of people back then." But my heart felt lighter. She hadn't intentionally not replied. She simply hadn't received my letter. I'd been upset about it for days back then. It seemed ridiculous now. After this topic, the atmosphere of the table was noticeably less lively. Feeling awkward, I suggested ending the gathering and getting together another day. Zhang Zishuan, also looking tired, said she would go to the restroom and then leave. While Zhang Zishuan was away, Guo Chang, who had been mostly silent, suddenly took out 200 yuan from his bag, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards me. "About Zishuan today, it was an accident. This money should be enough to cover your losses, right?" I was displeased but didn't show it. "No need, it's not a big deal." But his next words made me explode. He said 2 words, "Not enough?" Even I could understand now that he looked down on me, probably assuming I was here to extort money. "What do you mean? You think I'm here to extort money today?" I sneered. Guo Chang said, "Stay away from Zhang Zishuan." I laughed. What era was this? And what if I don't? "Then you'll see." Perhaps to make his words sound more imposing, Guo Chang pushed his chair back hard as he spoke, bumping into a burly man at the next table. The burly man, probably drunk, slammed the table and stood up. "Mother asterisk Kerr, are you blind? You trying to kill me?" The shirtless man had a dragon tattooed on his back. Guo Chang was startled and started apologizing profusely, saying it was an accident. What good are apologies? There were 6 people at the burly man's table, 5 men and 1 woman. The men all had the same look, tattoos, gold chains, small watches, the standard gangster look. The woman was a bit plump and looked like a rich socialite. Seeing the argument, the other men stood up, cursing and swearing. "Mother asterisk Kerr, pay up. This will cost you at least 2,000 yuan. This is extortion. I'm calling the police." Guo Chang took out his phone and pressed a few buttons, but a burly man slapped it to the ground. "You bumped into me and you want to call the police?" The tattooed man, now enraged, grabbed Guo Chang by the neck, pressed him against the table, and slapped him a few times. Serves him right. I secretly enjoyed watching those slaps. I wouldn't bother helping someone like him even if he were dying. Just then, Zhang Zishuan returned from the restroom. Seeing Guochang being beaten, she rushed forward to stop the tattooed man. "Stop it. How can you hit someone?" One of the men said, "This asshole bumped into my brother. He has to pay." "Pay then. But you shouldn't hit people." "No, he shouldn't have to pay." Zhang Zishuan, a good student, had probably never dealt with this kind of situation and had no experience with these kinds of people. She was trying to reason with them. But the more she talked, the more aggressive they became, and they hit Guochang even harder. One of them even started shoving Zhang Zishuan, pushing the slender woman to the ground. "Stop!" I shouted, standing up. I could ignore them bullying Guochang, but not Zhang Zishuan. She was the only one who dared to stand up for me back in school. I would remember that kindness for the rest of my life. My shout startled the burly men. Even the plump woman looked at me in surprise. "Who the hell are you?" "Mind your own business." I pulled Zhang Zishuan aside and asked, "Who pushed her?" A shorter, fierce-looking man said, "I did. What are you going to do about it?" "Playing the hero." "Damn, there's actually someone who's not afraid to die. If you're not afraid to die, we'll help you." These men were clearly drunk and out of control. Seeing me stand up to them, they immediately redirected their anger towards me. The burly man holding Guochang released him and looked at me, cursing, "Are you looking for death?" Even the plump woman looked at me with a peculiar expression. Seeing that they were all talk and no action, I taunted them. "A bunch of cowards." "What the F*** CK? The 5 drunk men erupted. "Beat him up." Following the leader's shout, the other 4 men lunged at me, clearly intending to beat me black and blue. "Heh," I sneered. My first fight since getting out of prison had finally arrived, but I didn't react immediately. I waited until their fists landed on me before counterattacking. Uncle who said this was self-defense, which wouldn't count as mutual assault. Self-defense meant no jail time, and I didn't want to go back in. I took a punch and a kick, then grabbed the small wooden stool beneath me and smashed it into the face of the man who had kicked me. He screamed as 2 of his front teeth flew out. Seeing him fall, I quickly threw the stool again, pushing back the man furthest away from me. I then delivered a spinning kick to the 3rd man's lower back, instantly incapacitating him. This was a technique taught to me by the Sauna champions. It was my first time using it in a real fight, and it was quite effective. The remaining man froze, probably surprised by my skill. While he hesitated, I landed several punches on his nose, breaking it. The man who had been pushed back by the stool was smarter. Seeing that I was a tough opponent, he also reached for a stool, but I was faster. While he was bending down, I kicked him in the back of the knee, forcing him to kneel. I followed up with another kick, and he groaned and passed out. In less than 30 seconds, all 4 were down. As expected, trained fighting was different from street brawling. Back in the club, taking down 4 burly men wouldn't have been easy without shedding some blood myself. Zhang Zishuan and Guochang gaped at me. The remaining leader was stunned. The plump woman was also dumbfounded, but her eyes were filled with excitement. I beckoned to the remaining man. "Come on, keep hitting me." I wasn't known for my good temper, and after drinking and being provoked by Guochang, I needed an outlet for my anger. These guys were unlucky enough to be my target. The leader, probably unable to lose face, yelled something fierce and charged at me with a beer bottle. From his steps, I knew he was also useless. Just as I was about to kick him away, a voice roared. "What's going on here? Causing trouble on Fatty's turf." Chapter 10. This imposing, towering figure, with a voice like a booming bell, instantly silenced the room. A shirtless, burly man, easily 6'3" and over 300 pounds, built like a steel tower, strode menacingly towards our table, a cleaver in hand. "Which blind bastard is causing trouble?" he roared, slamming the cleaver into the table in front of us. The blade pierced straight through the tabletop, demonstrating its sharpness. This was Wong Fatty, the former head chef of the Golden Brilliance. Rumor had it he was a local gang leader 15 years ago, but after his mother passed away, he'd washed his hands of that life and become a chef. Back when he worked at our club, even Chong had to treat him with respect. The leader of the thugs, a large man by ordinary standards, looked like a child next to Wong Fatty. He instantly wilted, putting on a fawning smile. "Fatty, it's me, Little Lou." Wong Fatty pondered for a moment, as if trying to recall who Little Lou was. Seeing Wong Fatty's lack of recognition, Little Lou quickly added, "My brother-in-law is Ragman, The one who collects bottles from you. I froze. So they were Ragman's men. Ragman was one of the original 5 dragons. Don't underestimate scrap collectors. If you monopolize the business, the profits are insane. Ragman inherited the business from his father-in-law. Although he seemed the least impressive and weakest fighter of the 5 dragons, he was actually the richest of us 5 idiots. So it's you, bastard. Why are you beating up my customers? Little Lou spread his hands. Fatty, you're wronging me. My guys are all down. He looked simple, but he was actually quite cunning. Wong Fatty asked why he was fighting, and he deflected by pointing out his men were down, effectively directing Wong Fatty's anger towards me. Sure enough, Wong Fatty looked at me. Zixin quickly jumped to my defense. Boss, they started it. My friend had no choice but to fight back. Guochang also regained some of his bravado. Yeah, they hit me first. He glared fiercely at the thug who had choked him. The fat woman shoved Guochang to the ground. Shut up, you useless coward. What happened next surprised everyone. Wong Fatty's fierce expression transformed into a beaming smile. He came over and lightly punched me in the chest. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to eat? This meal's on me. Want anything else? Sorry, Fatty, for messing up your place. Don't be so polite. We're brothers. When I got out of prison, I'd gone to Wong Fatty to ask about Ling. Although we weren't very close before, it was nice to see a familiar face, and there was a sense of camaraderie. My exchange with Wong Fatty stunned both Little Lou and the fat woman, and Zixin and Guochang visibly relaxed. Fatty, it's all a misunderstanding. We'll just go now, Little Lou stammered, wiping sweat from his brow, looking for an excuse to leave. Hold it, damn it. You dare fight in my place and beat up my friend? Back in the day, I'd have chopped off your paws and roasted them. It's a society ruled by law now, so I won't make things difficult for you. 10,000 yuan should cover it, right? When I heard the figure of 10,000, I chuckled. It seemed Fatty had overheard the fight, but hadn't bothered to intervene because he hadn't recognized me. Now that he knew who I was, he was returning the favor. 10,000. Are you robbing us? The fat woman shrieked. Isn't that what I'm doing right now? Wong Fatty retorted, pulling the cleaver from the table. The gleaming blade was intimidating. The fat woman fell silent. Little Lou nudged her. Sis, just pay him. Extremely reluctantly, the fat woman pulled out 10,000 yuan and angrily handed it to Fatty. Fatty didn't take it. He jerked his chin at me. Yours. I took the money, divided it into 4 parts, and walked over to the 4 down thugs. I handed them the money. Sorry, go see a doctor. If the medical expenses aren't enough, come find me. A fight's a fight, but I wouldn't stiff them on medical bills. The group, utterly defeated, helped each other up to leave. As they did, the fat woman gave me another intrigued look. Wong Fatty spoke again. Little Lou, don't feel too bad. Do you know who this brother is? Little Lou paused. Who? Wong Fatty's expression turned serious. The forever boss, the number 1, of the Golden Brilliance. I was stunned. My relationship with Wong Fatty was casual. Why such high praise? Little Lou's face paled. He immediately began bowing and scraping. Sorry, boss. I truly didn't know it was you. If I'd known it was the famous boss, we wouldn't have dared lay a finger on you. My anger had subsided after the fight. I smiled. Let's just forget about it. I used to drink with your brother-in-law. It's over, it's nothing. He winked at the fat woman. The fat woman caught on and walked over to me, taking my hand. So you're the most handsome of the 5 dragons. I knew I liked you. I wanted to meet you. Let's exchange numbers. She winked suggestively. I quickly pulled my hand away, left my phone at home in my rush. Take mine. She pulled a piece of paper from her purse and stuffed it in my pocket. Her phone number and name were written on it, Jean Lien. I didn't know if it was her real name or an alias. After the thugs left, we were the only customers left at Fatty's stall. Luckily, it wasn't busy, otherwise there would have been a crowd. Zixin looked at me in amazement. Su-yi, you're so powerful. Guochang quickly apologized. Su-yi, I'm sorry, I ignored him. I'd seen through Guochang. He was a spineless, selfish coward. I didn't understand how Zixin could be with someone like him. What a waste of a good woman. Guochang, embarrassed, waited until I wasn't looking and pocketed the 200 yuan that had fallen on the ground. That bastard, unaware of what had happened, Wong Fatty heard Guochang say we were classmates and assumed we were close. He generously waived our bill and offered them a permanent 50% discount. I couldn't stop him. I couldn't bring myself to explain the embarrassing truth. With no other customers, Fatty brought out a case of beer. Xian, sensing Fatty wanted to catch up with me, said goodbye. After they left, Fatty leaned in. I was just about to look for you. I have news about Ling. What? I was instantly electrified. Don't get too excited. It's not confirmed. Wang Fatty took a swig of beer and began his story. May, the former madam of the Golden Brilliance, was an old flame of Fatty's. After the club closed, she took the girls south to a small city called Bazhou to join an old acquaintance. May's new establishment catered mostly to out-of-towners. A few days ago, she ran into an old acquaintance from Qian County, a fruit merchant. He mentioned seeing someone who looked like Ling while collecting produce in the countryside. He hadn't gotten a close look, but the figure and appearance were a 70 to 80% match. Bazhou. I remembered Ling was from Basha province because she loved spicy food, but I wasn't sure if she was specifically from Bazhou. Fatty, call May now and see if you can get that merchant's number. I also pulled out my phone and called Chun Guanyu. What's up, boss? Guanyu's sleepy voice answered. Is your Aunt Ling from Bazhou? Where's Bazhou? I only know she's from a poor village in Guocheng. I did a quick search and found Bazhou and Guocheng were adjacent, both relatively poor areas in Bashu. Many villages relied on fruit farming, which aligned with the merchant's story. Do you know the village name? How would I know? I overheard my dad mentioning Guocheng. What's up? Do you have news about Aunt Ling? His voice became excited. No. Focus on your studies. I hung up. Fatty had finished his call and had the merchant's number. My hand trembled as I dialed, but the call wouldn't connect. I tried adding him on WeChat, but the account didn't exist. Had the merchant given a fake number? I wrote a long text message to the merchant's number, hoping he would contact me if he saw it. Chapter 11. Brother, don't worry. Sister Ling will be fine. Seeing my distraught look, Fatty filled my glass with wine. I downed it in one gulp and said, Fatty, you know, I'd worry even if it were an ordinary friend, let alone Sister Ling. That's why everyone likes you. Everyone. Do you remember how you became the boss? I blushed. Sister Ling helped me a lot to become the boss. Relying on a woman to rise in the ranks isn't something to be proud of in this world. Don't blush. Do you think it was all because of your relationship with Sister Ling? Let me tell you, it really wasn't. When Brother Chang left, he had so many veteran guys, but he didn't recommend Sister Ling. Why only you? Cheng, Tiechue, and the others. Which one of them is easy to convince? Putting some second-rate guy in charge of them. Those guys would have rebelled for sure. But with you as the boss, everyone respected you. Why? You have courage, but you're not reckless. You like to use your brain when you do things. You always like to be fully prepared before every fight, trying to minimize injuries to the brothers. Take, for example, our fight with Perfect World. If you hadn't planned so thoroughly in advance, even if we won in the end, we would have lost a few guys. You're loyal, a good friend. Which of the dozens of brothers in our club hasn't received your kindness? Even Chung, that hothead, when his grandma was sick and he had no money for treatment, you gave him all your salary and medical expenses. Don't think I don't know. And the knife you took for Tiechue, the brothers all saw it. That was risking your life. A few centimeters off, and you would have been gone. It's common for a Shaodi little brother to take a knife for the Duga big brother. But if you're taking a knife for a Shaodi, you'd be hard-pressed to find a second one in all of Qian. There's no shortage of hotheads in this circle, but people who can fight well, are smart, and can take a knife for their brothers and friends are rare. So after you became the boss, did anyone ever say they weren't convinced? No. I may just be a cook, but I know that with someone like you as the boss, Golden Brilliance could be united, could survive in this crappy place like Qian County. Everyone likes to hear good things. Hearing Fatty's high praise, I couldn't deny I was happy. But thinking about the ultimate fate of Golden Brilliance, that little bit of pride immediately vanished. Does anyone know who trashed Golden Brilliance? Fatty Wong shook his head. No, there was no warning beforehand. It was early in the morning, and no one was at work yet. The brothers who stayed at the club said the people who trashed the place didn't look local. But why would outsiders come here to trash our place? Probably only Sister Ling knows the truth. But she hasn't been seen since that day. The boss disappeared, the core members of the club were later arrested, and the business naturally couldn't continue. Later, Fatty and the others went their separate ways. Fatty at least had a skill, Young people like Urgu, who'd been messing around since their school days, were lucky to find a job delivering takeout. How many of those in the underworld have a peaceful landing? I left Fatty's barbecue stall after 2 a.m. When I got back to my rental, I found several unread messages on my phone, all from Zhang Zishuan. They were apologies, saying she was sorry for causing me trouble, and so on. I replied with 2 words, "It's okay." An instant reply came back. "Are you done drinking? Are you home?" I asked. "I'm home. Why are you still awake so late?" "A lot happened today. I can't sleep. Don't think too much. Get some rest." It showed she was typing, but this time I waited a long time before receiving a line. "The day after tomorrow is my birthday. Can you come?" In the past, I would have loved to go to such lively occasions. But thinking of the gap between us, I decisively replied, "I'm quite busy lately. I better not." Zhang Zishuan was silent for a while, then replied, "Okay, if you can come, let me know. You don't need to bring a gift. I just wanted to be lively. A few old classmates from the county will also be there. There are others." The people invited by Zhang Zishuan and Guo Chang were definitely not doing badly. This strengthened my resolve not to go. We're all adults. Why bother humiliating myself? The next morning, I tried calling the fruit vendor who saw Sister Ling several times, but no one answered. The text messages I sent were like stones sinking into the sea, with no response. For 2 days, I was so busy that I almost forgot about Zhang Zishuan's birthday. Suddenly, I received an order for a birthday cake, and coincidentally, Urga received an order for the same location, just ordered from different cake shops. Because there was no name on the cake, I didn't think much of it. I felt it couldn't be that much of a coincidence. Urgu and I arrived at the destination almost at the same time. It was a slightly upscale KTV in our county, generally catering to white-collar workers and high-income groups. To prevent customer complaints, I didn't ask Urgu to bring it in for me. I found the room number on the order and let Urgu deliver his first. After he left, I pushed the door open and was stunned. Holy crap, what a coincidence. There were 8 or 9 people in the room, men in suits, women dressed up. Sitting in the center were none other than Zhang Zishuan and Guo Chang. And the other few people looked familiar. They should be classmates from high school, but I hadn't been in contact for so long that I couldn't remember any of their names. Seeing me, a flicker of barely perceptible joy flashed in Zhang Zishuan's eyes. "Oh, isn't this delivery guy our old classmate Sui?" Guo Chang was a jerk. In front of so many classmates, he directly called out my name. The few classmates who hadn't recognized me suddenly remembered me and all stood up, inviting me over. Zhang Zishuan walked straight over and smiled. "Since you're here, join us. It's my birthday. Give me some face, okay, old classmate?" I'd better not. I knew in my heart that I shouldn't stay in this situation. Staying would only lead to humiliation. Zhang Zishuan clasped her hands together, putting on a pitiful look. "Old classmate, just stay for the cake, okay? It won't take long. I have to hurry and deliver this order." I was lying. After this delivery, I was going home, just for the sake of me being the birthday girl. And you've come all this way. Just give me some face. Otherwise, this birthday won't feel right. I'm a sucker for soft approaches, not hard ones. Zhang Zishuan's pitiful pleading made me feel a bit bad. I hesitated for a few seconds and said, "All right, but I'll only stay for a little while." Seeing me agree, Zhang Zishuan's face showed a satisfied smile. But Guo Chang's face didn't look so good. His eyes were blazing at me. But I didn't bother with him and just found a seat. After I sat down, I noticed there were already 4 cakes on the table. Plus the one in my hand, 5 cakes for 10 people was a bit of a waste. Didn't they discuss it beforehand and order too much? Before I could speak, Zhang Zishuan took the cake from my hand and put it on the table, then immediately started to unpack it. At this time, Guo Chang hurriedly said, "Zishuan, let's eat the one I bought you first. I had this one driven over from Quancheng." I looked in the direction Guo Chang pointed. There was an exquisitely packaged cake in the center of the table. Through the transparent box, I could see the words, "Darling, happy birthday." "It's okay. Let's try them all," Zhang Zishuan said. Hearing Zhang Zishuan say this, Guo Chang opened his mouth, but didn't speak. In a moment, Zhang Zishuan had removed the packaging, revealing the cake inside. It was simple and unassuming. After Zhang Zishuan inserted the candles, Guo Chang finally couldn't hold back. He nudged me gently and whispered, Su-e, this cake. You didn't send this, did you? It's a bit shabby. It wasn't me. I glared at him. What the hell do you mean? He probably remembered my heroic 1 against 4 feet yesterday and chose to shut up again. When the birthday song started, Zhang Zixuan clasped her hands in front of her chest and solemnly began to make a wish. After the cake, the atmosphere became lively. The classmates were all curious about me, asking me about my experiences as a gang leader like they were conducting a census. Hearing that I was one of the legendary 5 little dragons, they were all incredibly surprised. Suddenly, a busty woman named Huang Shan said, "I heard Golden Brilliance wasn't just trashed, but a lot of people were arrested. Sui, were you ever inside?" Chapter 12. Guochang, who had been subdued for a while, suddenly looked at me with renewed energy. I was choked by Huang Shan's question, momentarily unsure how to answer. Seeing my silence, they probably guessed the answer. After all, if I hadn't been in prison, I could have just admitted it. Zhang Zixuan quickly changed the subject. "Come on, let's drink. Do you remember our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang? Haha. I heard he married a wife 20 years younger than him." "Oh my God, really?" Mr. Wang seemed like such a serious person. Although the topic had shifted, I felt a prick of discomfort in my heart. Just now, in everyone's eyes, I was just a classmate who wasn't doing so well. The way they looked at me was relatively normal. After all, real-life class reunions are definitely not like those depicted in novels, where everyone mocks those who are struggling. But now, the way everyone looked at me had clearly changed. Any normal person would be reluctant to have too much contact with someone who's been in prison. A few classmates who worked in government even deliberately sat further away from me under the guise of toasting. However, I didn't blame them, and I didn't blame Huang Shan. Uncle, who had been advising me all these years that after I got out of prison, I might face prejudice, but I had to suppress my anger. A man must dare to admit his mistakes, dare to start over, and not be defeated or harbor resentment because of other people's words. Otherwise, it would be difficult to move on. Everyone understands the principle, but the discomfort in my heart remained. I realized that if I continued to stay in this situation, I would only make things awkward for everyone and myself, so I planned to find an excuse to leave. But before I could speak, the door to the private room opened, and a man covered in blood was shoved in roughly. The female classmates in the room screamed. Guochang quickly took out his phone, presumably to call the police. Seeing the man who was pushed in, I immediately stood up, rage surging through me. Urga was fine when I left just now. How could he have been beaten up like this in such a short time? Urgu is a year younger than me. He used to be a hothead, but after he started hanging out with me, he became much calmer and did things cleanly. That's why he was able to land safely after the incident at Golden Splendor. After I was released from prison, I was practically at my wit's end. It was Urga who, despite the risk of being fired, got me a fake ID, found me a place to live, and found me a job. He's not my blood brother, but he's closer than one. "Brother, run!" Urga yelled, turning to block the group of men in black who were pouring in, trying to buy me a chance to escape. My eyes were bloodshot, but years of prison life had suppressed my murderous impulses. I had to figure out what was going on first. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Impulsivity is the devil. I went forward and helped Urgu up, feeling his arms and legs. Fortunately, they were all superficial wounds, no broken bones. I glared fiercely at the men in black who had swarmed in, and asked coldly, "Why did you hit him?" The men in black looked like security guards from this KTV. There was no reason for them to beat someone up in their own establishment. The security guards didn't answer me, but moved aside in unison, revealing a path. Then they all shouted, "Boss! Boss? Who is the boss of this KTV?" I quickly sifted through any valuable information in my mind. But before I could sort it out, a bald man in a tang suit and a large gold chain walked in, looking at me mockingly. "Brother, do you remember me?" He had a prominent tattoo on his bald head. Seeing the tattoo, I remembered who he was. Baldhead, the leader of Perfect World, whom we had defeated before. He used to be thin, but now he weighed at least 200 pounds. If it weren't for the tattoo on his head, I definitely wouldn't have recognized him. After that fight 5 years ago, Baldhead, who had escaped by jumping into the river, was encountered by Urgu and me at a food stall. Young and hot-headed, we each smashed a beer bottle on his head. I vaguely remember what he said to me that day. "Brother, spare me." I shouldn't have let him go, but in my drunken state, I thought he no longer posed a threat to me, so I let him run away. After that, Baldhead seemed to disappear from Chien County. I hadn't seen him for a long time. I never expected that this KTV would be Baldhead's place, and I never expected that Baldhead would rise again, while I was no longer the influential brother of the past. Baldhead, long time no see. I knew it would be difficult to escape today. I could fight 5 but not 50, especially since they had weapons and home court advantage. They could easily make up an excuse, and I would be the one in trouble. Guochang and the others trembled with fear, while Zhang Zixuan looked at me nervously. They probably didn't expect that their peaceful lives, just 2 days after meeting me, would encounter the same kind of trouble. It has been a long time. I heard you were inside for 3 years. My classmates gasped when they heard Baldhead's words. They had only speculated before, but now that someone had directly pointed out the length of my prison sentence, they were still slightly surprised. I ignored him and asked directly, "You beat up my brother? Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "Huh?" Baldhead walked up to me. "Your fucking mother. You still want an explanation? Huh? Do you still think you're the brother of the past? And even if you were, you think you could rival me? I took down Golden Splendor. You're just a dog, and you dare to speak to me like this." Hearing his words, I felt a rush of hot blood surge to my head. The Golden Splendor incident. Was it you? What did you do to Sisterling? A wild beast has a fierce look in its eyes before it attacks. Although I couldn't see my own eyes at this moment, judging from Baldhead's expression, my gaze was like that of a wild beast. Fuck, it was me. What the fuck can you do about it? That slut Shi-Ling was lucky to escape. Otherwise, I would have sent her to be a prostitute. Hearing that Sisterling was fine, I felt slightly relieved. But thinking about how many of my brothers he had put in jail, and how he had destroyed the Golden Splendor that I had worked so hard to build, I wanted to pounce on him and cripple the bastard. Baldhead was startled again by my fierce look, his face turning somewhat exasperated. "You a delivery guy? Dare to glare at me? You want an explanation, right? Fine, if you can walk out of here standing, I'll give you an explanation." He looked at the beer bottles on the table and frowned. "Damn, these bottles are wrong. Go get a case of Tsingtao." Others might not have understood what Baldhead meant, but I understood instantly. I had used Tsingtao beer bottles to hit Baldhead back then. This bastard wanted to give me a taste of my own medicine. I started calculating the possibility of breaking out by force, but no matter how I calculated it, there was no chance of winning. If it were just me, I might be able to fight my way out, but Ergu was still here. I could ignore others, but I couldn't leave him behind. After a while, a foolish-looking kid brought in a large case of Tsingtao beer, a full 24 bottles. Zhang Zixuan and the others didn't understand what was going on at first. They probably thought Baldhead was going to have a drinking contest with me. But it wasn't until Baldhead picked up a bottle and weighed it in his hand that they realized he was going to use it to hit me. However, in this situation, they had no good way to respond and started calling for help. "If you dare touch brother, I'll kill you." Ergu was the first to react, but before he could get close to Baldhead, he was kicked to the ground. "I'll fucking kill you." I was fast. In 2 steps, I flashed in front of Ergu and kicked the man in black who had hit him. This completely stirred up the hornet's nest. With a wave of Baldhead's hand, a group of men in black swarmed towards me. I said earlier that I could fight 5, but not 50. Fortunately, the private room wasn't large, and I had deliberately chosen a position with my back to the wall. There were only 6 or 7 people in front of me, and I could barely hold them off. I heard Huang Shan and the others gasp repeatedly, and I also heard Zhang Zixuan shouting, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" I don't know how long the fight lasted, but suddenly I heard Baldhead yell, "Stop!" Baldhead's men all took a step back. Although none of the men in front of me had gained the upper hand, I was in worse shape. My clothes were torn, my face had been punched countless times, and the corners of my mouth were covered in blood. Sui! The crowd parted, and Ergu was pinned to the ground by several strong men. Baldhead was holding a beer bottle to Ergu's head. "Hit me, you have the guts to kill me. If you can't kill me, I'll kill you." Ergu, the Chien delivery guy, looked harmless, but the veterans of Golden Splendor knew that Ergu's nickname was Mad Dog, someone who would never back down. Even now, pinned to the ground, he still dared to talk tough. Baldhead didn't hit him, but glared at me fiercely. "Sui, do you still care about your brother?" Ergu had fallen while delivering food last winter and hit his head. If this bottle connected, his old injury would definitely relapse. I could risk getting seriously injured myself, but I wouldn't gamble with Urga's life. What do you want? I looked at Baldhead. Kneel down, and let me smash this whole case of Tsingtao beer on you. You fucking dare? Brother, don't mind me, fuck him. Urga struggled constantly, but the strong men holding him down were all incredibly strong, and Urga couldn't move at all. I lowered my voice. I agree. Let him go first. But Baldhead, remember what I say today. If you dare to do this today, I will make you wish you were dead one day. Fuck, still acting tough. You think you a delivery guy? Still have a chance? Baldhead wanted to come and hit me, but probably remembering how fiercely I had fought earlier, he waved his hand and had several men hold me down. I broke free immediately. Get off, I'll do it myself? But those men wouldn't listen. They had all been beaten by me earlier, and now they were using all their strength to restrain me, pushing me down together. I resisted, keeping one knee on the ground. A strong man kept kicking the back of my knees, trying to make me submit, but it was like kicking a steel plate. Fuck tough bones. Baldhead walked up to me, wrapped his hand in a towel, and said, Brothers, count for me. Let's see how long he lasts before begging for mercy. Suddenly, a beautiful figure stood in front of me. Boss, I'm Zhang Zixuan, Vice President of Longxiang Real Estate. My father is Zhang Yi. Could you give me some face? It was Zhang Zixuan. I didn't expect her to stand up for me at a time like this. Baldhead looked at me with interest. Beautiful lady, I don't know what Longxiang Real Estate is, and I don't know who Zhang Yi is. I have a huge grudge against him, so you'd better stay out of it. It's your birthday, right? Sorry to interrupt. Tonight's on the house. Zixuan, go back. I quickly urged her. A ruthless person like Baldhead might even hit a woman if he was really provoked. No, Zhang Zixuan said stubbornly. Seeing this, several of Baldhead's men came over and pulled Zhang Zixuan aside. Guochang, standing to the side, was dumbfounded and too scared to even breathe. Don't fucking touch her. I roared, glaring at the men pulling Zhang Zixuan, wishing I could skin them alive. Those men looked at Baldhead, and seeing him wave his hand slightly, they let out a sigh of relief and released Zhang Zixuan, but they still stood in front of her to prevent her from rushing over again. Then, in the open space in the middle of the private room, I was held in a half-kneeling position by 4 strong men, with a bald man holding a Tsingtao beer bottle standing in front of me. Start counting. As Baldhead's words fell, the first beer bottle came crashing down. Chapter 13. Crack! The sound of shattering glass came from above. Beer from the bottle splashed all over my face. The men in black in the private room began to count in unison. Are you going to give in? Baldy glared at me, his face stinging. I didn't make a sound, looking at him with contempt, as if looking at a dead man. Damn it! Seeing my defiance, Baldy swung another bottle down. Are you going to give in? Damn it! Sui. Brothery. I felt warm blood trickle past my eyes and slide down my face. As Baldy and the others counted the increasing number of bottles, my consciousness gradually blurred, and the leg that had remained unbent finally gave way. But I gritted my teeth and didn't utter a single word. Images flashed through my mind. Meeting Ling after dropping out of school, the constant fights after joining Golden Splendor, my first night with Ling on my 22nd birthday, Ling visiting me before I went to prison. I hated myself. Why did I cause her so much trouble? Why wasn't I by her side when the incident at Golden Splendor happened? She shouldn't have had to go through all this. It was all my fault. Thinking of this, tears welled up in my eyes, mingling with my blood as they flowed down my face. Ling, I will avenge you. This was the only thought left in my mind. I don't know what happened after that. When I woke up, I was lying in a hospital bed, awakened by the warm sunlight streaming through the window. I rubbed my temples and took in my surroundings. It seemed to be a private room, nicely furnished with a TV and refrigerator. Slumped over beside the bed was a man whose hair was a complete mess. It was Urgu. I nudged him. Iggle, Iggle. Urgu startled awake, his face lighting up. Brother, you're awake. His face was bruised and swollen, and with 2 dark circles under his eyes, he looked like a kung fu panda. I couldn't help but chuckle. How long have you been asleep? You've been unconscious for over 3 days. I think I've slept for maybe 2 or 3 hours. He suddenly gritted his teeth. Brother, I'll find a chance to stab that Baldy, that bastard. My face instantly turned cold. How many times have I told you? There's no future in using your fists. The days of fighting and killing are over. We need to use our brains. If you stab him, you'll go to jail too. Do you think I took all those bottles for nothing? Is this what I wanted? Speaking agitatedly pulled at the wounds on my head, making me grimace in pain. Brother, I'm wrong. Don't talk anymore. I'll listen to you from now on. I definitely won't be impulsive. I had been exaggerating my pain somewhat. Seeing him back down, I softened my tone. Don't worry, I've never taken a loss lying down. I'll get my revenge, but we absolutely cannot do anything illegal. By the way, tell me what's been happening these past few days. Why am I in such a fancy ward? Urgu pursed his lips and said with a chuckle, Sister-in-law arranged it. I wouldn't have that kind of money. I was stunned. Had I lost my memory? I didn't have a girlfriend before I got beaten, did I? Which sister-in-law? The one. From the KTV. The tallest with the best figure, the prettiest face. From his description, I figured it must be Zhang Zixuan. How did she become my sister-in-law? I smacked him on the head. Don't call her that. She has a boyfriend. They're about to get married. Huh? She's not my sister-in-law. But I called her that, and she didn't object. Huh? What's going on? It turned out that after I passed out from the 20 bottles, Baldy kept his word and let Urgu and the others go, even waiving the bill. However, Zhang Zixuan still angrily threw the money on the table. They took me to the hospital. Zhang Zixuan paid my medical bills and bought me a lot of supplements. She came to see me every morning and evening. Seeing how good she was to me, Urgu assumed she was my girlfriend and called her sister-in-law every time she came. Zhang Zixuan didn't object, so Urgu assumed I was really involved with her. We're classmates. She took pity on me and didn't want to embarrass you. Go ask how much the total medical expenses were. I'll pay her back every penny. Nobody earns money easily these days. You don't have to pay me back. The ward door opened, and Zhang Zixuan walked in, looking annoyed. Seeing her like this, I realized the gentle side I had hidden within. I smiled. Thank you. Thank me for what? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this mess. Huh? What does it have to do with you? You don't know, Baldy and I had a previous feud. Urgu nodded vigorously. That's right. Zhang Zixuan glared at Urgu. Weren't you supposed to ask about the medical expenses? Urgu suddenly realized he was a third wheel and hurried out, carefully closing the door behind him. That silly boy, he's quite thoughtful. Zhang Zixuan bit her lip and said in a low voice, I purposely asked you to go that day. Huh. I was stunned for a few seconds. You mean the cake delivery? What if I wasn't the one who delivered it? If it wasn't you, I would have kept ordering until it was. The town is so small. I didn't believe we didn't have even this little bit of fate. I was quite lucky. I didn't expect you to be the third one. Then her expression darkened. But I didn't expect to cause you so much trouble. Suddenly, many things clicked into place. No wonder Urgu and I received the same order that day. And the cakes we delivered were both relatively cheap, not at all matching Zhang Zixuan's status. No wonder Zhang Zixuan looked so smug when she saw me that day. Beautiful women sure have their ways. But what was her purpose in doing this? Why? Zhang Zixuan stammered. I don't know, I just wanted you to come to my birthday party. Zhang Zixuan's face flushed crimson. I was speechless. I'm a straight man, but I'm not stupid. But thinking about the gap between us, I immediately calmed down. She had a boyfriend, an enviable job, and a visibly bright future. What did I have? A messed up past, an empty wallet, and an uncertain tomorrow. Most importantly, Ling's fate was still unknown. I had no desire to start a new relationship. Just then, the ward door opened and Urgu announced, Brother E, I found out. The total medical expenses are 18,645.26. Get out, Zhang Zixuan and I said simultaneously. All right. Urgu, who had just stepped in, immediately retreated, closing the door carefully once again. After Urgu left, we looked at each other and laughed silently. To break the awkwardness, Zhang Zixuan sat down on the chair beside the bed, peeled an orange for me, and began to tell me the story of her and Guochang. You probably don't know this, but Guochang was the first boy to pursue me in high school. He was very discreet about it, writing me a love letter every week starting from our first year. But I was focused on getting into a good university and didn't want to be distracted by relationships, and I really wasn't interested in him. Later, after the college entrance exams, he applied to the same university and the same major as me, and we ended up in the same class. In university, he continued to write me a love letter every week. I didn't agree at first, but then one time I got seriously ill, and he took care of me, running around and worrying himself sick. He looked after me in the hospital for several days, and I was finally touched and agreed to give it a try. Actually, he's a pretty good catch. Intelligent, well-educated, good family background, quite handsome, and a good job after graduation. Most importantly, he knows how to care for a girl, and he always plans romantic surprises for holidays. A normal woman would have no reason not to like him. All my friends praise him. I was silent. It had to be said, Guo really did seem like an excellent man. His hostility towards me stemmed mainly from the subtle relationship between me and Zhang Zixuan, which wasn't really a big deal. If Zhang Zixuan were my girlfriend, I wouldn't want other guys hitting on her either. You two are a good match, I admitted. Yeah, everyone thinks so. Even I do. But I always feel like something is missing in my life. I don't know what it is until recently. I feel like my black and white life has become a little more vibrant, not so two-dimensional and ordinary. You've had it too good for too long. You're looking for some excitement. I teased. Back at the club, I had seen many rich women come looking for thrills. A few had even offered to keep me, but I had flatly refused. Looking back now, maybe being kept by them wouldn't have been so bad. Sigh. Youth doesn't know the goodness of a rich woman, mistaking young girls for treasure. If only I had latched onto Mrs. Zhang's leg before she passed away, wouldn't her fortune be mine? I mocked myself inwardly. I'm not. Zhang Zixuan was annoyed by my words. This isn't about looking for excitement. I'm not that superficial. I just feel like I've come alive, like there could be another way to live. She grew more and more agitated, suddenly standing up from the chair and throwing the peeled orange peel at me. You insensitive blockhead. She stormed out of the ward, slamming the door behind her. Chapter 14. After Zixuan left, I lay in the hospital bed, unable to calm down for a long time. Ergo walked into the ward, looking back every few steps, and mocked. Brother, you don't know how to make girls happy, do you? Let me tell you I know. You know jack shit. I threw the orange peel Zixuan had given me back at him. That afternoon, despite Erga's objections, I forced myself to be discharged. These injuries were nothing. They'd heal in a few days. The hospital cost over 3,000 yuan a day. What ordinary person could afford that? Erga worried about me and insisted on staying at my place to take care of me, so I let him. Back home, I started thinking about Baldy. I'd already made inquiries. Baldy was indeed on the rise. He had a medium-sized quarry that produced tens of thousands of tons of stone a day, practically monopolizing the stone supply in the southern part of the city. This was his main source of income. He also owned a KTV and a restaurant in the county seat, supposedly mainly for entertaining clients, with limited profits. To take down Baldy, stabbing him like Erga suggested was useless. It would just land someone in jail. Only by ruining Baldy's most profitable business could I truly hurt him. Various business war strategies that CEO G had taught me flashed through my mind, but without exception, taking down a factory of that size would require money. I asked Ergu, who was playing with his phone on the floor mattress, how much money he had saved. Ergu said 200, which almost made me hit him. When I asked him where the money had gone, he chuckled and said he had a girlfriend and spent it all on her. 200 was definitely not enough. To execute the plan I had in mind, I needed at least 100,000. But in our current state, earning 100,000 in the short term was a pipe dream. I was worried. After a few days of rest, I felt much better. His 200 yuan was almost gone. After discussing it with Ergu, we decided to go back to delivering food. The delivery station provided lunch and dinner, so we wouldn't starve to death in our rented room. Early the next morning, we rode our electric scooters to the delivery station. We were the last to arrive. Just as we were about to report in, the supervisor stopped us. Hey, you two hold on. I need to talk to you about something. We waited for about 10 minutes. The other colleagues went about their business, leaving only me, Ergu, and the supervisor. The supervisor took 2 sheets of paper from a drawer and handed them to us. Here, take a look. What is it? Ergu and I took the papers casually. But after seeing the words written on the paper, my head went blank with a bang. Notice of penalty for delivery driver, Su Yi's identity falsification. Just seeing the two words Sui told me there was a big problem. I had been using Erga's cousin Su Cheng's name at the delivery station. No one knew my real name except Ergu. The notice was simple. It stated that the branch office had received a report that I had been in prison, which did not meet the basic requirements of a delivery driver. They also provided evidence of my imprisonment. The company investigated my identity and found that I had been impersonating Erga's cousin Su Cheng, violating company regulations, and so on. However, the penalty section only stated my dismissal. Erga's name was there, but the penalty was blank. According to company policy, local supervisors were given a certain degree of autonomy. Holy shit, Ergu exploded after reading it. Who the fuck reported us? Does it matter who reported you? Yu Zhaozi dared to lie to me. The supervisor slammed the table. He was genuinely angry. Ergu was speechless. In all fairness, the supervisor had always been good to Ergu. Because Ergu was the top delivery driver in our Qian County, the supervisor usually took care of him. He had even introduced his younger sister to Ergu, who was now Ergu's girlfriend. Supervisor, this isn't Ergu's fault. I forced him to help me. Can you just fire me? I suppressed my anger and tried to calm down. The supervisor was right. It didn't matter who reported us now. I had to find a way to minimize the damage quickly. Ergu was the top driver and the supervisor's future brother-in-law. Most importantly, the nature of his mistake was different from mine. Maybe there was room for leniency. Otherwise, the supervisor would have just fired us both without explanation. No, either we both stay or we both go. If you stay, I quit. Erga's stubbornness flared up. Damn it, you're talking about loyalty now? Did I say I'd keep you? The supervisor also had a temper. He had scolded me a lot when my performance was poor. But based on my experience with people, he was actually a good guy. Otherwise, with my complaint rate when I first started, he could have fired me 10 times over. This type of person responded better to softness than hardness. Being tough with him would only make him angrier. That's what Yang, the guy who ran the pyramid scheme, told me. He called it psychology. Used correctly, it could make anyone listen to you. Thinking of this, I quickly took out the half-pack of cigarettes I had left and lit one for the supervisor. Supervisor, calm down. Then I turned and started to speak loudly to Ergu. Ergu, don't be stubborn. Can't you see the supervisor's good intentions? He's firing both of us. How is that good intentions? Ergu was surprised. If he really wanted to fire you, he could have just called you. And I see the date on the notice is from a few days ago. Why tell us now? He must have known we were injured and in a bad mood. So the supervisor deliberately held off for a few days and waited until I came back to tell us. After I finished speaking, I deliberately glanced at the supervisor and saw a look of satisfaction on his face. I knew I was right. Right, supervisor? The supervisor nodded, his tone much softer. You're a smart one. Your performance has been good lately. If it weren't for, forget it. Don't ever do this again. A man has to face his mistakes head on. It's okay to have been inside, but identity fraud is a big deal. If it weren't for me, the company would have called the police and arrested you. I knew the supervisor was probably telling the truth and quickly expressed my gratitude. The supervisor turned to Ergu and raised an eyebrow. You bastard, do you still want this job? Let me tell you, the year-end bonus will be issued next month. You're the top driver in Qian County, one of the best in the city. With a little luck, you can get a big bonus. I quit. If Brother E isn't working, what am I staying for? Damn it, you're quitting, right? I'll call Xiaotsue right now and tell her to break up with you. You. Seeing that they were about to argue, I quickly pulled Ergu aside and asked, do you still want revenge on Baldy? Ergu's eyes lit up. Of course. I dream of killing that bastard. Trust me, if you want revenge, work hard and get the bonus first. The more, the better. Then I can take you to get revenge on Baldy sooner. Really? Ergu looked suspicious. I punched him in the chest. When have I ever lied to you? You have. Ergu nodded seriously. Oh, when? I had lied to him so many times, I didn't know which one he was referring to. You said you never watch porn. Yesterday, on your phone. Fuck off. I kicked him a few meters away. With Ergu on board, things became much easier. The supervisor hadn't really intended to fire him anyway. After all, he was practically his brother-in-law. Firing him would make him look bad. My situation was more serious. Even a god couldn't save me. But the supervisor helped me get my wages for the past few days, giving me some money to eat. Giving help in times of need is more valuable then adding flowers to the brocade. I thanked the supervisor and gave Urgu a few more instructions before riding my electric scooter away dejectedly. I was unemployed again. The new year was only 4 months away, and I had been hoping to earn some money to go home for the holidays. Now I was lost again. For the next few days, I looked everywhere for work, but without exception, I was rejected because of my prison record. One day, after being rejected by another restaurant, I received a call from an unknown number. A woman's voice asked me to guess who she was. I was annoyed and not in the mood to play games. I said if there was nothing else, I would hang up. She quickly said she was Zhao Fei and asked if I remembered her. After hearing the familiar name, I thought for a long time and finally remembered her. She was the girl who had almost had me beaten up in school after I rejected her advances. The first time I had dinner with Zishuan, she mentioned Zhao Fei, saying she now worked as a real estate agent at Zishuan's company. I made small talk, saying it had been a long time, asking how she was doing, and finally asking how she got my number and if she needed anything. Zhao Fei giggled and said couldn't she call me if she didn't need anything. After all, she had a crush on me for a long time. I was a little embarrassed. Just as I was wondering what to say, she suddenly got down to business. I heard from a friend that you're looking for a job. How's it going? I told her the truth. Not so good. I just got rejected. Giggle. She laughed. Then come find me. I know a lot of people and can introduce you to a job. Chapter 15. Over the past few days, I only had 100 yuan left, and I was about to run out of money. When I heard she could help me find a job, I was overjoyed and asked her where she was. She said, I'll be at the artificial lake later. Come find me. Okay. Without thinking too much, I rode my electric scooter to the lake. After arriving, I called Zhao Fei again. She hurriedly told me to wait, saying she'd be there soon. At that moment, several women in suits walked past me, each carrying a black plastic bag. I couldn't tell what was inside. In a small county town, there weren't many professions that required suits. A few large company employees like Zhang Zishuan and Guochang, some state-owned enterprise employees like Huangshan, and then there were real estate agents who constantly met with clients. I watched with interest as these women walked to a set of steps, opened their black plastic bags, muttered something, and then poured the contents out. Only then did I see clearly that they were pouring out red carp. What were they doing? I was completely baffled. These women didn't stay long and left quickly. Suddenly, another slightly plump, glamorous woman hurried over, also carrying a black plastic bag. The others asked, Why are you so late? Fucking hell, the kid was acting up. Help me up. Wait for me. I'll be quick. The woman cursed, then ran past me. As she jogged, her ample bosom swayed, making my heart flutter. I immediately recognized her as Zhao Fei, the one who had called me. Although her appearance had changed quite a bit over the past 7 or 8 years, she still had traces of her former rebellious self. Seeing that she was also carrying a plastic bag, I guess she was also releasing fish, so I didn't call out to her. After she finished releasing the fish and washed her hands, she walked towards the shore. Passing by me, she saw me staring at her and snapped, What the hell are you looking at? Fearing a misunderstanding, I quickly said, It's me, Sue. She froze, then exclaimed, Wow, you've changed so much. You're much more handsome than before. I didn't recognize you at first glance. I laughed. Being handsome is useless. I can't even find a job. She patted her full chest and laughed. Leave it to me. Then she gestured with her chin. Want to go to my place to talk? Is that convenient? I worried she might be married. It's fine, it's just me and my kid. That bastard is in jail. Seeing my surprise, she said self-deprecatingly, It's all my fault. After failing to get you back then, I always wanted to be a gangster's mall. But how many gangsters are there in this small town? I finally found a decent one, and he ended up in jail, leaving me to raise the kid on my own. It's been a hell of a ride. We chatted as we walked to my electric scooter. When she saw me unlocking it, she burst into laughter. So you're not doing so well either, huh? Riding this thing. I never said I was doing well. Damn, it feels like you're worse off than me. Although she complained, she straddled the back seat and wrapped her arms around my waist. I immediately felt 2 soft things pressed against my back, incredibly bouncy, making my thoughts wander. She seemed unconcerned and started telling me about her experiences over the years. She messed around in school, never studied seriously, and dreamed of being a gangster's girlfriend. She had several boyfriends, all of whom were the school bullies. But she realized those guys were nothing outside of school, just picking on weaker kids. Then she met the owner of an arcade, 7 or 8 years older than us. He had a group of underlings, money, status, and a strong build. Zhao Fei fell madly in love with this mature man. After graduating high school, she didn't continue her studies and became his girlfriend. They got married that year and had a daughter, Xiao Moli, the following year. Just when she thought she had achieved her life goal, the county leadership changed, and a crackdown on gambling and drugs began. Her husband's arcade had many slot machines, which could easily ruin people financially. The arcade was shut down, her husband was sentenced to 8 years, and their assets were confiscated. When she said this, I remembered who her husband was, a ruthless guy named Wang Lidong. Back then, he was a prominent figure in the county, on par with Chang Ge from Jin by Hui Huang and Wang Shuangxi from the East Development Zone. The three of them were known as the Three Kings, some of the most powerful gangsters before the Five Little Dragons. After a 15-minute ride, we arrived at a dilapidated residential complex in the old town. The entire complex had only a few low-rise buildings. The environment was terrible, and there probably wasn't even property management. Zhao Fei's apartment was on the 6th floor, the top floor of the innermost building. I thought that as a single mother raising a child, her apartment would be a mess. But when the door opened, I was surprised. Although the furniture and appliances were a bit old, the entire apartment was spotless. Even the windows looked like they had just been cleaned. Everything was neatly organized, giving a comfortable feeling. It was clear the owner was someone who loved life. A sickly-looking 4 or 5-year-old girl was watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf on the sofa. Seeing someone enter, she jumped off the sofa excitedly and rushed over. "Mommy, you're back." Seeing another person, she politely said, "Hello, Uncle." I could feel Zhao Fei's demeanor instantly soften as she squatted down and hugged the little girl. "Molly, have you been good? Did you miss Mommy?" "Yes." Xiao Molly drew out the word, looking very happy. I felt a bit awkward. In our area, when visiting someone's home for the first time, especially if they have children, it's customary to bring a gift. But I was too preoccupied with the enticing bounciness behind me and completely forgot. Fortunately, I still had 100 yuan left in my pocket. I took it out and handed it to Xiao Moli, saying, "This is a gift from Uncle." "Thank you, Uncle." Xiao Moli was very polite. She took the money, bowed to me, and even brought me slippers to change into. Zhao Fei immediately became busy, pouring me water, throwing clothes into the washing machine, and wiping Xiao Moli's face with a towel. After she finished and sat beside me, I looked at her with confusion. "What are you looking at?" She had removed her heavy makeup, her face bare, but she would still be considered a beauty in a crowd. "I didn't expect you to be so domesticated." Her diligence wasn't an act for me. It was ingrained in her. "Regret not choosing me? Ha ha. I used to like the scholarly type, but then I realized guys like you didn't like girls like me. That's why I turned around and agreed to that other guy's pursuit. Yixin Shang Zhua, dar good in Chirla." She had already sent Xiao Moli into her room, so she spoke more freely. While Xiao Moli was present, she was a typical dignified and civilized mother, not even uttering a single curse word. I just didn't expect that behind your carefree exterior, there's a completely different person. It's just a protective shell. My dad married into our family, and it was just me and my older sister, 2 daughters. In our village, families without sons are considered extinct, the kind that gets bullied. My sister and I grew up amidst the villagers' taunts. If we didn't want to be beaten by the boys, we had to be tougher and more foul-mouthed than them. But a girl could never really beat a boy. So I thought from a young age, I either needed to find someone scholarly to suppress them or a gangster as a boyfriend, so no one in the village would dare bully me. So that was it. I always thought she pursued gangsters out of vanity, but there was this underlying reason. "Don't just talk about me. Tell me about your past few years. I heard you became a gangster at Jin by Hui Huang, and later became one of the 5 Little Dragons. Pretty impressive. When I heard about it, I even thought about getting back together with you." "Really? Why didn't you come find me then?" I teased. "Weren't you in a relationship?" "I found out easily. I wouldn't be a homewrecker." I felt a pang of guilt. Technically, I was also Ling Jie's other man. To cover up my discomfort, I took out a cigarette and was about to light it when Zhao Fei swatted it away. "No smoking in my house. There's a child." "All right." I obediently picked up the cigarette from the floor. We continued to chat, mostly about our lives over the years. I also told her about my prison experience. After hearing it, she suddenly understood and said that's why I was in such a bad state now. Seeing an opportunity, I asked her what kind of job she had in mind for me. My pockets were empty, and I wouldn't be able to eat in a few days. She just smiled and kept putting it off. Don't ruin the mood. We'll talk later. Seeing this, I could only drop the job topic for now and continue chatting with her. As we talked, the topic shifted to marriage. She said she had divorced Wang Lidong and planned to find someone new. Otherwise, raising a child alone was difficult. Then she asked me about my plans. My expression darkened, and I shook my head, saying, "Who would want someone like me? I'm not looking right now. Maybe after I earn some money." But she suddenly interrupted me and said something that shocked me. "Then, how about being a father to Xiao Moli?" Chapter 16. The water I'd just drunk sprayed all over her after hearing those words. "What?" I suspected I'd misheard. She continually wiped the water stains on her clothes with a tissue and said lightly, "Things have been tough for me these past few years. Just help me out." I quickly shook my head, saying no, this was too sudden. I wasn't prepared at all. "What's there to prepare for?" she said, feigning ease. Images of Zhang Zixuan and Sister Ling flashed through my mind. I continued shaking my head. "No, I have someone I care about. You should find someone else." Then I suddenly thought of something and looked up to ask her, "The job you mentioned, is it this?" Zhao Fei smiled and said, "Yes, isn't this a good job? You could take care of Xiao Moli at home, and then I'll earn money to support you. How about that?" I was speechless. What kind of job was this? Wasn't it just being a kept man/nanny? Seeing that this conversation was going nowhere, I said disappointedly that I had something to do and needed to go back. But Zhao Fei, with her salesperson's mouth, was quite persuasive, and in a few words, she pulled me back into the conversation. As we chatted, she abruptly changed the subject and asked me when the last time I'd been with a woman was. I blushed and said, "Before I went to prison, I don't really remember." She smiled and asked, "You miss women then?" I didn't know how to answer for a moment. After a few years in prison, it would be a lie to say I wasn't starved, but I hadn't thought about just finding any woman to solve it. In my life, although I've had many romantic opportunities, I've always been reluctant to be too casual. So until I was 26, the only woman I'd properly slept with was Sister Ling, and she was my girlfriend. There were still a dozen or so of the old sisters from the Golden Splendor who were still working in the county. They often told me that if I had any needs, I could find them anytime, free of charge. Their words were certainly tempting, especially for a young, virile guy like me, but I never wavered. However, I couldn't stand it in the middle of the night, so I downloaded some videos on my phone to watch occasionally. Unexpectedly, that bastard Urga saw them. Seeing that I remained silent, Zhao Fei smiled and asked, "Has it been a long time?" I thought about it and nodded, thinking there was no shame in it. She giggled again, then suddenly stood up and started unbuttoning her shirt in front of me. 1, 2, as the buttons came undone. Her already fair skin and pink bra were revealed, with the whiteness beneath almost spilling out. Seeing this enticing scene, I was stunned. She thought I was captivated and explained with a smile, "We're old friends. I'll give you a free service. You're quite handsome, so I won't be losing out." Faced with this situation, it would be a lie to say I wasn't excited. But the remaining rationality in my mind kept reminding me, something's wrong, definitely something's wrong. I pinched my thigh, forcing myself to calm down. Zhao Fei was a woman who had become very realistic after suffering a lot. With her qualifications, finding a suitable partner shouldn't be difficult. For her to fancy me, an ex-convict with no money, power, or influence, I wouldn't believe it if you beat me to death. Something unusual is definitely suspicious. After meeting her today, something felt off. An opposite-sex friend I hadn't seen in 7 or 8 years invited me to her home after just a few words. Was that reasonable? On the way back, she kept deliberately pressing her chest against my back. Was that reasonable for an ordinary classmate relationship? Definitely not. Zhao Fei was a very guarded person. She had 2 locks on her security door. I noticed a hidden pair of scissors on the shoe rack and pepper spray in her bag. As a real estate agent, she should have met many high-quality male clients, but there were no traces of a man in her home. She probably rarely brought men home. Why did she bring me today? Because I'm handsome? 3 years ago, I might have believed that reason. Sister Ling told me that she initially liked me because I was handsome. But now, I didn't think I had that much charm to make a woman like Zhao Fei throw herself at me. But I couldn't figure out what was wrong. She had now removed her restraints, covering herself partially with one arm, smiling at me seductively. I quickly stood up and said, "I have something to do. I'm leaving." Zhao Fei's smile instantly froze, her face full of shock. "Where are you going? Don't you want to?" "No, unless you tell me what your purpose is." I flatly refused. Professor Wang said, "A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall." Zhao Fei was definitely a dangerous wall at this moment. Although I was desperate, I wasn't so desperate as to lose my mind and act recklessly. Besides, I wasn't a casual person. Didn't I just say it? I'm too tired raising a child by myself. I want to find a father for my child, and I thought you hadn't touched a woman for a long time, so I wanted to let you have a taste. Her eyes shifted, clearly lying. This solidified my determination to leave. Having been through so much, I never believed in pies falling from the sky. Forget it if you won't tell me. I'm leaving. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? Call the police? Say I molested you? I looked at her with a sneer. This woman was indeed not simple. Luckily, I was prepared. Yes. Aren't you afraid? Her expression suddenly turned cold. Her arms crossed over her chest, as if she had everything under control. Not afraid. I took a few steps back and pulled out my phone, which was already recording, and pressed play. The recording from earlier played. I have something to do. I'm leaving. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? You. Zhao Fei lunged to grab my phone, but I was quicker, pulling the coffee table between us. Then I quickly opened the door and fled. She was topless and definitely wouldn't dare chase after me. I ran downstairs, hopped on my e-bike, and quickly left this place of trouble. Damn, my previously recovered mood had become extremely dull again. I had no grudge against Zhao Fei. Why would she want to harm me? I couldn't understand it. When I entered her apartment, I noticed the security camera in Zhao Fei's living room. The reason I hadn't gotten into trouble during my time at Golden Splendor was because I had an unusual sensitivity to surveillance cameras. I always did bad things in places without cameras. If I couldn't avoid them, I would find a way to disable them before doing anything. If I hadn't held back just now, regardless of whether anything actually happened, as long as she called the police and they checked the surveillance footage, I would definitely be in trouble. If I had held back, she would have deleted the footage and reported me for molestation. A man going to a single mother's home, with a woman naked, no amount of explaining could clear that up. Thank goodness. There was a guy in our cell who was framed this way. He was sentenced to several years. While in prison, he kept appealing, but never succeeded. It was undeniably a vicious scheme. If I hadn't had the habit of checking for cameras, if I hadn't experienced that guy's story, I might have lost my head to lust today and been set up. I considered all the possibilities. I hadn't had any contact with Zhao Fei in years, so there definitely wasn't any bad blood between us, unless she needed money and wanted to extort me. But I had already told her I was broke. What use would extorting me be? So, it must have been revenge for someone else. I didn't know her husband, so there was no possibility of a feud. Baldy was the most likely. I heard Baldy had a good relationship with Wang Lidong before, so he must have known Zhao Fei. But Baldy had already beaten me up, so his revenge was taken. Why would he use this method to mess with me? Was he afraid I would retaliate after I got back on my feet? Or was it Scrap King's brother-in-law, Xiao Lu? His men were beaten up by me that day. Although they calmed down under the threat of Fatty's cleaver, young people were impulsive. It was entirely possible that he'd come up with a dirty trick to set me up. No, I had to figure this out soon, otherwise if it happened again, I wasn't sure I could avoid it. I went home and found the jacket I wore the day I drank. There was a piece of paper inside, a phone number given to me by Scrap King's wife, Jinlian. After much hesitation, I dialed it. A harsh voice, Jinlian the fat woman's, came from the other end. Hello. Who is this? It's me, Sui, I said emotionlessly. I didn't have much experience dealing with young girls like Zhangzi Xuan, but I was an expert at dealing with older sisters. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been favored by so many rich older sisters and retired princesses. Fat Jinlian looked to be in her 30s, the age when a woman's desires are unfulfilled. I knew very well what she wanted and what methods to use to make her listen to me. Although the methods might be despicable, they were effective. Fat Jinlian's voice softened immediately. "Oh, it's Brother Xiao Yi. You finally called me. If you hadn't called, I would have gone to your company to find you." A few minutes later, Fat Jillian's Audi stopped in front of my house. She was so excited to see me that she personally got out of the car to open the door for me. And while I was getting in, she even touched my butt. "Damn it, Brother Xiao Yi, where do you want to go? A hotel or—" After we both got in the car, she eagerly asked for my opinion, her fat hand reaching out tentatively. Her salivating look made me want to vomit, but at this moment, I had to rely on her. Sigh. I pretended to sigh deeply and took the opportunity to hold her hand. "I'm not in the mood for that lately. I almost got killed." Her expression froze, and she feigned concern. "What happened? Who dares to bully my precious brother-y?" Precious brother-y? I really wanted to get angry, but remembering that I needed her help, I held back. I told Fat Jinlian about my recent encounters, deliberately omitting the part about Zhang Zixuan. When I talked about getting hit with a bottle for Urgu, Fat Jinlian showed an admiring expression, her eyes full of little stars. I told her about what happened after I was discharged from the hospital. Hearing that I had been fired, she laughed. "Losing a delivery job is no big deal. Come work for me, I'll double your salary. How about it?" Her hand started rubbing the back of my hand. I didn't stop her this time because the next part was the key and also my ultimate goal for today. I told her about what happened after I met Zhao Fei, about how she almost set me up. "Someone set a trap for you." Fat Jinlian was also smart, hitting the nail on the head. "Yes, I'm not the brother I used to be. I can't handle anyone. I called you today to say goodbye. We had quite a connection." Hearing that I was saying goodbye, Fat Jinlian panicked. "Don't. We just met. Haven't even—" She probably wanted to say, "haven't even slept together," but she still wanted to save face, so she held back. "Could it be your brother?" "Impossible. He's been in the South recently on business. He doesn't have time for this. Besides, I know my brother. He can fight people, but he can't and wouldn't do something like this behind someone's back." Oh, that ruled out one possibility. Could it really be Baldy? "Brother Xiao Yi, I have a way to handle this. But after it's done, you have to promise me one thing." Chapter 17. What conditions? Let's sleep together. Although I was mentally prepared, her bluntness still made me a little uncomfortable. "I treat you as a friend, but you want to sleep with me? Forget it." I pretended to be angry and turned to leave. Whether she would stop me or not, I couldn't sell my body. It's definitely not because she's not attractive. Wait. She quickly locked the car door. "You." She was a bit annoyed. "Do you think I'm fat? Are you ashamed to sleep with me? Or do you think I'm too easy, not worthy of you? Isn't that the case?" A huge question mark flashed through my mind. She snorted. "Don't look at me now. Fat and unattractive. When I was young, I was very beautiful. Let me find you a picture of me." Now my interest was piqued. Years ago, I had eaten with the ragman a few times. He was a handsome, burly man from Shandong. With his qualifications, he could find any kind of woman he wanted. So why did he marry such a fat, flirtatious, and vulgar woman? The fat woman flipped through her phone's photo album for a long time, finally finding a photo from a few years ago and holding it up to me. "Look, wasn't your sister pretty when she was young?" The girl in the photo was wearing a black dress with a well-proportioned figure and looked a bit like Zhang Yuqi in CJ7. "Really beautiful." I nodded, sincerely praising her. Looking up at the woman in front of me, 150 to 160 pounds, with a face full of fat, I couldn't see any trace of the girl in the photo. My mind was full of question marks. "Humph, you still look down on me?" When I was young, the people chasing me could line up from Qian County to Quanqing Square. That's not what I meant. I'm not that kind of person. After seeing the photo, she didn't seem so disgusting anymore, and my voice softened. "Forget it, I won't make it difficult for you. I'm not that kind of desperate woman. I've only slept with 19 men in my life. Unlike other women who are unfaithful and hook up every day. Damn, 19 men, and only." I didn't know how to describe my feelings, and I didn't know what the ragman was thinking. "I'll help you figure this out, but you have to give me some kind of benefit, right?" "What benefit?" I suspected she was going to molest me, but she shook her head. "I haven't thought about it yet. Why don't you say it yourself?" I thought for a long time and said, "Except for sleeping with you or doing something illegal, I promise to do one thing for you, no matter what. How about that?" Brother Yi's promise. "Okay, deal." Fatty Jinlian hesitated for a moment, then readily agreed. "Little brother Yi, Do you know why I'm interested in you? Why I want to sleep with you? Huh? Why? With her financial resources, finding a few young studs in Chien County wasn't really a problem. Because, out of the 5 little dragons, you're the only one I haven't slept with. I want to collect them all. I was stunned. Those 3 guys, each one so serious, were also bedded. What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? The ragman's hat is very secure, not simple at all. Okay, I'll go back and prepare now. Wait for my news tomorrow. I'll definitely make that bad woman look good. Before I could recover from the shock, Fatty Jeanlian let me out of the car and drove off in her Audi. Finally, the next day arrived. Early in the morning, Fatty Jeanlian sent me a WeChat message. Everything's ready. If you want to watch a good show, go to the Longxiang real estate sales office. This is my business. I have to go. I got dressed, rode my electric scooter to a street not far from the Longxiang real estate sales office. Parked the scooter in a hidden corner, making sure no one could see me, but I could still see the open space in front of the Longxiang sales office. Because Fatty Jeanlian said, this open space would be the main battlefield. Not long after, Zhao Fei's seductive figure appeared in the distance. She didn't look happy, her face full of worry. Just as she reached about 10 meters from the sales office, a group of old women suddenly appeared from nowhere and rushed towards Zhao Fei. The group shouted as they charged, "Beat that mistress to death." What the F asterisk CK? I suddenly understood what Fatty Jeanlian meant by a good show. Each of the old women was no less physically imposing than Fatty Jeanlian. After rushing to Zhao Fei, without giving her a chance to speak, some pulled her hair, some pulled her clothes, and some pulled her pants. In less than a minute, Zhao Fei was stripped down to only her underwear. Unfortunately, the group of old women blocked my view, and I could only see glimpses of her through the gaps. A woman with red hair, acting as the victim, cried to the onlookers about how the mistress had ruined her family, while slapping Zhao Fei's face nonstop, yelling, "Serves you right for being a mistress. Serves you right for being a mistress." Her acting was so superb that I was amazed. If Fatty Jeanlian hadn't warned me in advance, I would have really thought that Zhao Fei had seduced the red-haired woman's husband. With this kind of thing, the onlookers didn't dare to intervene, only watching the show. Someone spoke up, but was immediately scolded back by the group of old women. The person instantly fell silent, fearing they would be the next one torn apart. The group beat Zhao Fei for a good 4 or 5 minutes. In the end, Zhao Fei was completely stripped naked, looking extremely pathetic. Suddenly someone shouted, "The police are coming!" Upon hearing this, the group of women dispersed in an orderly fashion. 7 or 8 of them scattered in different directions, blending into the crowd, making them difficult to distinguish. I noticed they got into different cars and disappeared in a matter of seconds. On the vast open space, there was only a woman sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, her hair disheveled, her pale body covered in footprints. She cried and looked around, helpless and at a loss. When those women ran away, they didn't forget to take her clothes. She was probably trying to find where her clothes were. Although I felt a sense of revenge, thinking of the little Jasmine I had met yesterday, I couldn't bear it. As I rode my electric scooter past her, I threw down my windbreaker. Before I got home, Fatty Jeanlian called, "Little brother E, how was it? You did a good job," I praised. Dealing with a woman like Zhao Fei, who was willing to go to such lengths, it really wasn't convenient for a man to intervene. Hee. I also asked about your thing, but she refused to say who it was, and said she wanted to talk to you again. She didn't say who it was? Now it was my turn to be surprised. Right, she refused to say. Hearing Fatty Jeanlian's answer, I calmed down a lot. Since Zhao Fei agreed to talk to me, she must have something to tell me. I believe that after this lesson, she would at least know that I wasn't someone to be trifled with. Jeanlian, thank you. I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, feel free to ask me. Hee. I've been waiting for you to say that. I remembered the red-haired woman with the superb acting skills and asked, "Where did you find that red-haired actress? She acted so realistically." Ah, who said she was an actress? She's an old classmate of mine. She was really cheated on by Zhao Fei. Otherwise, how would she dare to hit someone on the street? This way, even if the police find her, she's justified. After hanging up with Fatty Jeanlian, I did indeed receive a WeChat message from Zhao Fei. She only sent a few pictures. After opening them, I found they were Xiao Jasmine's medical records. Congenital heart disease. Although I didn't know much about this kind of disease, I knew that if it needed to be cured, the surgery would definitely be expensive. Zhao Fei sent another message. If someone can help me raise the surgery fee for my daughter, I don't mind doing anything. I suddenly understood. The reason why Zhao Fei, who had no grudge against me, would harm me was because that person provided the money for Xiao Jasmine's surgery. Zhao Fei was unwilling to expose that person because they must have had a confidentiality agreement related to the surgery fee. I knew she wouldn't tell me the truth, but I still tentatively asked, "Was it Baldy?" She replied with a. Then she said, "Don't try to trick me. I'll never tell you." Seeing her so resolute, I got a little angry, but thinking about how she had been humiliated today and still hadn't said anything, it seemed she really intended to keep this secret to herself, so I forcibly suppressed my anger. I replied, "For Xiao Jasmine's sake, don't mess with me again." After a long time, she replied, "Actually, I really wanted you to be Xiao Jasmine's stepfather." Chapter 18. I was in a daze, unable to tell if she was telling the truth. But remembering I'd just been scammed, I angrily cursed, "Like hell I'd believe you." She replied with a hee-hee. I was about to curse her out again when I realized she'd blocked me. Shit! I threw my phone on the bed in frustration. I felt both angry and amused. Angry because I'd been screwed over and didn't even know who was behind it. Although Baldy was the most likely suspect, I couldn't rule out those I'd offended 3 years ago. Amused because I was so weak that even someone like Zhao Fei could trick me. After I finished my last cigarette, it finally dawned on me. Nice guys finish last, and weak guys finish even further behind. If I wanted revenge on Baldy or whoever was behind this, there was only one way: to become stronger than them. When I was strong enough to crush them, I wouldn't be dwelling on such trivial matters. And after all this, I finally realized that working for someone else wouldn't make me strong. Because I believed what Boss G had said. In this small county town, working for others only made them rich and strong, while my own surplus value was gradually being squeezed and devalued. Thinking of this, I took out the small notebook Boss G had left me. It contained some of the quick money-making methods he had devised for me, along with the contact information of some of his acquaintances. When I was first released from prison, I always considered that I had no capital, so I couldn't do any of the businesses Boss G mentioned. But after carefully reviewing it, I realized that some of the money-making methods he taught me didn't require much capital. They were ridiculously simple. Could making money really be this easy? After much hesitation, I chose the first money-making method Boss G wrote down for me: the wallet business. Having delivered takeout for several months, I had a relatively comprehensive understanding of the county town. I had carefully observed every street and every night market, so I knew the wallet business had potential. I contacted a southerner through the contact information Boss G left me. He could get very cheap wallets, and the quality was not bad. I chose the styles and placed an order, spending all the 3,000 yuan I borrowed from Fatty Jinlian. According to Boss G, if I sold them the way he said, I could earn at least 6,000 or 7,000. Seeing is believing, so I had to try it out. This was my first time doing business seriously, and spending so much money made me a little nervous. For the next 2 days, I was busy scouting night market locations, preparing for the wallet business. Finally, one morning, I received a call from the logistics company saying my goods had arrived. Hundreds of exquisite wallet boxes filled the living room of my rented apartment. After breakfast, I rode my electric scooter to the night market information booth I had scouted. The night market stalls weren't fixed with a minimum weekly rent, so there was high turnover. I visited 3 night markets before finally renting a suitable location for 80 yuan a week, which emptied my pockets. If I couldn't sell the wallets today, I wouldn't even have dinner. Taking advantage of the daytime, I cleaned the rented stalls spotlessly and even cleaned up the garbage from the neighboring stalls. The sanitation in the small county town wasn't great, and places like the night market were often just given a cursory cleaning. It took me several hours just to clean up the garbage from these few stalls. In the afternoon, I brought the wallets over early. My electric scooter wasn't good for hauling cargo, so it took me 3 trips to transport over 300 wallets. The stall owners next to me were surprised when they arrived, as if they had never seen their stalls so clean. After learning that I had cleaned them, they were extremely polite. Brother Lee, who sold grilled sausages, gave me 2 sausages. Sister Zhang, who sold socks, gave me a pair of cotton socks. The working class people were so simple and kind, they always wanted to repay any kindness shown to them. Around 5 or 6 o'clock, people started arriving at the night market. I took out the secret weapon Boss G had told me to prepare, a broken loudspeaker borrowed from Ergo, and shamefully pressed the power button. Jiangnan Leather Factory has gone bankrupt. The owner, Huang, he ate, drank, whored, and gambled, and ran off with his sister-in-law. We have no choice but to take these wallets as payment for our wages. Wallets originally priced at over 300 yuan are now all 30 yuan. All 30 yuan. Huang He, you're not human. We worked hard for you for more than half a year. You don't pay us our wages. Give us back our hard-earned money. Give us back our hard-earned money. Hearing the words from the loudspeaker, Brother Li and Sister Zhang were stunned for a few seconds, then burst out laughing, asking me if it was true. Being a first-time businessman, I wanted to crawl into a hole, but I could only admit it was true. Could this really work? It was so embarrassing. I later learned that this advertising slogan was already circulating in the big cities in the South, but in our small northern county town, it was the first time anyone had used it, so most people hadn't heard it before. This trick worked, and Annie, who was planning to buy a grilled sausage, heard the advertisement from my loudspeaker and came over to ask, were they really sold for over 300 originally? I remembered the advice from the pyramid scheme guy, telling me not to smile when lying, to be serious, so that the fake would become real. Yes, Annie, I'm doing this to get my wages back as quickly as possible. After saying this, I was nervously sweating. Okay, then give me a black one. I'll give it to my old man as a 60th birthday present and tell him it's worth 300. Just like that, I made a sale. Things were progressing beyond my expectations. I never thought my first customer would be so easy and straightforward. I was only stunned for a few seconds before quickly smiling. Annie, you have a great eye. Look at the material of this wallet, the packaging. You go to the trade building and see the same brand. They won't sell it to you for less than 280. But this wallet, you take it home, tell your husband the price. He'll definitely praise you for being thrifty. The Annie was flattered by my words and took out the money from her pocket to pay. After receiving the exquisite packaging box from me, the Annie left satisfied. Next, many people, after hearing my bizarre advertising slogan, started stopping to inquire about the price. Although many people were just asking, in a place like the night market, customer traffic meant sales. For a whole hour, my stall was crowded with people. The business was so booming that I couldn't keep up. To be honest, for the first time in my life, my hands were cramping from counting money. Over 300 wallets sold out in less than 2 hours. I didn't even react until the last customer left. They were all sold out. Wasn't this just picking up money from the ground? I held the thick stack of money in my hand, feeling a little unreal. After being released from prison, I worked hard delivering takeout for nearly 3 months to save over 3,000 yuan. But today, in less than an hour, I had sold 9,000 yuan worth of wallets. After deducting the 3,000 yuan cost, I made a net profit of 6,000, almost the same as Boss G's estimated earnings. In this small county town with housing prices of 4 or 5,000 and an average salary of 3 or 4,000, 6,000 yuan a day was a huge sum. Doing business could actually be this profitable. It almost shattered my worldview. No wonder Uncle Hu and Boss G always scolded me for being small-minded. Even the pyramid scheme master Yang thought I was hopeless. To these big brothers who had made a lot of money, were my previous money-making skills just child's play? I had originally prepared to sell these 300 wallets over a month, but the sudden boom in wallet sales tonight forced me to re-examine the knowledge Boss G had taught me. Boss G had said that this method could only be used for 10 days at most, and after 10 days, I would have to change my approach. 10 days wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Although I didn't understand Boss G's reasoning for the 10-day limit, I understood that speed was essential in business. There were many smart people in business, and I couldn't rule out the possibility that someone would quickly follow suit and sell the same things, perhaps even cheaper than me. The biggest bottleneck now was that my stocking speed was too slow. It took a full 10 days for the last batch to arrive, and if the next batch was delayed for another 10 days or half a month, the opportunity would be gone. I called Chunzi, Boss G's friend who sold me the wallets, and asked him how quickly he could deliver. Chunzi said frankly, "Brother, you ordered too little. I gave you a small allocation from other places for Boss G's sake. This is risky, and I earn less. Inspections have been stricter recently, so I can't operate like this anymore. I was quite embarrassed and quickly asked him how much I needed to order to ensure his safety and profit. At least 5,000. Less than 5,000, brother, and I can't talk business with you. 5,000 wallets would cost 50,000 yuan, and I currently had less than 10,000, a considerable gap. This business was like picking up money, and I definitely couldn't let it go. I asked Chunzi to give me a day to raise the money, and promised to transfer it to him tomorrow. After packing up the stall and returning home, I considered my potential lenders. Growing up, I was always reluctant to owe people favors. I remembered losing my weekly allowance in junior high. Not wanting to borrow money, I decided to live off the free soup in the cafeteria for a week. So, every mealtime, I would endure the strange looks from the aunties and scoop out the leftover vegetables and egg drop from the bottom of the free soup pot. Although it was tasteless, it got me through the week, and now, the sight of vegetable and egg drop soup makes me want to vomit. But during my 3 years in prison, the teachers changed my thinking. Borrowing money isn't shameful. Not paying it back is. If everyone repaid their debts on time, borrowing money would be a way to strengthen friendships and wouldn't be so taboo. So borrowing money was also a complex matter, borrowing not just money but also goodwill and social connections. After I was released from prison, I hadn't contacted my family. I only saw a few old classmates like Zhang Zixuan and a few old friends from the Golden Splendor. Zhang Zixuan and the others were immediately ruled out. Zhang Zixuan, the most likely to lend me money, was still owed nearly 20,000 yuan in medical expenses by me. After angering her the other day, we had only briefly chatted on WeChat, and I was too embarrassed to ask her for money again. Among the old-timers at Golden Splendor, Fatty Wong ran a barbecue restaurant and should have some money, but our relationship was a bit distant. Although he had praised me after drinking that day, I knew that our relationship wasn't close enough to borrow so much money. Those former hostesses might have saved some money for their new lives, but that money felt too hot to handle. The rest mostly had, like Ergu, found a job to make ends meet, probably without much money to spare. Who could I ask? Fatty Jinlian? No, I rejected the idea again. Fatty Jinlian might be lustful, but she wasn't stupid. Making her pay such a high price without letting her sleep with me wouldn't make sense. One by one, names were crossed off my list. Finally, Sister Ling's name flashed through my mind. Previously, Sister Ling was the person I had the best relationship with and who was the wealthiest, but she had disappeared. Wait, Chen Guanyu had mentioned that Sister Ling had left them a large sum of money. Perhaps I could borrow some of it. Since it was late, I waited until the next day. After dialing Chen Guanyu's number, I asked him directly how much money he had left. Chen Guanyu stammered, saying only 50 yuan. Didn't Sister Ling leave you a large sum of money? How is there only this much left? I was confused. Chapter 19. The money Aunt Ling left us. It's with my sister. She only gives me 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses, not a penny more. As for how much is left, I really don't know. Give me your sister's phone number. What do you want to do? Chen Guanyu became wary. I'm telling you, if you're thinking of hitting on my sister, no way. She's a beautiful student at a prestigious university. Screw you, I need some money for my business lately. I want to borrow a little from you, and I'll return it later. Borrow money. Okay, but after you borrow it, can you lend me some? His words revealed his guilt. I suddenly became curious. You know, Su Chongqing's living expenses in a big city like Quancheng are only 300 yuan a month. In our small town, 1,000 yuan a month is a very high standard that many students can't reach. How did Chen Guanyu manage to spend so much at the beginning of the month? What do you need the money for? I pretended to raise my voice and asked. Oh, nothing. Don't ask. I have something to do, gotta go. I'll text you my sister's number. Oh, and don't tell my sister I'm borrowing money. Chen Guanyu hurriedly hung up the phone. A few seconds later, a phone number was sent to my phone. Although I don't know what this kid did, it's definitely nothing good to blow through his living expenses so quickly. I'm wondering if I should take some time to visit his school after these few busy days, which can be considered as fulfilling my obligation to Sister Ling. I dialed the number Chen Guanyu sent me. A sweet, girlish voice with a childish lilt answered. Hello? Hello? Is this Chun Kiki? Yes, it's me. Are you Brother E? Huh. After only a couple of sentences, she actually knew who I was. The key is that we've never met, nor have we had any contact, which surprised me. How did you know it was me? Only Xiaoyu and Aunt Ling know this number. No one else has ever called it. Xiaoyu told me about you and Aunt Ling a few days ago. Xiaoyu is a child, and you have nothing to discuss with him. I knew you would call me sooner or later. This girl's voice was sweet, but her mind seemed very sharp. No wonder she could get into such a good university. I not only know you would call me, but I also know why. Hold on, don't tell me. Let me guess. If it was about Aunt Ling's news, you would have just told Xiaoyu directly, and he would have related to me, so there's no need to call. The second reason is that you saw me in the video last time and thought I was pretty and wanted to chase me, but it's not Valentine's Day now, so you don't have a good reason to chase me now. So that reason is out too. The third reason, do you know about the money Sister Ling left us? You must need money for something, and you thought of the money we have, so you want to borrow some? Am I right? My mind was full of question marks, and I felt the embarrassment of being seen through. It turns out that true academic geniuses have such meticulous logic and clear thinking, but are a bit chatty. Although embarrassed, I still admitted the reason for my call. What do you need it for? How much do you need? When do you need it? What's the interest rate? When can you pay it back? What if you don't pay it back? Hearing this series of questions, my head started to spin. I thought Zhao Fei was already a headache for me, but I didn't expect to encounter a bigger headache within a few days. I have no experience borrowing money, and I've never heard of having to pay interest when borrowing from friends. But I quickly calmed down. Chun Kiki is a bona fide finance student, so her concepts must be different from mine. When I was inside, I heard CEO G talk about something. Northerners generally don't charge interest when lending money to friends. It's purely a matter of personal favor. Southerners are accustomed to assessing a person's financial strength before lending money and will clearly state the interest rate when repaying, even between brothers. The money is easy to repay, but the favor is not. It's hard to say which way is right or wrong, but for business people, the Southern way is more suitable because profit often means higher efficiency. After thinking this through, I explained the wallet business to Chinkiki and answered all her questions one by one. Business, 40,000 yuan, needed today, an interest rate of 0.5% for 1 month. That means I can earn 600 yuan this month, which, along with some other money, will be enough for Xiaoyu's living expenses this month. She repeated my words, pondered for a while, and suddenly thought of another question. Wait, you haven't said what happens if you don't repay the money. If I don't repay it, I don't know what to do. Do you have any suggestions? To be honest, I hadn't thought about the possibility of not being able to repay, but anything can happen. What if I can't sell the goods in the next few days? CEO G's friend clearly stated no returns. The money must be repaid, and you can't owe me a single cent. If you're even a day late, you'll pay a 1% penalty. Do you agree? A daily interest rate of 1%, that's usury. This girl really knows how to make money. But at this point, I had to agree because I couldn't think of anyone else to borrow from. If you agree, write an IOU, sign it, and fingerprint it, then deliver it to Xiaoyu. After he confirms receipt, I'll transfer the money to you. What? I have to write an IOU? Of course, there has to be an IOU. This is the basis for my subsequent debt collection. What if you become a deadbeat and deny borrowing money from me? I thought about it, and it made sense. Without evidence, if I really ran away, she wouldn't be able to do anything to me. I wrote the IOU as she requested, added her on WeChat, and sent her a picture of the IOU for confirmation. She only replied with a few words, "Your handwriting is really ugly." My ugly handwriting is my eternal pain. It's not the first or second time I've been told this, and I've already developed immunity. I calmly asked, "So, is it okay then?" She sent a money-grubbing emoji and said, "Yes, hurry up and take it to Xiaoyu." I called Chen Guanyu, but no one answered. I estimated the time and figured he was probably in class, so I sent him a text message telling him to wait for me at the school gate after class. The vocational school Chen Guanyu attends is our county's vocational school. Students who fail the high school entrance exam for county high school know. 1 and no. 2 generally choose this school. The chaos in this school is second to none in the county. Fights are commonplace, and there have been several sensational cases of disability and death. One of the 5 little dragons, Chao Yidao, was once the boss of this school. He was expelled for insulting the principal. It's said that after he later became successful, he went back to the school to visit the principal. I don't know if it's true or not. After riding my electric scooter to the gate of the vocational school, I called Chun Guanyu again, but this time it was directly turned off. The flow of people on campus meant that the students had finished their last class. I waited patiently for a long time, but until the crowd dispersed, I didn't see Chun Guanyu. Connecting this to the fact that he had asked to borrow money from me earlier, this guy probably ran into trouble. While I was waiting, I had already become acquainted with the gatekeeper. At this point, I asked if I could go in and find my younger brother. The gatekeeper's face immediately changed. The school rules are very strict. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Didn't I tell you this just now? I was a little anxious, so I stuffed the whole pack of Zhonghua cigarettes into the gatekeeper's hands, hoping he could make an exception. The gatekeeper was a heavy smoker. He took my cigarettes and immediately stuffed them into his pocket, replying firmly, "It's just not possible. Sai, if it's not possible, why did you take my cigarettes?" I was so angry that I wanted to curse, but at this moment, I had to hold back and see what he would say next. The gatekeeper looked around and, seeing no one, whispered in my ear, "There's a place in the small woods behind the school. Those skipping class always go out from there. Why don't you go take a look? Maybe you'll run into your brother there." This meant he wanted me to climb over the wall, right? But he didn't say it explicitly, and I couldn't say it explicitly either. We exchanged knowing smiles, and I even thanked him. The school wasn't big. I rode my electric scooter and arrived behind the school in a few minutes. Sure enough, as the gatekeeper said, there was a poplar grove with a small path, clearly trodden by people. I followed the path to the wall and immediately understood why these students chose this place to skip class. A poplar tree had grown crookedly, leaning directly against the top of the wall, forming a ladder at about a 50-degree angle. Because the trunk was thick enough, it was much easier to climb up and down the wall. I don't know how long this old poplar tree has been in service, but it's been rubbed so smooth and shiny. I rubbed my hands and was about to climb up the poplar tree when a few kids suddenly appeared on the wall. "Holy crap, someone's here." "Where?" "Where?" "It's not a teacher." "What are you afraid of?" A yellow-haired kid didn't care and was the first to slide down the poplar tree. I quickly moved aside, afraid he would kick me. After the yellow-haired kid got down, he sized me up. "Dude, you're not a student, are you? What are you doing at our school?" Seeing his yellow hair, I wondered if he was also a hairdressing major, so I asked him if he knew Chun Guanyu. "Not in the same class, but I know him." "What's up? Are you his brother?" "Yes, I'm his brother." He didn't answer my phone. "Do you know what happened to him?" At this time, the three people on the wall also came down. Hearing me mention Chun Guanyu, they looked at each other. Finally, the chubby kid spoke. "Today in the restroom. He seemed to have been beaten." The yellow-haired kid slapped him. "You idiot, don't talk so much nonsense. Let's go, we'll miss out on the machines if we're late." I was already anxious, and this yellow-haired kid cursing me for no reason ignited my anger. This place has no surveillance cameras. It's a good place for me to show my skills. I kicked the yellow-haired kid from behind and snapped. "Kid, who are you cursing?" The yellow-haired kid probably didn't expect me to dare hit him and was stunned for a moment. "Get him!" Hearing the yellow-haired kid's order, the four of them pounced on me. I could take on four of these little brats when I was in school, let alone after all these years of fighting with so many villains. Because I was in a hurry, I chose the quickest way to knock these fools to the ground. I deliberately held back a bit against the chubby kid. Out of these people, he seemed to be the only one with some sense. I directly let the yellow-haired kid lie on the ground and convulse for a while. If I don't teach him a lesson today, there will be a bunch of people teaching him a lesson later in society, and they will be much harsher than me. The four were completely intimidated by me. The yellow-haired kid was in tears, constantly begging me for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. Where's your arrogance from just now? I'm not arrogant anymore. Woo. Big brother, I'll tell you whatever you ask. Then tell me about Chun Guanyu being beaten. Who beat him? Chapter 20. My eyes hardened. Chun Guanyu was practically family to Ling Jie, and I had to take care of him for her. The bleached blonde guy looked scared. Big bro. He's Chao Yidao's younger cousin, Chao Yang. Chao Yidao's cousin? I used to be pretty good with Chao Yidao. We drank together a lot before I went to prison. But even if he's his brother, I can't just let him beat up my brother. Why did he beat him up? We really don't know. The four punks shook their heads without hesitation. It seemed they really didn't know. Take me to Chun Guanyu. Now all four of them looked troubled. The chubby guy said, Big bro, we really don't dare. That's Chao Yang. He calls the shots here. If he knew we ratted him out, we'd be screwed. That's true. Back in school, I hated snitches the most. I still don't know which bastard ratted me out and got me expelled. What are your names? The blonde guy hesitated, then said, I'm Chin Dongshi. The chubby guy said his name was Wang Long. The other two were Luo Yu and Jiang Hua. I didn't give them a hard time. I got Chun Guanyu's dorm location and borrowed a school uniform from them, then climbed over the wall alone. Following their directions, I found the dorm area. With the uniform on, I got through the dorm building's entrance without a problem. I found room 302, pushed the door open, and went inside. The room was filled with smoke. 3 guys were huddled on the balcony smoking. I recognized the purple-haired one in the middle immediately. It was Chun Guanyu. The other guys asked who I was looking for. I ignored them and went straight to Chun Guanyu, putting out all their cigarettes. Fuck! They were about to curse when Chun Guanyu saw it was me and quickly stopped the other two. Igo, what are you doing here? He said, subtly pulling his jacket to cover the bruise on his neck. I told the other 2 guys to leave, closed the balcony door, pulled open Chun Guanyu's clothes, and checked him all over. Besides the bruise on his neck, he seemed fine. I breathed a sigh of relief. I heard you got beat up. What happened? How did you know? Chun Guanyu asked, surprised. Don't worry about that. Didn't you see my message? I waited for you at the school gate for ages. Chun Guanyu's face darkened. What's wrong? Chun Guanyu said, my phone broke. I didn't see it. It seemed his phone had broken when he got beat up. Take me to him. Who? Chao Yang. Chun Guanyu's jaw dropped. Igo, how do you know everything? Cut the crap. Take me to him. Let's settle this first. Chun Guanyu grabbed my arm. Igo, this thing. His expression turned strange. I suddenly realized something might be going on. Was it Chun Guanyu's fault? Seeing he wasn't about to confess, I took out my phone and dialed Chinkiki. Chun Guanyu saw the name on the screen and quickly hung up the call. You can't tell my sister. She's so busy with her studies. Don't worry her. What else can I do? You won't tell me what happened. He went silent again. Forget it. I'm telling your sister. This time he snatched my phone. Bro, I'll tell you. After hearing him out, I realized it was indeed Chun Guanyu's fault. It turned out Chao Liang had a cousin who had gotten together with Chun Guanyu and gotten pregnant. Now she needed an abortion, but Chun Guanyu didn't have enough money. It had already been 3 months, and her pregnancy was about to show. Chao Liang was furious when he found out and beat Chun Guanyu up, telling him to get the money within 3 days, including nutrition fees and emotional distress compensation, totaling 10,000 yuan. Bastard. I kicked Chun Guanyu. Not only did I understand why Chao Liang wanted to beat him up, I wanted to beat him up myself. An abortion at this age is so damaging to the body. But if she didn't have one, the girl's life would be ruined. This needed to be resolved quickly. I took out the IOU. Call your sister back and tell her I got the IOU. When the money arrives, take 10,000, no, 20,000 and give it to your girlfriend. You need to be there when she has the surgery. Buy her whatever she wants. You need to be a man and take responsibility. Got it? Chun Guanyu's eyes teared up. Bro, I know. I really do love Meow Meow. I won't mess around. This couldn't wait. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would get. I decided to help Chun Guanyu settle it today. I told Chun Guanyu to find his girlfriend, Meow Meow, and have them both take the day off. Then I called Pang Jinli in, and in exchange for a movie, asked her to drive over and pick them up. Chao Yang also heard about it from Meow Meow and rushed to the school gate with a few of his guys. When he saw me, he was surprised. You're Suiga? Seeing his face, I suddenly remembered who he was. I'd occasionally seen a little kid hanging around with Chow Dao when we were drinking. I hadn't realized he'd grown so tall. This kid stood up for his cousin and didn't go overboard with the beating. He was a decent guy. Plus, we'd met before, so I had a good impression of him. I put my arm around him and took him aside to apologize. Sui Gu, I didn't know Guanyu's brother was you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to hit him, he said with an embarrassed smile. He was quite polite. He deserved it. You should have hit him harder. I heard you're the boss around here. If Chun Guanyu does anything wrong at school, I'm counting on you to keep him in line. Sui Gu, Guanyu and I are actually buddies, otherwise I wouldn't have let my cousin date him. But this kid, if my uncle finds out, my cousin's legs will be broken. Small towns are traditional. If Meow Meow's situation got out, it would be all over Qian County. Don't worry, I'll handle it. What's your brother doing now? I have no idea. I haven't been in touch with him for a while. I patted Chao Liang's shoulder. This kid had good emotional intelligence, much better than that blockhead Chen Guanyu. No wonder he could become the boss in such a chaotic place. After chatting for a bit longer, Pang Jinlian's Audi arrived. I left my electric scooter with the gatekeeper and got in the car. There were too many acquaintances at the county hospital. Word would get out too easily. We needed to go to a big hospital in the provincial capital. After getting in the car, I took a closer look at the girl named Meow Meow. She had a ponytail, also dyed purple, and looked delicate. Judging by her demeanor, she seemed to come from a good family. Because she was wearing a large coat, I couldn't tell if she was showing. Chen Guanyu held Meow Meow's hand tightly, looking nervous. Meow Meow, on the other hand, was calmly reassuring him that everything would be all right. With others present, Pang Jinlian went back to her serious demeanor, like a proper driver, focusing on the road and not saying a single flirty word to me. Qian is only an hour's drive from Quancheng, so we arrived quickly. Downstairs at the hospital, I turned to Chen Guanyu and said, "What happens next is something you need to face as a man. I can't help you. You two go. I'll wait for good news." Chen Guanyu nodded firmly. His whole demeanor seemed to have changed. I hope he would truly grow up. After Chen Guanyu and Meow Meow left, I sincerely thanked Pang Jinlian. "It's nothing." She handed me a cigarette. I was her age when I had this surgery for the first time. I came to this very hospital. "You figured it out?" I wasn't sure at first, but when that boy got out of the car and you said that to him, I knew. They're lucky to have a brother like you. Back then, I stole money from my dad to take the bus here. I didn't dare tell him where I'd gone when I got back, and he beat me. Most people have a past they don't want to talk about, buried either in their hearts or in the dust. I believe that someone as beautiful as Pang Jinlian once wouldn't have become what she was now simply because of desire, just as I, who once dreamed of being a gangster, had become a jobless bum, equally helpless. We didn't speak after that, just smoked one cigarette after another. It wasn't until dusk that Chen Guanyu reappeared in front of the car. "Igo, it went smoothly, but she needs to stay in the hospital. Can you handle it on your own?" I asked seriously. Chen Guanyu hesitated, then nodded. "I can." Then he added, "I definitely can." His mother had died when he was young. His father was too busy with work to care for him, and his sister wasn't much older. He was used to getting everything he wanted and had developed a lot of bad habits. But he wasn't bad at heart. If possible, I hoped he wouldn't follow the same path I did. "Good. I believe in you." I got out of the car and gave him an encouraging hug. He burst into tears. "Iga, no one's ever cared about me like this." Thank you." After leaving the hospital, Pang Jinlian and I started the drive back. On the way, I started worrying about the merchandise. I'd borrowed 40,000 yuan, and with the 10,000 I had, it was exactly 50,000. Now, having spent 20,000, I barely had 30,000 left. Yesterday, I'd confidently told Chun Zi it wouldn't be a problem, but I hadn't expected today's events. Just as I was worrying, Chun Zi called. I answered and heard his displeasure. "Brother, I've been waiting for you all day. It's almost been 24 hours. I've held the goods for you, even pulling strings with a regular client. What's up with the money?" Because the phone's volume was loud in the enclosed car, Pang Jinlian heard and mouthed, "What goods?" I whispered that I'd tell her later. "Something came up, brother. Can I give you 30,000 first? Send me 30,000 worth of goods." Chun Zi immediately became anxious upon hearing this. "Are you kidding me? I've already paid for the goods. You're only paying a part? What am I supposed to do with the rest?" I was about to say something when Pang Jinlian slammed on the brakes, stopping the car on the side of the road. She snatched my phone. "Hey, how much is it total? Give me an account number. I'll transfer it to you." Who are you?" "I'm his wife. It's 50,000 yuan. He has the account number. Transfer it before 8 o'clock. If the money doesn't arrive by 8, don't bother contacting us again." Chun Zi's tone was laced with annoyance. After hanging up, Pang Jinlian, without waiting for my consent, found the text messages between me and Chun Zi and sent the account number to her own phone. "Jinlian, don't." I quickly tried to stop her. "It's 7:30 now. Are you sure you can find someone to borrow that much money from in half an hour?" I was stunned. I really couldn't. While I was in a daze, Pang Jinlian took out her iPhone and completed the transfer in a few taps. My feelings were complicated. The embarrassment of a man showing his weakness in front of a woman bruised my ego. Seeing my expression, Pang Jinlian went back to her usual mischievous grin. Ige, you owe me 2 favors now. Still not thinking about paying me back with your body. Chapter 21. No way. Although my words were firm, I felt a surge of goodwill towards this woman I'd met by chance. Humph. Jerk. She sulked and started ignoring me. Let me drive. You rest. Seeing her like this, I offered. After all, I owed her a huge favor. I'll return the money as soon as possible. 50,000 yuan wasn't a small sum in our small county town. Hearing this, her slightly softened expression immediately hardened again. The money will definitely be returned. You don't need to drive. She then slammed on the accelerator, nearly throwing me from my seat. Back in the county town, Fat Jinlian rejected my offer to accompany her to a movie that night. After dropping me off at the vocational school to pick up my electric scooter, she sped off in a huff. That woman! I couldn't help but shake my head. Back home, I received the tracking number from Chunzi. My goods would arrive the next afternoon. I started planning for the next day's sales. Mr. G said this product only had a 10-day window of opportunity. I'd already wasted 2 days and needed to push the remaining stock within a week. But individual power was limited. I'd sold 300 pieces in 2 hours that day, mostly within the first hour. The night market's peak traffic was only for a short period after dinner. I estimated I could sell 500 pieces at most in one evening. 5,000 pieces would take at least 10 days to sell out. What to do? As I pondered, I suddenly had a flash of inspiration and slapped my forehead. Why did I have to wait until evening to sell? I could sell from day to night. We're in the county town with the most people. There were only a few places, the bus and train stations, although there were many vendors there during the day. Then there was the EU Alley, a place selling cheap clothes, a shopping mecca for the county's residents. And then there were the various markets in the county and towns. The small market on the 1st and 15th of the lunar month. The day after tomorrow happened to be the 15th, market day. The people who went to the market were mostly from the surrounding townships, not the same crowd as the night market shoppers. It would definitely have the effect of a first-time stall. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. I took out a pen and paper and listed the places I would set up my stall in the next few days. I'd already surveyed where the crowds were in the county and at what times. Writing it down was to make my thinking clearer. Roughly calculating, I could sell at least 1,500 pieces a day. With good luck, 2,000 wouldn't be a problem. But a new problem arose. Transporting goods with my electric scooter was too slow. I needed a new means of transportation. The rural market was more than 10 kilometers from the county town, and making multiple trips was impractical. I calculated the money I had. Because Fat Jinlian had paid the entire 50,000 for the goods, the 30,000 I had was still in my card. I figured I could buy a used Wuling Hongguang in decent condition. Action was needed. I immediately called Ergu to ask about the situation. I'd heard him mention that he had a classmate who sold used cars. Ergu was surprised. Brother E, who's buying a car? Me. Where did you get the money? Borrowed it. Ergu didn't ask further, saying he'd call and inquire for me. A few minutes later, Ergu called back. Brother E, there's actually a suitable one. He's asking 32,000, but I got it down to 30,000 for you. At a critical moment, it was still your own people who were reliable. Ergu and I didn't have much formality. I told him to come find me now. I had something to tell him. After 20 or 30 minutes, Ergu arrived, carrying a bottle of baijiu, a bag of braised meat, and a bag of peanuts. He was unusually excited as soon as he entered the door. Brother, are you going to take down Baldy? Are you buying a car to run him over? I can drive, I'll do it. This silly boy. I kicked him, pretending to be angry. If you say such thoughtless things again, don't follow me, go back to the countryside and farm. Ergu was startled and quickly changed his tune, saying he was just joking. I started telling him about what I had been doing these past few days. When he heard how much money I could make selling a cheap wallet, his jaw dropped. My God, how can you make so much? No wonder business people are rich. This is faster than robbing a bank. Brother, I'll quit my job and work with you. No. I immediately refused his request. This isn't a long-term plan. It might stop selling completely in a few days. And the reason I'm making quick money selling wallets isn't to get rich, but to save enough money for revenge. Ergu's eyes lit up. Brother, are you talking about Baldy? You said last time that you needed a lot of money to get revenge on him. What's the plan? I can't tell you yet. I didn't call you here to talk about this. Take a day off the day after tomorrow and come with me to the Luqiao market. It's too chaotic there, and I'm afraid something might happen. Okay, he readily agreed. But I could see he was still a little disappointed, so I patted his shoulder and asked, "Do you feel wrong that I have a way to make money but I'm not taking you along?" If it were someone else, they might politely say no, but Erga nodded directly. Brother E, I really don't understand. You can make a month's worth of my salary in a day. Even if it's not long-term, it's much better than delivering takeout. Why not let me join? What's going on with you and Xiaotsue? Hearing me mention Xiaotsue, Ergo instantly relaxed, grinning. Just hugged, kissed a little. Who the hell told you to say that? I'm asking about engagement and such. Has there been any progress? We talked about it, planning to go to her house for the engagement during Spring Festival. How much is the betrothal gift? Mentioning the betrothal gift, Erga's face fell. 88,000, it's killing me. Including your year-end bonus. How much can you come up with in total? I guess maybe 30 or 40,000. 88,000 was just the betrothal gift. Adding in the 3 golds and other things, it wouldn't be less than 100,000, let alone buying a house and a car. For ordinary young people in the county, it wasn't an exaggeration to say they would sell everything they had to get married. I'll cover the difference for your betrothal gift, and I'll buy you a car too. After you get married, quit your job and come work with me. No need, brother. You can't even take care of yourself. But why do I have to wait until after I'm married? The manager is a good guy. He must have made some promises to the headquarters leadership to keep you. If you leave now, his work will definitely be affected, and your relationship with Xiaotsue will probably change too. I can't support you two now, but in a month or two, after I deal with Baldy, I should have a stable way to make money. By then, your relationship with Xiaotsue will be stable too. If you're willing to work with me, you can come over anytime. Even if the manager gets fired because of you, as your brother-in-law, I'll help him out. Do you understand? Brothery, are you saying? Trick Xiaotsue into marrying me first. I couldn't help but laugh. How can that be called tricking her? Don't you like her? I do. I really like her. If you like her, marry her. After you're married, think carefully about what you want to do, and I'll support you. Okay, I'll listen to you. We drank until 1 in the morning. Because I was thinking about picking up the car the next day, I deliberately didn't drink too much. Erga drank about 70 or 80% of the gin of Baijiu. Early the next morning, I woke up the sleeping Ergu, and we splurged on a taxi to the used car market where his classmate worked. I'd driven many luxury cars. Ling Jie's car was a brand new Maserati. Many clients at Jean by Hui Huang were also rich and powerful. Sometimes I had the chance to drive their luxury cars when I dropped them off. But I'd never own a car myself. I'd fantasized countless times about what my first car would be like. I thought it would be a BMW or Mercedes at worst, but I never imagined it would be a used Wuling Hongguang. But after everything I'd been through, I didn't have any of those pretentious sentiments. Instead, I touched the steering wheel lovingly, filled with joy. I wanted to shout out loud, "I Sui, have a car too?" In the afternoon, the 5,000 wallets I'd been waiting for finally arrived. I removed all the back seats of the Wuling, but it could only hold a little over 2,000. The rest of the goods filled my small rented room, leaving almost no space to stand. While there was still time, I drove to the square in front of the train station. The square was full of vendors selling books, DVDs, snacks, socks. I finally found a spot next to a man selling DVDs. After cleaning the area and setting up my goods, I greeted the DVD seller and once again shamelessly pulled out my speaker. Jiangnan Leather Factory has gone bankrupt. Boss Huang He, after eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, ran off with his sister-in-law. Yo-ho! The sound from the speaker immediately caught the attention of the DVD seller. Little brother, you're pretty good, huh? What? My heart skipped a beat. Had this DVD seller seen the world? Unexpectedly, the DVD seller laughed. Your advertising slogan is much fresher than old Chen's. He pointed into the distance. A middle-aged man in a hat was glaring at me angrily, as if questioning why I was also selling wallets. I vaguely heard his speaker playing the more common slogan, all for 39, all for 39. His stall was deserted, and I hadn't seen him sell a single one. But I had sold nearly 30 in less than half an hour. While the efficiency wasn't as good as the bustling night market, the sales were still amazing. Seeing the thick wad of cash in my hand, the DVD seller's eyes changed. He pulled out a pack of Hongdae cigarettes and offered me one. "Brother, you made a lot of money this afternoon. Teach me how to do it, will you?" Logically, since our stalls were next to each other, many of my customers also became potential customers for the DVD seller. But after glancing at his DVDs, they walked away disappointed. None of my nearly 30 customers bought anything from him. The DVD seller's name was Zhang Baxi. He was a bit of a natural at making friends. When I had a lot of customers earlier, he had been helping me out, and at least 10% of my 30 sales were thanks to him. One doesn't hit a smiling face. While there were no customers at my stall, I started analyzing the reason for him. "Brother Baxi, did you hear why those people who were looking at your DVDs didn't buy any?" Chapter 22. "Heard you. You want that kind of disc, but things are strict now. Who dares to sell that? Censored Hong Kong and Korean Category 3 films are already my limit. People who come to buy discs are looking for porn. You don't have any, so your business model is wrong. It's not like a few years ago, when the only way to watch movies at home was with VCDs. Now that mobile phones and computers are so common, what movie can't you find online? Why waste money buying a pirated disc?" Jean Ba, she slapped his thigh after hearing my words. "You're right. Why didn't I think of that?" Actually, CEO G had told me many similar cases. Whether it's individuals doing business or companies making deals, there's always an early bonus period that clouds judgment, making people think they can make money now the same way they did before. On the other hand, it's also because they're lazy to change, afraid to move, and as a result, their business gets worse and worse, and they don't even know how they're losing money. I advised Zhang Ba to give up selling discs as soon as possible. It's a product destined to be eliminated by technological development. There's no point in persisting. I've been selling discs for almost 10 years. If I don't sell discs, what else can I do? Should I also sell wallets? Zhang Ba, she glanced at my stall, his eyes filled with unconcealed eagerness. I understood what he meant, but I'm not a saint. I'd only known him for less than an hour and knew nothing about him. I couldn't just teach him my money-making method. I didn't make any promises. Instead, I told him, this stock of mine is actually from debt repayment. Once I sell these out, I won't have any more. I might do something else in a while. If I still have stock then, I'll transfer it to you at a low price, and you can try it out. Zhang Ba, she was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly in agreement. He then started to help me attract customers even more enthusiastically, as if it were his own business. After setting up a stall at the train station all afternoon, I drove to the night market and set up for a few more hours. When I got home that night and calculated, I had surprisingly sold 820 wallets, with sales of 25,000 yuan and a net profit of over 16,000 yuan. It was almost as much as I earned in half a year delivering food. But I knew that tomorrow would be the biggest challenge. The Luqiao Grand Market wasn't just a simple gathering. It was also the county's largest temple fair combined with the county's busiest market. The customer flow was several times larger than the night market, but because it was located in a lower township, it was quite chaotic. Lost items and arguments were common, and there had even been several cases of deaths caused by gang fights. I wasn't afraid of fighting. The reason I called Ergo tomorrow was because I was worried about accidents and people fishing in troubled waters to steal my goods. Before dawn the next day, I filled the back of my Wuling van with goods, picked up Ergo, and headed to the Luqiao Grand Market. Many young people these days don't have much of a concept of going to a market. Let me briefly explain. Unlike regular street stalls, in addition to many professional vendors, the market also has many farmers from surrounding villages who bring their fresh fruits and vegetables to sell, or sell their own poultry, self-woven bamboo baskets, and so on. In short, you can buy almost all the agricultural products from the surrounding countryside at the market, and they're good quality and cheap, ridiculously cheaper compared to the same things in supermarkets. Ergo and I arrived relatively late. Some uncles and aunts from neighboring villages seemed to have been there since last night, their stalls already set up, occupying the better spots in the market. Ergo and I found a barely decent spot and set up our stall. Considering the noise at the market, I didn't use Ergo's small speaker, but bought a pair of large speakers overnight. Their sound penetration was exceptionally noticeable even in this bustling market. After a few days of business, I was able to play the advertisements from the speakers without shame. Sure enough, the simple-minded uncles and aunts, hearing the sound from my speakers, all grinned from ear to ear. At 7 o'clock, People started to arrive at the market. Unsurprisingly, with the advertisements and the exquisite packaging, my wallets sold quickly. Even the uncle selling vegetables couldn't resist buying one, but I didn't feel right taking his money, so I took a bunch of celery from him instead. Seeing this, the aunt selling radishes also brought out a basket of radishes and exchanged them for a wallet for her son. Just as I was busy as a bee, a familiar female voice suddenly said in surprise, "Sue, is that really you?" I looked up and saw Zhang Zixian in athletic attire. Although she was dressed inconspicuously, her beautiful appearance was still a striking presence in this grand market. After the hospital incident, Zhang Zixian and I had only chatted a few times on WeChat. Because I kept mentioning paying her back, she was very angry with me on WeChat, so I hadn't seen her again these days. I didn't expect to run into her at the market today. With her status, shouldn't she only go to large shopping malls and supermarkets? Why would she come all the way to the Luqiao market? She seemed to see my confusion and pointed to a white-haired old man squeezed in front of a steamed bun stall not far away. I came with my grandfather. He's from Luqiao. He insisted on having beef buns from the Luqiao Grand Market today, so I drove him here. She immediately asked, "Why aren't you delivering food anymore? You started setting up a stall?" I awkwardly explained how I had been fired for identity fraud, saying that I was earning a decent amount setting up a stall now, and for someone like me, any job that makes money is a good job. "You can't talk about yourself like that." Zhang Zixian suddenly looked angry. "You're only 26. Many people are just graduating from college at this age. Everyone starts from 26. No one is inherently better than anyone else." Just as I was about to retort, Ergo suddenly exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, why are you here too?" He had been busy and hadn't noticed that it was Zhang Zixian I was talking to. "Please don't call me that." She glanced at her grandfather in the distance, afraid he might hear. "Were you fired too?" "No way. I'm a top delivery rider in Qian County. Who dares to fire me? I'm here today to help Brother E. It's a good thing I came. Look how busy the business is. He really couldn't handle it alone. Are you buying or not? If not, please move aside. Boss, quickly give me one." Zhang Zixian was pushed aside by the customers in front of the stall. She smiled and said, "Then you guys go ahead and get busy. If you're done by noon, we can have lunch together." I agreed. The market was scheduled to close at 1, but it usually emptied out by 12. We would definitely have time for lunch. It had been many days since we last saw each other, and honestly, I missed her. After a while, the radish-selling aunt suddenly walked to my stall, her face full of anxiety. "Young man, something happened." "What's wrong, Annie?" I wasn't familiar with the aunt, so why was she looking for me? The aunt pointed to a spot a few dozen meters away from our stall. Zhang Zixian was being dragged by the arm by a group of people, while Zhang Zixian was saying something indignantly. "Damn it! Ergo, watch the stall." I jumped off the stall and ran toward Zhang Zixian. When I got to her, regardless if it was right or wrong, I punched the bald man who was grabbing her arm in the stomach. The man instantly fell to the ground, groaning in pain, thinking that I hadn't even touched Zhang Zixian's arm myself. I wanted to chop his hand off. I pulled Zhang Zixian behind me, shielding her, and asked, "What happened?" Zhang Zixian said angrily, "Just now, I was stopped in front of this stall. They insisted I look at their Qing dynasty porcelain vase. When they handed it to me, they deliberately let go, and the vase broke. Now they're demanding I pay them 10,000 yuan. This guy even bruised my arm." This was a typical scam. I had seen many people go to prison for this kind of thing. "Why did you hit him? What's wrong with you? He broke something and then hit someone. Is there any justice?" There were 6 of them, 2 women and 4 men. The bald man seemed to be the most capable fighter, and he was taken out by my one punch. The other 5 were somewhat apprehensive and didn't dare to directly attack, so they could only rely on words to incite the surrounding crowd. But the onlookers weren't stupid. They all watched with relish, some even cracking sunflower seeds, and wouldn't bother to interfere. I knew in my heart that if it came to force, these 2 women and 4 men wouldn't last a minute against me, but fighting wouldn't solve the problem. These people could still potentially scam other people. I said coldly, "Your scam is too clumsy. Unfortunately, you've messed with the wrong person." I whispered a few words to Zhang Zixian. After listening, she said, "Be careful," and ran off. The bald man had already gotten up from the ground. Hearing me call them scammers, his face changed drastically, and he said viciously, "Mother asterisk her, get him." As I said, with my current skills, these punks were nothing. I waited for them to make the first move before retaliating, swiftly knocking the 4 men to the ground. I didn't go easy on the 2 women either, giving each of them a slap, making them too scared to even curse. One of the women suddenly squatted on the ground, waving her hands up and down, pretending to cry, "There's no justice. He broke our things and hit us. This matter won't be settled without 100,000 or 80,000 yuan." Seeing me hit people, the onlookers became a little restless. After all, they hadn't figured out what was going on, but hitting people was always wrong. A few uncles and aunts started to criticize me, saying things like young people not learning to be good and being too aggressive. Excuse me, what's going on?" At this moment, several security officers, led by Zhang Zixian, squeezed into the crowd. Seeing the groaning people lying all over the ground, they looked at me with unfriendly eyes. "Did you hit them?" I nodded. "Yes, I did." Zhang Zixian came close to me, patted me up and down, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." My heart warmed. "Why did you hit them?" The security officers probably knew that these people weren't good people, so their tone towards me was quite good. "They're scammers. They tried to scam my friend just now, and they were going to gang up on me. I had no choice but to defend myself." "Is that so?" The security officers looked at the surrounding crowd, who responded, "It's true. These people were planning to beat up this young man together." The bald man protested, "No, it was clearly him. No, we're not scammers." The other 5 also echoed his words. The security officer looked at me, indicating that I should prove it. I picked up the fragments from the ground and asked the bald man, "You said this vase was from the Qing dynasty. Which year the Qing dynasty?" Chapter 23. The bald man froze, probably not expecting such detailed questioning at the market. He argued, "How would I know which year it's from? I had it appraised by an expert, and they said it's definitely from the Qing dynasty." I carefully examined the fragments. Professor Wang had taught me some antique appraisal skills, but without actual objects back then, theoretical knowledge alone is useless. You need hands-on experience. Although I couldn't tell if these fragments were real or fake, I knew they were definitely fake. Who would be foolish enough to bring valuable and fragile antiques to a rural market to sell? That would be insane. The glaze is so even. It must be potassium permanganate and brown sugar mixed, and applied to a new porcelain bottle, and repeatedly applied at that. The aging technique is very clumsy. Anyone who knows a little about antiques can see it. Actually, I was bluffing. I couldn't tell at all. I was gambling that they didn't know either. Sure enough, the bald man and his group's faces changed drastically upon hearing my words. They hurriedly said they had also been cheated and suggested letting the matter drop since the fake porcelain bottle was already broken. I winked at the security officer. He understood and said, "No way. Who knows if you're telling the truth? We've had reports of people being scammed by fake antique dealers. Is that you? Come back with us for an investigation. If there are no problems, you can go." "No, it's not us. We're here for the first time." These shady characters are most afraid of the police, especially since they weren't clean. It would be difficult for them to escape unscathed once taken in. Hearing that they were going to the police station, the woman who had been squatting on the ground couldn't take it anymore and tried to run, but the crowd around her stopped her. Now, not just me and the security officer, but everyone could see that something was wrong with this group. Why run and be so nervous if there's nothing to hide? All 6 of the bald man's group were handcuffed. Zhang Zixuan and I also went to the police station to give a brief statement. After leaving the police station, Zhang Zixuan finally sighed in relief and patted her chest. "It's finally over. I was so angry when they said I broke it. How can there be such bad people in the world? Their scam is common, especially in less developed areas. These bastards like to bully ordinary people. We can't just let them off the hook by paying them off. They'll just scam more people." Zhang Zixuan looked at me. "You're so handsome, so righteous. Praised by the goddess." I blushed. "Just average. When are you finished? Let's find a place for lunch later." I checked my watch. It was almost noon, and there probably weren't many people left. I said I'd go back and get Ergo. It would be quick. Sure enough, when I returned to the stall, there were no customers left, and only a small stack of wallets remained on our shelves. Roughly estimated, We had sold over 1,000 this morning. Ergu was engrossed in counting the money and didn't notice Zhang Zishuan and me. Zhang Zishuan jokingly snatched the money from Ergu. Ergu was so angry he cursed, but his expression changed instantly when he saw it was Zhang Zishuan. Sister-in-law is back? I'm done counting. How much did we sell? Zhang Zishuan asked, holding a thick wad of cash. We sold 1,390, minus the elderly folks' vegetables and such, a total of 41,550. Although I was mentally prepared, I was still stunned by the amount. Zhang Zishuan was also shocked and looked at me. So much. How much profit did you make? I lowered my voice and said the profit margin was probably more than half. Zhang Zishuan was dumbfounded, and her adorable expression boosted my vanity. Finally, she said angrily, "Humph, you profiteer. You're treating today." Absolutely. After packing up, Zhang Zishuan dragged her reluctant grandfather away from a chess stall, and we found an authentic luqiao restaurant. After we sat down, the old man looked at Ergu and me, then at the slightly blushing Zhang Zishuan, and said nothing. On the way, we had told Ergu not to call her sister-in-law to avoid misunderstanding. Zhang Zishuan said her grandfather was a former military officer, a very upright man who had fought in wars when he was young. After his wife passed away, he went to live with his daughter in the city, but he always liked to come back to his hometown, saying he enjoyed the lively atmosphere. "Young man, have you served in the military?" the old man asked. "No." I was inexplicably nervous in front of the old man, feeling like a soldier meeting a general, and also the awkwardness of meeting a girlfriend's parent. I didn't even know where to put my hands. "Good skills." The old man took a sip of wine. "Ah, Grandpa, you saw that?" Zhang Zishuan asked in surprise. The old man hadn't intervened when we were dealing with the situation earlier, and we had planned to keep it from him. "I saw it. I thought you young people could handle it. So this old man didn't bother to interfere?" Since I had to drive in the afternoon, I let Ergu have a few drinks with the old man. After the meal, the old man seemed slightly tipsy. While Zhang Zishuan went to get the car, he pulled me aside and said, "Son, Zishuan has been under strict control by the Zhang family since she was a child. Everything has to be done by the book. If you help her out." I was confused, but I could tell he wanted me to look after Zhang Zishuan. But with my status, how could I help her? Despite my thoughts, faced with the old man's request, I solemnly agreed. Before parting, I returned the medical expenses I owed Zhang Zishuan. She accepted it after my insistence and angrily warned me not to just reply with a okay, or good to her messages. She wouldn't bother with me if I did. I said, "Oh." I gave Ergu 3,000 yuan as his salary for the day. Ergu initially refused to accept it, but finally took it under my forceful persuasion. For the next few days, I went to the train and bus stations during the day and the night market in the evening, stocking up on another 10,000 units to prevent selling out. As the days passed, I found my sales gradually decreasing from 1,000 to 1,500 a day, down to 700 or 800, then 400 or 500. On the 7th day of the stall, new vendors finally appeared at the night market, using almost the same advertising slogans as mine, selling wallets of similar quality, and their price was 5 yuan lower. That night, my sales at the night market plummeted, selling only 40 or 50. I finally understood why Mr. G said this product had a short life cycle. Vendors are quick to follow trends. In the past few days, other night markets had already seen vendors using my same advertising slogans. It took until the 7th day for this night market to catch up. They were probably afraid of trouble, but also envious, so they braved the pressure to grab customers. Although I was angry, a market economy is about fair competition within reasonable limits. I couldn't just smash their stalls because of this. Since this happened earlier than Mr. G's predicted 10 days, I decided to implement the second plan a few days early. After days of interaction, I had established good relationships with Brother Li, who sold sausages, Sister Li, who sold socks, Zhang Baxi, who sold DVDs, and 4 other decent vendors. I approached them individually and offered them an irresistible deal. I would transfer all my stock to them for 15 yuan each. They didn't have to pay up front, but could settle with me after selling the wallets. They would sell them for 20 yuan each, using slightly modified versions of my previous advertising slogans. The general idea was that the young man who was previously cheated by the boss couldn't hold on anymore and transferred all his stock to them for a clearance sale. 20 yuan each, while stocks last. The next night, I didn't set up a stall but pretended to be an ordinary customer, riding my electric scooter and visiting several night markets in the county. Unsurprisingly, the low price of 20 yuan and the clearance sale slogan attracted many new and old customers. The vendors selling inferior wallets for 25 yuan couldn't sell any. Gray Cat, the vendor in my night market, didn't sell a single one the entire evening. The vendors were suffering. I had already learned from Chunzi about the market. Their wallets weren't sourced from the south, but from the wholesale market in Xuanzhou, with a higher cost, close to 20 yuan. They mainly relied on volume to make a profit. If they couldn't move the volume, they were bound to lose money. I thought Gray Cat and the others wouldn't be able to hold on, but unexpectedly, the next day, Gray Cat drastically lowered his price to 18 yuan. Don't underestimate this 2 yuan difference. It's significant for people in small towns, and his business picked up again. I immediately had Brother Li and Sister Zhang change their advertising slogans and lower the price to 17 yuan. My idea was simple. I would always be 1 yuan lower than Gray Cat, never more, until he couldn't hold on anymore. While this wasn't a long-term profitable business, having the same competitor on the same street was annoying. Besides, he was the one who messed with me first. I'm not a saint, and I wouldn't let him off so easily. In my understanding, his costs were much higher than mine, so he definitely couldn't compete with me in a price war. As expected, Gray Cat didn't have the courage to lower the price further, and his sales were dismal again that night. Although the profit margin was smaller, the high sales volume still brought Brother Li and Sister Zhang substantial income. After closing up, we did a quick calculation, and they each earned nearly 300 yuan, more than they would make selling sausages and socks for a week. After settling their profits for the day, I told them to go back and record more advertising slogans, just in case, because Gray Cat might still engage in a price war with us tomorrow. They trusted me completely and said they would prepare. After everything was packed up, I rode my electric scooter home. As I passed a corner, I suddenly sensed something was wrong. Back when I was a big brother, I was once followed and attacked. Fortunately, I dodged in time and only suffered a minor concussion. Since then, I've been extremely cautious walking at night, always vigilant of the cars and people behind me. A black car had been following me at a distance ever since I left the night market. Initially, I thought it was just a passing driver, but the car never overtook me. I realized it was definitely after me. Who was it? Baldy, Gray Cat, the accomplices of the fake antique sellers, or even those vendors I had defeated were all possibilities. I pretended not to notice, accelerated my scooter into an alley, quickly turned off the lights, and hid the scooter in a nook. I then climbed a wall and hid under the eaves. Not long after, the black car appeared at the entrance of the alley. Since the alley was narrow and difficult to drive into, the person seemed to hesitate for a moment before finally getting out of the car. Although the person wore a mask and a hat, I recognized them at a glance. Chapter 24. It wasn't Baldy, it wasn't Gray Cat, but Old Chun, the guy who used to sell wallets at the train station. Ever since I started selling wallets there, his business plummeted, and he hadn't even shown up for a few days. Currently, Zhangba Shi at the station was my best performing downline, still selling at 20 yuan. Was he seeking revenge? But he was empty-handed, and I could take him down with one hand. The pitch-black alley was devoid of light. Old Chin crept forward, stopping abruptly by the wall where I was hiding, his eyes landing on my electric scooter tucked in the corner. He seemed to realize something and bolted. No chance I'd let him escape. I jumped down, kicking him to the ground from behind. I chose this alley not only because it was deserted, but also because it lacked cameras. Without cameras, I could operate freely. "Brother, don't hit me, it's me." He quickly removed his mask and hat, revealing his face. It was indeed Old Chen. "Who the hell is your brother?" Whoever he was, sneaking around and following me late at night couldn't mean anything good. I unleashed a flurry of retaliatory kicks. "Mom, stop hitting me." "Big brother, it's me, Old Chen, the one who sells wallets at the train station." Feeling satisfied, I pretended to just recognize him. "Oh, it's Brother Chen. What are you doing here so late at night? I thought you were an enemy. Does it hurt?" A few minutes later, we were sitting on the curb. Old Chen still grimaced in pain. "Brother, you hit hard." "He, no way around it. I have too many enemies." "By the way, Brother Chen, what secret were you talking about?" The reason I calmed down and sat with old Chun was because he offered to exchange information, promising a secret in return for the chance to sell my goods. Brother, you're being targeted. Targeted by whom? I was surprised. I've been pretty low-key lately. Do you know why so many competitors with the same sales pitch suddenly appeared in the county? Why? The emergence of copycats was expected, but they appeared much earlier than CEO G and I anticipated, forcing me to start developing my downline and engage in a price war prematurely. Can you agree to let me be your downline first? Why be my downline? You're a veteran vendor with wider access to supply channels than me. I heard from Zhang Ba, how much you've guided him. He's been a nobody for years, but after a few days with you, his whole demeanor changed. You're no ordinary young man. I don't just want to be your downline. I want to work with you. His words made me weigh the pros and cons. These competitors posed no real threat. I never intended to stay in this business long term. Selling wallets was just to raise startup capital. I'd heard about Old Chin from Zhang Ba 27 or 28 years old. He'd always sold various things at the train station, the sharpest and most successful vendor there, a natural businessman. He could indeed be helpful to my future endeavors. But after all I'd been through, I was hesitant to trust anyone easily, especially a competitor like Old Chun, who knew what he was plotting. I stood up decisively. Tell me if you want, or forget it. Don't bargain with me. Don't go. Old Chun panicked. I'll tell you. Why are you so impatient? Then, Old Chin explained everything from the beginning. A few days ago, due to declining business, he planned to source new products and thus hadn't opened his stall. Someone approached him, offering low-priced wallets and suggesting he use the same sales pitch and low price as me. Old Chun was initially tempted, as the offered price was indeed slightly lower than his own sourcing cost. But cautious by nature, he suspected the person might not be so kind after using him, so he stalled. Just yesterday, the person approached him again, offering wallets at 15 yuan apiece, a price unattainable even at the Quanqing wholesale market. They even said they would compensate him for any losses if a price war ensued, offering to sell 2 yuan cheaper than me each time. He almost agreed, but then realized this wasn't just business. It was a scheme targeting me, aimed not just at driving me out of business, but bankrupting me. Because of Zhang Ba he had a good impression of me, so he wanted to use this to gain favor and collaborate with me later. I knew you were at the night market tonight because I asked Zhang Ba You can check with him. I didn't talk to you at the market because I was worried the person who approached me might be there too, which wouldn't be good. Can you describe what this person looks like? 40 or 50 years old, chubby, wears glasses, small eyes, speaks with a smile, like a smiling tiger. I pictured the man in my mind, but couldn't recall ever encountering such a person. Who could it be? Besides Baldy, no one seemed to have such a grudge against me. He also had the financial resources, manpower, and influence to rally so many vendors. The KTV beating, the false report leading to my dismissal, Zhao Fei's framing, and now the malicious competition in the wallet business, for consecutive vendettas. This Baldy was getting interesting, seemingly determined to drive me out of the county. But Baldy wouldn't have guessed that I already had a well-developed plan for revenge. I didn't give Old Chin a definitive answer. Under these circumstances, it was hard to fully trust him. If he wanted my trust, he should secretly call me next time the smiling tiger contacted him. He readily agreed. After Old Chin left, I called Zhang Ba to confirm, and indeed, Old Chin hadn't lied. Zhang Ba had told him. Then, I called Chun Zi about the malicious competition. As Chun Zi's distributor, he was concerned about our sales. Chun Zi told me to wait while he made inquiries. Minutes later, Chun Zi called back, confirming a Qian buyer bypassed the Quanqing wholesale market, contacting his friend for 20,000 wallets at 13 yuan apiece. No contact information was available, only a middle-aged man's voice. I asked Chun Zi what price he could offer me for the same goods. Chun Zi immediately understood. Brother, you want to undercut them, right? I'll connect you with a cheaper supplier. Similar quality, 5 yuan cost, no profit for me. Just buy from me after you've driven them out. 5 yuan? I was stunned. Yes, no one else can get this price. All right. I estimated the quantity and gave Chun Zi the number, transferring the payment after hanging up. Price wars were mutually destructive. Even if you won, the profits would be meager after disrupting the market. So, CEO G generally advised against price wars in small counties like this. But now, cornered, this fight was unavoidable. I summoned all my downline vendors to my place that night, outlining my plan. They were shocked, baffled by my strategy. I didn't explain much, believing some of them might have been approached by the smiling tiger. To be safe, I wouldn't reveal my hand. The next day, Gray Cat's vendors lowered their price to 15 yuan, practically the cost price the smiling tiger offered his downline. My downline maintained the 17 yuan price, still selling leftover stock. That night, our business was dismal, while Gray Cat's stall was packed. During inventory, besides Zhang Baxi at the train station, almost everyone had sold very little. For the next 2 days, I still didn't let my downline lower the price. They started complaining, and 3 even quit, switching to Gray Cat's goods. This left me with Zhang Baxi at the station, Big Brother Zhang and Sister Li at the night market, and Sister Wang at the county square, my 4 most trusted downlines. That evening, Chunzi called, excitement in his voice. They restocked. A whopping 100,000 wallets this time, still at 13 yuan cost. They're going all in. Finally, thrilled, I immediately called my 4 trusted downlines to my rental. For convenient storage, I'd rented a new place, 2 stories with a basement, a location unknown to anyone before. Arriving at my rental, the 4 were stunned by the mountains of wallets. "Boss, you said you were out of stock 2 days ago. Why are there so many here?" Sister Wang asked first. I explained. I hadn't aggressively lowered the price to appear weak, making the opponent think I couldn't afford a price war and lower their guard. Secondly, it was to weed out unstable elements like the 3 who defected. Thirdly, it was to bait the opponent into a large restock. "Boss, you mean continue the price war? Sell at 13 yuan tomorrow?" "No," I set a price that made their jaws drop. 10 yuan. Chapter 25. This. Won't this lose money? Everyone was worried. My purchase price is my core secret. I didn't tell them how much I paid for the goods, only that they would still get a 2 yuan profit per sale. Then I opened the box and took out the goods. Unlike the previous wallets, the quality of these was slightly lower, but the average person would hardly notice. This time, there were styles for both men and women, which would attract a large number of female customers. Coupled with such a low price, the sales speed was estimated to be much faster than before. Selling at the same price, they could definitely keep dragging this out with us. This time, we'll make it so they can't react and won't be able to sell a single one, I said fiercely. After hearing my explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, we'll listen to you." After they transported the goods away overnight, my phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, I quickly answered. "How is it, Brother Chen? Did that person contact you again?" "Yes, he just called me. He said 10,000 pieces will be delivered the day after tomorrow, at a cost of 13 yuan each." 13 yuan. It seems Smiling Tiger is determined to fight me to the end, even willing to earn nothing just to take me down. "Can you arrange a meeting with this person?" I tried, but no. This person seems to have gotten some information and is now very cautious. He refuses to meet, and the number he uses to contact me is a virtual one. A virtual number? Yes, a long string of irregular numbers. I checked, and it's a virtual number. All right. If he agrees to meet you in person, remember to contact me immediately. Okay. I don't know why Baldy is being so cautious, but the only person with this kind of financial power and such a deep grudge against me should be him. If it weren't for Junko's supply, it would be really hard for me to keep up with them. But they would never guess that my cost price is even lower than they could imagine. The next day, everyone followed my instructions, selling the original goods at 17 yuan at the train station square and other places during the day. But at night, the 4 of them split up to different night markets, continuing to sell the goods under the guise of a clearance sale. Only this time, the price stunned everyone. 10 yuan. 10 yuan. You can't lose. You can't be fooled. Brother Zhang and the others' business reached its peak since we started selling. The flow of people almost never stopped. Gray Cat's business, on the other hand, was miserably poor. I observed all night and didn't see him sell a single one. The reason I chose to drastically reduce the price today was because Old Chin's call gave me crucial information. Smiling Tiger would only deliver goods to the vendors tomorrow, and the vendors would pay for the goods upon delivery. Although it's only a difference of less than a day, I calculated that once my price is out tonight, no vendor will dare to accept Smiling Tiger's goods tomorrow. who would do something that obviously loses money. Unless Smiling Tiger is ruthless enough to sell to the vendors at a loss. But what price would be appropriate? 9 yuan? Obviously not. If the vendors want to start a price war with me, it would have to be at least this price. They definitely wouldn't do it if there's no profit. 8 yuan? This price is the most likely. This way, he'd lose 5 yuan per wallet. 100,000 pieces, and he'd lose 500,000 before selling a single one. And I also spread a false rumor through Old Chun. My price might drop further. No one knows my cost price, and that's my biggest advantage. Even if they want to lose money and drag this out with me, they don't know how low they have to go to take me down. Sure enough, the next day, almost all the vendors who were selling wallets before didn't show up. Old Chun called me and said that the vendors over there had formed an alliance and wouldn't take any more goods. They even planned to return the previous goods to Smiling Tiger because they couldn't sell them anymore. Especially the 3 vendors who betrayed me were the most upset, saying that they had to get tens of thousands of yuan in compensation from Smiling Tiger. That day, several vendors contacted me through Zhangba Shi and wanted to work with me. I refused without a second thought. These people are only interested in profit and are not trustworthy at all. I don't have any sympathy for my enemies. Even if they can't survive, what does it have to do with me? After this incident, all the vendors who were selling wallets changed their businesses. I heard some people kept calling the police looking for Smiling Tiger, but this person disappeared like vapor, without a trace. I asked Junko about Smiling Tiger's goods, and it was impossible for him to return them. Since he couldn't sell them, he'd probably just be stuck with them, losing over 1 million yuan. It was probably a big blow to him. I calculated that after deducting all costs, I made about 300,000 yuan from this wallet business, enough for my plan to take revenge on Baldy. I gave Go Junko's contact information and put him in charge of connecting Junko with the 4 lower-level vendors. The profits would all go to him. Making a few phone calls every day gave him much more income than his salary, and he was naturally overjoyed. After I transferred the wallet business to Go, I started preparing for my revenge on Baldy. The reason I kept this from Go was that he was about to get engaged, and I didn't want to involve him. Through Uncle Who's network, I contacted a medium-sized stone quarry in the south of the city. In recent years, this quarry has been struggling due to Baldy stealing its customers, and it was on the verge of bankruptcy. When I found the owner, he offered a price of 300,000 yuan to transfer the entire quarry to me. I explained my intention, which was not to buy his factory, but to get revenge on Baldy. Upon hearing that it was to get revenge on Baldy, the quarry owner, Yu Zipping, almost knelt down. He burst into tears and said, "Brother, if you can bring Baldy down, you can have this factory for free." It turned out that Yu Zipping's business used to be quite good, but after Baldy opened his quarry, he hired thugs to block the essential roads leading to Yu Zipping's quarry, forcefully snatching many of his customers. Yu Zipping was angry and took a few workers to reason with them, but they were severely beaten. That wasn't the end of it. That night, a bag of black dog blood was thrown at Yu Zipping's house, hitting his 8-year-old daughter's head, scaring her so much that she was hospitalized for more than half a month. His wife almost divorced him because of this. I told him my initial plan, and he exclaimed, 300,000 is enough to buy my factory. Are you sure you only want 51% of the shares? I don't know how to run a quarry, and I'm not interested. If you trust me, I will not only make Baldy go bankrupt, but also make you the biggest quarry in the south of the city within 3 months. My words brought a glimmer of hope to Yu Zipping's eyes. Really? Really? Okay, tell me what to do. I'll listen to you. Next, Yu Zipping and I plotted for 5 hours, trying to think through every detail as thoroughly as possible. I gave Yu Zipping 200,000 and kept 100,000 for myself. For several days, Yu Zipping frequently traveled for purchasing, while I ran around the county city, handling various relationships and preparing all the necessary procedures. Finally, half a month later, everything we needed was ready. Next, it was time to put the plan into action. I bought a high-definition camera and drove to several villages in the south of the city, filming the stinking rivers and the dust-filled air. The noise from the surrounding quarries was also irritating, and I recorded it all. While filming, an old man wearing a hat came over and asked me what I was doing. Worried that he was from the quarry, I didn't dare to tell the truth and said I was a student from the nearby university town, here to get some footage. Hearing this, the old man became furious. This damn thing is worth filming. He pointed at the foul-smelling river. This river, we used to be able to swim in it. Now look at what it's become. These damned bastards only care about making money, and they've ruined our village. I immediately understood that this old man was an ally. I pointed the camera at the old man and told him to say more so I could post it online and give feedback. The internet cares about this? The old man was puzzled. It does. I explained the internet to the old man, hoping to reassure him. In this era, people in small county towns still had limited understanding of the power of the internet and media, coupled with the fact that villagers didn't know who to turn to for help with these matters. Although environmental pollution was frequent in small places, very few cases were exposed. After my explanation, the old man understood what was going on and excitedly grasped my hand. Young man, you're a good person. You must post this online. I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid that the children in the village will suffer from bad health. The old man's words instantly touched my heart. The old man's thinking is a common one among the older generation in the Chilu region. They are not afraid of suffering any hardship themselves, but they can't bear to see their children suffer. I nodded solemnly. Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely see this through. The old man was incredibly excited and told me many more examples, such as how the chickens and ducks raised by the villagers all died overnight, and how the incidence of cancer among the elderly in the village has increased. I suddenly realized that these vivid examples were more impactful than the simple pollution footage I had taken. Now, I finally understood what people-oriented environmental development meant, something I learned in school. Environmental pollution essentially causes severe damage to people's living environment. Without a comfortable living environment, it's no wonder people get sick. It was more than an hour later when I finished filming. The old man insisted on taking me to his house, but I politely declined. When I left, the old man still held my hand, urging me to make sure I reported the issue. On the way back, I started thinking about my next move. My original plan was to post this on Weibo and buy some trending searches to hype it up. This was the method CEO G taught me. But the situation in a small county town is different from that of a big city. This method might not be very effective. If it sinks without a trace, and I alert the enemy, all my efforts would be in vain. I must succeed with one strike and not give Baldy any chance to prepare. Chapter 26. Just then, my phone rang. It was Zhang Zishuan's grandfather. Grandfather had taken my number at the Luqiao market. He lived alone in a small two-story villa in the county town, without a housekeeper and often bored. Occasionally, he'd invite me over for a few drinks and a game of chess. He also frequently encouraged me to pursue Zhang Zishuan. Over time, we'd become unlikely friends. I pulled over and answered the phone. "What's up, old Li?" He didn't let me call him grandfather, instead asking me to address him like his comrades as old Li. After watching Bright Sword, he decided he liked the nickname. "If you're free, come over and cook me a meal." I considered it. I had nothing planned for the evening, so I agreed. When I arrived at his villa, I found 5 or 6 cars already parked in the courtyard, all rugged SUVs without exception. It seemed he had guests, most likely his comrades. I parked my Wuling Hongguang among the SUVs and pushed open the door. Inside, several men, slightly younger than grandfather, were gathered around a chessboard, shouting excitedly. "Commander, old Li, you can't cheat." "How am I cheating? Can't you handle losing?" I smiled wryly. Grandfather was a terrible chess player, always taking back his moves. He'd frustrated me plenty of times. The men looked up when I entered. One asked, "Is this your grandniece's husband?" "Huh?" Grandfather's lie had been exposed. He blushed. "Not yet, but he will be." "Hi, you old dog. This young man looks quite strong. If he were in the army, he'd be a fine soldier." "Hello, uncles." I nodded and greeted them, placing the bag I was carrying on the chess table. Luqiao beef buns, a local specialty. "I bought some for you uncles. Have a snack while I cook. It won't be long." "Ta, who are you calling uncle?" Suddenly, the man who had just spoken slammed the table. "You call old Li grandfather, and us uncle? That makes us a generation lower than this old dog. You should call us grandpa. Understand?" "Ha!" Old Li grinned from ear to ear. I quickly corrected myself and addressed them as grandpa. It wasn't embarrassing to call a group of veterans grandpa. "All right, go cook. Make it salty, oily, and spicy, you hear?" "Got it, don't worry, grandpas." I pulled out all the stops to satisfy them, spending 2 hours preparing a table full of dishes. Thankfully, they enjoyed the meal and praised my cooking. After the feast, Old Lee asked why I had been in Luqiao. Luqiao was a large town south of the city, also one of the towns most affected by pollution from the quarries. In front of his comrades, I didn't speak, but took out my camera and showed them the video I'd taken. At first, there was no reaction, but when the old man appeared, their expressions changed. "Doesn't this guy look like old Sue?" one asked. "Look like him?" "It is him. That bastard gave up a good position as a regiment commander to go back and be some damn village chief," Old Lee said indignantly. From their conversation, I learned that the old man I had interviewed was surnamed Sue and was a comrade of Old Lee's. What a coincidence. After watching the video, their faces grew increasingly grim. "Damn him." Old Lee slammed the table, cursing rarely. The others fell silent, a stark contrast to their earlier jovial mood. "What are you going to do?" Old Lee asked me. The other men looked at me seriously. I felt the pressure. I gathered my thoughts and explained my plan. My plan was to post it on Weibo, pay for some online promotion to generate buzz, force the government's attention, and compel them to regulate these illegal quarries. "That won't do shit." Old Lee cursed again. "Don't you fucking worry about it." He suddenly regained his commanding presence, his back straightening. "Iron Bull Brigade, all present." "Present. I'll handle this." "You bastards, figure this out for me by whatever means necessary. This isn't just about Old Sue, it's about the people. Old Sue and the people are our responsibility as soldiers. We, the Iron Bull Brigade, must win this battle. Do you hear me?" "Yes, sir." "Do you have confidence?" "Yes." I was stunned. 5 men, their combined age over 300 years, roared so loudly my eardrums hurt. "Don't stay here tonight. Get the hell out. Call me when you have a solution. I'll start my own actions." Then, turning to me, "They've been drinking. Drive them home. They haven't had that much. Go to hell. Have you forgotten how Sun Qing died?" The men instantly shut up. I drove my beat-up Wuling, dropping each of them off. Fortunately, the county wasn't large, and I finished in half an hour. Back at grandfather's, he was on the phone, arguing fiercely. "What? Not your responsibility? I don't care. Just find a way to help me." He hung up angrily. Seeing me return, he said, "Leave the camera. Don't mess with this, and let those people find you. Leave it to me. No one in this county dares touch a hair on my head." A wave of warmth washed over me. It had been a long time since someone had been so kind to me. "Grandfather, thank you. Don't get sentimental, you pansy. And call me Old Lee." "Old Lee, thank you." I remembered my initial motivation was revenge. After hesitating, I decided to confess to him. I couldn't exploit a veteran's righteousness for personal gain. My conscience wouldn't allow it. Grandfather listened, then extinguished his cigarette. "Son, I'll ask you one question. Would you do anything to harm the people?" I straightened up. "Old Lee, I may have been in prison, but I can guarantee my heart is pure." "Good. Give me a week. I'll handle this. Not for you, but for Old Sue, and for all the people of Qian County." I stood at attention and saluted him with respect. This society thrives because of people like him, who care for the country and its people. Their selflessness has built the happiness of our generation. It's infuriating to see news of those bastards beating up veterans. It makes my blood boil. If I ever met such scum, I'd beat them senseless. Leaving his house, I began to consider the next steps. I believed grandfather's method would be more effective than mine. I needed to be ready to follow up and maximize the benefits. I immediately found you zipping and told him my plan. "What?" "Increase prices by 20%. You zipping was shocked. In a small county, there are no secrets. A 20% price difference is huge. Won't our remaining customers go to Baldy?" "Yes, let them go to Baldy." I couldn't explain too much. Grandfather wanted to protect me, and I needed to keep his involvement secret. Although you zipping didn't understand my reasoning, he agreed. The next day, except for clients with existing contracts, we informed everyone about the price increase. A few clients initially thought it was market-driven, but after learning it was our decision, they were furious. They cursed us and went to other quarries, mostly Baldy's, the largest, unlikely to experience shortages or arbitrary price hikes. Meanwhile, I hired double the workers from the labor market, working overtime to produce stone, but Yu Zipping's quarry had limited production capacity and output fell short of my expectations. I gritted my teeth and borrowed a high-interest loan from Chunkiki, bought tens of thousands of tons of stone from cheaper quarries, and hired trucks to transport it to Zipping's rented site. Over the next few days, our business plummeted. By the fifth day, not a single truck entered our quarry. The workers began to complain, as their wages were tied to the business. By the sixth day, even Zipping became restless. He found me, saying if this continued, not only would we lose our investment, but no developers in the county would work with us again. Although I was also getting anxious, I trusted grandfather and interrupted his complaints. "Give me 2 more days." He gritted his teeth. "Fine. Brother E, I don't distrust you. I distrust myself. At my age, if I can't turn things around, I'll have no more chances. If it fails, I'll buy this quarry from you. You won't lose anything." Zipping was immediately agitated. "Brother E, what are you saying? I'm not that kind of person. If this fails and we sell, you take the majority, no, all of it. I don't want a cent." His words comforted me. My judgment wasn't completely off. Zipping was a decent man. I reassured him and asked him to wait a few more days. I believed grandfather wouldn't break his promise. Just after our conversation, I was stunned by what I saw on TV. The provincial news program, Brother Mo Tells It Like It Is, was broadcasting an important interview. An old soldier in uniform sat on a bridge at the edge of a village, recounting his past. When the reporter asked about his wishes, he directed the camera to the polluted river below and the gray sky above. He said solemnly, "My hometown used to have clear waters and blue skies. Now it's like this. The elderly in my village are dying younger and younger. I hope the relevant departments will pay attention to this and return our green mountains and clear waters." Moved by his righteousness, the reporter said, "Sir, don't worry. We will definitely address this." The interviewee was none other than Old Lee. My heart pounded. This was bigger than I'd imagined. This was provincial television, the most watched channel in the province, the official voice of Shandong. What I didn't expect was the level of attention the interview attracted. It far exceeded my imagination. Chapter 27. Just the next day, provincial television broke the news that multiple quarries in Qian County were suspected of illegal production and environmental pollution. Being named and shamed on the province's highest-rated program brought immense shame to Qian County. Consequently, the county government immediately established a special enforcement team and launched a swift crackdown on illegal factories within the county. Before dawn, before many people even realized what was happening, over a dozen illegal quarries in the county were shut down. The largest among them, producing 20,000 tons of stone daily, was located in the south of the city, Baldy's Quarry. When the enforcement team arrived at our quarry, I disguised myself as a worker and followed behind Zipping. In everyone's eyes, our small, rundown factory, with its questionable qualifications, was likely riddled with problems without even needing an inspection. One young officer even had his sealing tape ready in advance. Just as they were about to go through the motions and slap a seal on our factory, I presented the various documents I had in hand. "What's this? Let me tell you, don't try any bribery. This matter is being closely watched from above. No one can get away with it." The lead officer listlessly flipped through the documents I'd handed him. But as he continued, his expression changed. "This? You have all the necessary permits?" Zipping stepped forward with a smile and explained, "Yes, officer. We are fully aware of the severe environmental pollution caused by these types of factories. Therefore, we invested heavily in all kinds of environmental protection equipment and diligently obtained all the necessary permits. However, this resulted in high production costs, so our pricing is higher than other factories. To be honest, due to our higher prices, business has been slow. We're almost bankrupt." A nearby worker chimed in, "No one has come to pick up materials for days. We really don't want to go bankrupt." The worker's sincere complaint inadvertently helped our cause. The officer glanced at the worker and said, "Don't worry. We won't let you go bankrupt." He then waved his hand, signaling his team to photograph the documents we had provided. They also toured our factory several times. During this time, Zipping patiently explained the principles of our environmental protection equipment. One of the knowledgeable officers in the enforcement team pointed at our equipment and said, "This stuff isn't cheap. No other factory in our county would be willing to use it. Your Zipping building materials is really something." Zipping Building Materials was the name I specifically registered for this quarry. After several inspections, confirming that all of Zipping Building Materials' environmental protection equipment met the standards, the entire enforcement team was quite surprised. They probably never imagined that such a small factory would have such a high level of environmental awareness. The lead officer turned to his team and said, "Polluting factories must be dealt with, but well-run ones should be promoted. Quickly contact the county television station and have them come here as soon as possible to interview the person in charge of this factory." "Oh, thank you so much, officer." Zipping was instantly thrilled and shook the lead officer's hand in gratitude. "It's our duty. You should prepare yourselves too. Clean up the place, don't make it look too messy." "Okay, no problem. We'll start cleaning right away." Unexpectedly, before we had finished cleaning, the county television crew arrived in a hurry. Several reporters and a cameraman filmed inside and outside of Zipping Building Materials. The environmental protection equipment, which had cost us a hefty 200,000 yuan, was given full camera coverage. After filming the equipment, they filmed the people. Zipping and several veteran employees happily accepted interviews. That evening, during prime time at 8 p.m., the county television station broadcast the news about the closure of many quarries in the county, emphasizing socialist values. Then the camera switched to footage of Zipping Building Materials. The general message was to inform the public that in addition to illegal quarries, the county also had responsible businesses that met all pollution control standards, even exceeding citywide standards. Finally, the reporter conducted a brief interview with the responsible entrepreneur, Mr. Yu, who righteously declared the importance of people-oriented business development and so on. Boss Yu, already possessing an air of integrity, delivered these official pronouncements flawlessly. Although the news report deliberately omitted Zipping Building Materials' name, the county is small, and many people know Zipping. This essentially served as a super effective advertisement for us. Less than a minute after the program aired, Zipping's phone rang. He whispered to me that it was Mr. Song, a major client who had previously gone to Baldy's quarry for cheaper prices. I told him to answer and put it on speakerphone. After the events of the past 2 days, Zipping was completely convinced by me, now doing whatever I said. He immediately put the phone on speakerphone on the table between us. "Hey, Mr. Yu, are you free for late-night snacks tonight?" "Snacks my ass. I'm about to go bankrupt. I can't afford to treat Mr. Song to snacks." "Mr. You don't say that. Of course it's my treat. After snacks, we'll go to KTV, and I'll find you a couple of hot girls." I waved at Zipping, signaling him to get straight to the point. Zipping nodded and said impatiently, "Old Song, just spit it out. What do you want?" "Well, I should apologize to you in person, Mr. Yu. I was wrong last time. I shouldn't have gone to Baldy's factory for those cheaper prices. Now that Baldy's factory is shut down, he can't deliver the materials as promised. But I need the stone tomorrow. Mr. Yu, could you help me out and spare a few tens of thousands of tons? We can use the price you quoted last time." I wrote 3 words on a piece of paper: limited stock. Zipping instantly understood and sighed. "Mr. Song, it's not that I don't want to help, but I don't have much stock left. Other clients are waiting too. How can I spare any for you?" "Mr. Yu, I've already inquired with people at the television station. Your factory hasn't had any business for a while, so you should have a lot of stockpiled, right?" I had deliberately told the television station that Zipping Building Materials had a large stockpile of stone. If we had said it ourselves, many people might not have believed it, and it might even have aroused suspicion. But having the television station spread the news through the grapevine was different. It was not only more convincing, but also completely distanced our factory from the closure incident. I had Zipping find an excuse to hang up the phone, and then I explained my next plan to him. Now that everything was out in the open, except for the matter with the old man, it was time to tell him everything. After hearing my plan, Zipping was stunned and said with sincere admiration, "Brother, I truly admire you. You're only 26 years old. How can you come up with so many tricks?" Thinking back to how I questioned you a few days ago, I want to slap myself. I punched him lightly. "All right, let's not be so formal. Call Old Song back now and negotiate, as we just discussed. If he doesn't agree, then we absolutely can't give him the goods." "Okay, I understand." Zipping called Old Song back, and the call was answered immediately. He must have been waiting by the phone. "So, Mr. Yu, have you sorted things out?" Old Song's tone was anxious. Sigh. Yu Zipping sighed deliberately and said, Old Song, I just talked to my clients. I can spare some goods for you, but the price. Oh, thank you, mister. You. I've already said we'll go with your quoted price. How about that? If you're worried, I can transfer the money to you now. No, Old Song, I haven't finished. I mean, I can give you the original price, but you need to agree to one condition. What condition? Hearing that he could get the original price, Old Song's voice was filled with surprise. You know about the feud between me and Baldy, right? The feud between Baldy and Yu Zipping was well known in the industry. Baldy not only had a grudge against Yu Zipping, but also had issues with most of the quarries in the south of the city. Well, I've heard people talk about it. Mister, what do you mean? I want you to sue him. Sue him to the fullest extent, with no private settlements or withdrawals. What? Old Song fell silent. For a smooth operator like him, he was certainly unwilling to offend a local tough guy like Baldy. Seeing Old Song's silence, Yu Zipping didn't push him. The condition had been stated. Whether Old Song agreed or not was his business. The reason for asking Old Song to sue Baldy wasn't just to spite him. Baldy's ability to grow to such a large scale meant he had his own backing. Simple lawsuits wouldn't be enough to bring him down. I wanted to use this method to ruin the relationship between the real estate developers and Baldy. Even if Baldy made a comeback later, the relationship would already be broken. Without basic trust, the possibility of future cooperation would be minimal. This would force real estate developers like Old Song to be tied to Zipping building materials, essentially securing our sales channels for the next few years. After waiting for 4 or 5 minutes, Old Song finally spoke. Mister, to be honest, I'm an outsider and I really don't want to have any conflict with a local like Baldy. But considering our relationship, I'll agree to your condition. But you have to keep your word about the price. This sly fox, clearly motivated by lower prices, made it sound like he had a deep relationship with Yu Zipping. Yu Zipping naturally agreed. After dealing with Old Song, other real estate developers also came knocking. For any clients coming from Baldy, Yu Zipping gave the same response. You can have the goods, but you must sue Baldy. Now, Zipping Building Materials was the only quarry in the county that could supply the goods. Except for 2 developers who had long-standing partnerships with Baldy and refused, all the other downstream clients reluctantly agreed. As for clients from other closed factories, under my instructions, Yu Zipping didn't accept every order. We only took on a few large ones and referred the smaller ones to other surviving quarries. This gesture earned us the gratitude of those other quarries. We did this not only because we couldn't handle the volume, but also because I wanted to take the opportunity to regulate the market. Previously, almost none of the quarries in Chian County were properly regulated, so the prices of stone materials varied greatly, but overall, the prices were relatively low. I took advantage of this opportunity to have Yu Zipping unite all the quarries in the county to set a uniform price, 20% higher than the previous average market price. This ensured everyone had a reasonable profit margin and prevented future vicious competition. The surviving quarries were naturally happy. Before, they had been squeezed by Baldy's illegal quarries, not only in terms of business but also through deliberate price suppression, resulting in thin profit margins. With uniform pricing and regional allocation, everyone could operate comfortably. The most comfortable, of course, was Zipping Building Materials, as the largest real estate companies had become our downstream clients. With good qualifications, media endorsements, and ample cash flow, we secured several million yuan in loans from the bank. With this money, I instructed Yu Zipping to seize the opportunity and acquire all the equipment from the closed quarries in the south of the city at low prices. Through these swift actions, we became the largest quarry in the entire county within just half a month. Meanwhile, Baldy was completely preoccupied with lawsuits from various real estate companies and had no time to pay attention to our expansion. But he certainly wouldn't have guessed that this was just the beginning of his downfall. Chapter 28. The Bald Guy's Quarry, though shut down during this strict inspection, won't have to pay much in the lawsuit against the real estate company due to the informal contract. Environmental protection equipment isn't expensive for him. Once he lays low, re-registers the company, and gets all the qualifications and equipment in place, he can easily start over and steal our clients using the same old tricks. He's been in business for years and has his own network. He wouldn't dare act now while under scrutiny, but once he's ready, he'll definitely retaliate. My efforts to regulate the market might actually benefit him. After discussing it with you, Zipping, we decided to initiate the second step of our plan. Strike while the iron is hot. This is the best chance to crush him, and we can't miss it. I called Zhang Zixuan and arranged to meet her at a coffee shop in the county. Before letting the old man do the interview, I had briefed Zixuan, but not in detail. I wanted to explain everything to her today, and more importantly, my second step wouldn't work without her. Zixuan looked even more attractive after a few days apart. I couldn't help but steal a few glances after sitting down. She noticed and smiled. So, how's my makeup today? Beautiful. She was naturally pretty, but with today's deliberate effort, she was simply dazzling. Took me 2 hours. While I didn't understand why a woman would spend so long on makeup, I knew praising her was the right move. After showering her with compliments, I explained the recent events. She was stunned to learn that I was behind the turmoil at the county's quarries. Sui, you're amazing. I never would have guessed it was you. Sui, you're amazing. I never would have guessed it was you. Shuh. I pretended to look around. Keep it a secret. I only told you. Don't tell Guochang. I didn't like Guochang at all. Don't worry, I won't tell him. She paused. But, you used my grandpa. I'll have him beat you up later. How can you call it using? The old man is happy to be getting rid of a public nuisance. That's true. He's been walking on air lately, full of himself. After some small talk, I got down to business. Do you remember what I asked you for half a month ago? Yes, you asked me to introduce you to a friend at a real estate company in Quancheng, have them contact a quarry, and sign a big order for delivery half a month later. She suddenly covered her mouth. That quarry couldn't be the Zipping building materials, could it? No. Then which one? I grinned mischievously. You'll never guess. It was the bald guy's quarry. Why? Without keeping her in suspense, I laid out my plan. Zixuan's friend, Wang Peng, was a cautious purchasing manager at a very reputable real estate company in Quancheng. Initially, he was reluctant to work with the bald guy's quarry, as they had plenty of regular suppliers. But when Zixuan mentioned the price, Wang Peng was intrigued. The low price would not only allow him to make a good profit, but also earn him brownie points with his superiors, possibly leading to a promotion or a bigger bonus. After Wang Peng agreed, Zixuan gave me his contact information, and I had Lao Chen connect with him. After the wallet incident, Lao Chen had earned my trust and started working for me, albeit secretly. Even Yu Zipping was unaware of his existence. Lao Chen acted as the intermediary, helping Wang Peng and the bald guy's quarry sign a huge contract. If it went through, the bald guy could earn 3 or 4 million yuan, equivalent to 2 or 3 years' worth of normal income. Driven by profit, he overlooked the contract details. He figured even if there were issues, the penalties would be minimal, like with his previous contracts with local real estate companies. But Wang Peng's company was different. It had state-owned enterprise backing, and their contracts were extremely strict. Lao Chen had secretly given me a copy. According to the terms, if the bald guy couldn't supply the required quantity of materials within the stipulated time, the compensation would be astronomical. Zixuan covered her mouth, her bright eyes wide with surprise. Sui, you're much smarter than I thought. But why did you always score a few points lower than me in high school? Sui, you're much smarter than I thought. But why did you always score a few points lower than me in high school? Her words reminded me of how I used to intentionally skip a math problem set in high school because I liked her. Since so much time had passed, I figured it wouldn't hurt to tell her. So I explained it with a smile. I didn't say it was because I liked her, just that I wanted to let her win. Let me win? Zixuan was surprised, then calm, and finally, a mischievous smile spread across her face. She stared at me intently. Tell the truth. Did you have a crush on me back then? Tell the truth. Did you have a crush on me back then? I was embarrassed. No way. Humph, you're blushing. You're definitely hiding something. She pointed at me, unrelenting. Really, I didn't. The more I denied it, the less convincing I sounded. My heart was racing. Unsure how to explain, I deliberately changed the subject. Wang Peng's company had paid a deposit of over 100,000 yuan. Delivery was initially scheduled for Monday, but due to the incident at the quarry, they had renegotiated and pushed it to the weekend. I believed that with his connections, the bald guy could find other quarries to help fulfill the order, even if it meant sacrificing some profit. It was still better than paying penalties. Today, I specifically had Lao Chen call the bald guy to check if he could manage the weekend deadline. He had assured Lao Chen it wouldn't be a problem, likely indicating he'd found alternative supply sources. If that were the case, the deal with Wang Peng would be pointless. However, I knew that neither the bald guy nor Wang Peng wanted a lawsuit. Wang Peng had his own shady dealings. If a lawsuit exposed them, he wouldn't escape unscathed. That's why he agreed to the delay. I needed Zixuan to relay the news of the bald guy's troubles to Wang Peng and convince him to file a lawsuit immediately. I could supply the materials Wang Peng's company needed at the same price. If Wang Peng was worried about the lawsuit, she could assure him that Lao Chen wasn't working for the bald guy, but for me, and wouldn't switch sides. After listening, Zixuan understood everything. Neither Lao Chen nor I could persuade Wang Peng. Only Zixuan, his old classmate, could make him lower his guard and side with us. Wait for me. Zixuan took her phone and went outside. Half an hour later, she returned, looking exhausted. He agreed. He'll have the legal department file the lawsuit today, but he made me promise not to reveal his involvement. He agreed. He'll have the legal department file the lawsuit today, but he made me promise not to reveal his involvement. I clenched my fist in excitement. Zixuan, thank you. Zixuan, thank you. How are you going to thank me? How about dinner? We hadn't had a meal together since the Luqiao market. Okay. But eating out is boring. You said you're a decent cook. Her voice trailed off. My already racing heart beat faster. I tentatively asked, I'm all right. Want to come to my place? I'll cook you some of my specialties. Okay. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible, her shy demeanor endearing. I almost shouted with joy. Trying to contain my excitement, I drove my Wuling Hongguang and took her to buy groceries. Back in my apartment, I cringed. A single man's apartment was a mess, not much better than a pigsty. I shoved underwear, socks, and dirty clothes under the covers and casually moved the toilet paper from the bedside table to the nightstand. After a quick tidy-up, it was presentable. I told her to wait while I cooked. An hour passed quickly. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, celery stir-fried with meat, garlic eggplant, and Crucian carp soup. A simple 3D-ish, one-soup meal featuring my best home-cooked dishes. I often cooked for Ling Jia when I was her driver. While I wasn't a chef, my cooking was definitely good enough for a home-cooked meal. When I came out of the kitchen, I was stunned. Was this even my apartment? The bed was neatly made with fresh sheets and duvet cover. The cabinets and tables were spotless, everything organized. The floor was immaculate, not a speck of dust. The windows were sparkling clean like mirrors. My laundry, including my underwear, was hanging on the balcony to dry. Had Zixuan done all this? A pampered young lady, a high-ranking official's granddaughter, had cleaned my apartment? Seeing this, I was genuinely touched. No woman had ever done this for me, not even my mother or Ling Jia. Of course, my mother passed away early. Zixuan. My voice softened involuntarily. What? She emerged from the bathroom with wet hair, as if she had just showered. She was wearing my white shirt, her bare legs visible beneath it, looking incredibly alluring. I was speechless. Oh my, you're having a nosebleed. She grabbed a towel and helped me wipe it. Put the dishes down first. I did as she said, staring blankly as she dabbed at my nose. We were mere inches apart. I inhaled her fragrance, gazing at her beautiful face and delicate neck. My heart pounded. As she moved, a button on her shirt came undone. What was with the quality of this shirt? My eyes darted downwards. I let out an involuntary sound. Hey, don't look. She quickly stepped back, clutching her shirt. Pervert, what are you looking at? She scolded, her face flushed. Chapter 29. At that moment, our eyes met, but neither of us spoke. An ambiguous air imperceptibly filled my small house. Like in a TV drama, should I say something touching and then hug and kiss her deeply? Countless possibilities flashed through my mind, but I didn't dare. Finally, she broke the awkward silence, saying she needed to dry her hair, and hurried to the bathroom. I felt a pang of disappointment, blaming myself for looking and blaming myself for being a coward. After a while, she came out of the bathroom, still wearing my white shirt but with her own pants on. She said awkwardly, I got my top dirty cleaning the windows, so can I just wear your shirt home today? Sure, no problem. Wear it as long as you like. Let's eat. I'd known her for over 7 years, but this was the first time we'd eaten alone together, and I started to feel nervous. Luckily, she kept praising my cooking, which made me feel sweeter than honey, and my nervousness gradually dissipated. Halfway through the meal, her phone rang. I had a bad feeling. Sure enough, it was Guo. In the small room, I could hear his voice clearly from the phone. Zishuan, where are you? Ow, what's up? She glanced at me nervously. Let's have dinner together later. I'll come pick you up. No need. Why? Have you already eaten? I have. I'm not feeling well tonight. I'll go home and rest early. I'll tell you when I get back. She stammered, her face turning red, probably because she rarely lied. Oh, what's wrong? Should I take you to the hospital? No, it's fine. Okay. Discuss the engagement with your parents when you get back. See if they prefer New Year's Day or Spring Festival. My mom checked the dates. Both are good. Hearing the word engagement, my heart instantly ached. Right? She wasn't single like me. She was someone else's fiancé. What I was doing was no different from destroying someone else's relationship. Okay, we'll talk about it later, bye. Zhang Zishuan hung up quickly, but her expression clearly changed. The pleasant atmosphere had been completely shattered by Guochang's call. That bastard. I cursed Guochang 100 times in my mind. Eat. Though I felt awful, I forced a smile and served her favorite dishes. But she put down her chopsticks and said pensively, New Year's Day is only a month away. Although legally, an engagement isn't the same as marriage. In our small town, after the engagement, the woman is considered the man's wife by both families. Even if they don't end up getting married, she's seen as almost like a divorcee. I didn't know what to say. Saying congratulations would be insincere, but I didn't have the courage to pursue her. Even though I had a little money now, the gap between us was still like a chasm. If only youthful success didn't bring self-doubt. But how many people truly achieve youthful success? Is there any alcohol? She asked. Yes. I enjoyed a drink, and my fridge was full of various kinds of alcohol. I took out a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for each of us. She picked it up and downed it in one gulp. Don't drink so fast. But before I finished, she grabbed my glass and drained that too. Fucking fantastic. After 2 glasses of wine, her face flushed. This was the first time I'd heard Zhang Zishuan swear. I snatched the wine glass, not daring to pour her more. She didn't care and asked, Sui, do you remember the 3 letters you wrote me back then? I had put a lot of effort into each of those letters, meticulously copying them several times. So even after all these years, I still remembered some of the content. I especially remembered a ridiculously cheesy love poem I wrote in the 3rd letter. Seeing me nod, a bright spark flickered in her hazy eyes. I never read them. Could you write them for me again? Fiancé, New Year's Day 1 month. These 3 words flashed through my mind, leaving me in turmoil. I wanted to refuse, but seeing her yearning eyes, fueled by alcohol, I softened. I only remember part of the 3rd one. I'll write that for you. I found paper and pen. The cheesy poem flowed from my pen as if etched in my memory. The moment I put down the pen, she snatched the paper. She read. As a youth, I didn't know what love was. It really was a poem I wrote when I was 20, skip the middle part. Youth is past, so why dwell on it? Half a life struggling, lost, and confused. Thankfully, enlightenment came at the tail end of youth. Since a conventional life brings you pain, then be unrestrained in the remaining years. Live like a cloud, live like the wind, sitting on a dilapidated wall, gazing quietly. Only then can you see what true happiness is. I'm tired of a life of saying goodbye. If there's a different kind of life, would you be willing to live it with me? If there's a different kind of life, would you be willing to live it with me? She repeated these words over and over, her eyes gradually welling up. So, that's what you thought back then. No one has ever said anything like that to me. My whole life has been planned out. What grades to get, what skills to learn on weekends, where to go to school, what major to study, what job to take after graduation, what kind of person to like, who to marry, where to buy a house and settle down, when to have children. As she spoke, she started sobbing uncontrollably, regardless of her appearance. My entire life is predetermined. Even if I want a Coke, someone's there to tell me no. I don't want to be a lady. I don't want to be a top student. I don't want to be a career woman. I want to live freely. Why? Why can't I even have such a simple wish? She cried and started hitting my chest. You bastard. Why did you get expelled? Why didn't you contact me later? Do you know, I cried all night after you left? Do you know I waited for your letters every day but never received one, not even until graduation? I was stunned, unable to believe my ears. She actually cried for me? How was that possible? I was just a poor student, good for nothing but studying. How could she cry for me? Before I could ask, she fell asleep on the table, her head resting on her right arm, her left hand still in the position of hitting me, her face turned to the side, revealing her beautiful features, covered in tears, with a slight smile on her lips. Sigh. I gently lowered her hand and carried her to my bed. Lying on the bed, she was sprawled out in an ungainly posture, her shirt open again, revealing glimpses of her white skin underneath. I pinched my thigh hard to stay calm. She was drunk, but I wasn't. She could talk drunken nonsense, but I couldn't take advantage of her. I would never do something like that. Besides, in my heart, she would always be that untouchable girl. I just touched her cheek, wiped away her tears, and covered her with a blanket. After doing this, I fled downstairs. Sitting on the steps outside, I lit a cigarette and carefully recalled every moment I had shared with Zhang Zixuan. Only then did I realize how incredibly obtuse I had been. Zhang Zixuan must have cared about me a lot. Otherwise, why would a woman like her continue to interact with me? She had 100 reasons not to contact me, but she kept finding excuses to see me and even helped me so much with the bald guy. Although she never said it explicitly, what else could it mean when a woman wanted to see a man so much? I was such an idiot. I angrily slapped my head. Should I really pursue her? I was conflicted again. I heard her family had a powerful background. Her parents would definitely disapprove. A boyfriend who was an ex-convict. What would her relatives and friends think? And could I really make a comeback and give her the happiness she wanted? Most importantly, an image flashed through my mind. If Ling Jie came back, what would I do? Ling Jie had shown me immense kindness. Without her help, I would have died a small-time thug, never becoming one of the 5 little dragons. Without her intervention, I would have been sentenced to many years and would still be in jail. I could feel that her feelings for me were genuine. How could I betray her? It had been more than 4 months since I got out, but I still hadn't heard from her. Recently, I'd been so busy with revenge that I'd put Ling Jie's matter aside. Thinking about this, I felt incredibly guilty. Maybe I should try other ways to contact that fruit vendor. After all, who knew how long it would take to hear back from him if I just waited? The night was cool as water. My restless heart calmed down after careful consideration. Zhang Zixuan's words were drunken ramblings. She might forget everything after sobering up. She still had her perfect life. I shouldn't add to her troubles. More importantly, I couldn't just abandon Ling Jie. No matter where she was, I had to find her. If she was doing well, I could leave with peace of mind. If she wasn't, I would risk my life to save her. The next day, when the sunlight streamed into the room, I woke up on the sofa with a blanket draped over me. Zhang Zixuan must have covered me. I hurried upstairs. The upstairs had been cleaned, and Zhang Zixuan was gone. Just as I was feeling a sense of loss, I noticed a note on the table. I picked it up. It read, "I'm gone. There's porridge in the pot. Remember to eat some. Also, I took your love letter. Your handwriting is terrible." At the end, she had drawn a funny face. Another one who said my handwriting was ugly. I smiled and put the note in my wallet, intending to treasure it. The bald guy would probably be in dire straits after being sued by Wang Peng's company. Although I didn't know how much he would end up paying, it would definitely be a heavy blow. I called Yu Zipping and Lao Chin to tell them about the order from Wang Peng's company. Although there had been some complications, the profit margin was very high, and Zipping Building Materials, after expanding, now had the capacity to supply. Yu Zipping was ecstatic. After all, getting connected with a state-owned enterprise meant a steady stream of orders. And in the short term, it was unlikely that other competitors would emerge in Qian County. Manage those guys of mine as you see fit. Don't give me any special treatment. Fire anyone who makes mistakes. Don't worry, brothery, I understand. A few days ago, I contacted my old brothers from the Golden Brilliance and introduced those who weren't doing so well to Zipping Building Materials as formal workers. They had Social Security and housing fund contributions, and although the salary wasn't high, the benefits were very stable, which was better than the messing around all day. These people served as a security barrier for Zipping Building Materials. If the bald guy wanted to use force to steal business again, it would be almost impossible. After taking care of these matters, I hung up the phone and started planning how to find Ling Jie. I considered the resources I had available and remembered the big-chested, air-headed girl named Huang Shan from Zhang Zishuan's birthday party. She worked at the mobile company and was a regular employee. Could I ask her for help? Chapter 30. Huang Shan. I didn't have a strong impression of her from school. I only remember she was very vain, showing off her Nike shoes for half a semester in high school. However, judging by her behavior that night, Huang Shan's EQ isn't very high. Besides her large chest, I don't see any other redeeming qualities. She doesn't seem to think much of me either. After all, an expelled ex-con, broke classmate isn't worth a second glance from her. With my previous personality, if it weren't for Ling Jie's matter, I probably wouldn't have proactively sought her help in my entire life. But after thinking for a long time, she was the only one who could possibly help. At Zhang Zishuan's birthday party last time, everyone symbolically added each other on WeChat, but I've never chatted with them. I bit the bullet and sent her a message, asking if she had time to have dinner with me. After a long while, she replied with a string of... I patiently replied, I have a small matter that needs your help. She still replied with a string of... I came straight to the point. I want to find someone's name and address using their phone number. She still replied with a string of... Damn it. Seeing that string of question marks, I almost threw my phone in anger. I really wanted to ask if this woman only had a question mark key on her phone. But at this moment, I needed her help. There's no shame in playing the fool. Getting things done is what matters. I replied, it's not for anything illegal. I just lost contact with an old friend and wanted to find their address this way. I won't let you help for nothing. After it's done, I'll give you the latest iPhone. How about that? The reason I mentioned the iPhone was because she mentioned at the last gathering that she wanted to save up for a good phone. This time she finally didn't reply with question marks, but with a sentence that made me curse. You're just a delivery guy. Can you afford the latest iPhone? Ah, I was so angry I could only curse. Some god, please take this ancestor away. Talking to her is so damn tiring. I immediately pulled out my wallet, took out the thick stack of RMB inside, a full 2,000, and took a few pictures for her. Worried that she would continue to question me, I deliberately added, I made a little money doing business recently. I can still afford an iPhone. This time her attitude finally softened, replying, all right, noon at 12, meet at the Japanese restaurant on the 4th floor of Debay Plaza. Then she added, send me your friend's phone number, and don't forget to prepare the phone in advance. No problem. But I suddenly remembered that Shein County doesn't sell the latest iPhones. To buy the latest model, I'd have to go to the Apple store in Quancheng. Going to Quancheng would take about 3 hours round trip. It's past 8 now. If I drive fast, I should make it. To save time, I hung up the phone, got in the car, and rushed to Quancheng. An hour later, I finally arrived at the nearest Jingsha Road store, only to be told that the latest model was sold out. Damn it, such bad luck. I got back in the car and rushed to Hexia Square in the Shizhong district, but the feedback was the same, no stock. This time I learned my lesson and asked the clerk for the phone numbers of several other stores. I called ahead and asked, and only the store in Tianqiao district had 2 left. Because the latest model sells out quickly, they don't accept phone reservations. I hurried into the car. It was a 20-minute drive, but due to traffic, it took me half an hour. Damn it, I don't understand why Quancheng is so congested. Every time I come, it's always jammed. The traffic jams make me lose my temper. After arriving at the store, I didn't care if I parked properly and ran all the way into the store. The saleswoman saw me and knew I was the one who called earlier. She said with a regretful look, you're 5 minutes late, that girl just bought them. I looked in the direction the saleswoman pointed and saw a petite girl in a white t-shirt and jeans happily stuffing 2 phone boxes into her pink backpack. Wait! I quickly ran over. My idea was simple. Offer a little more money to buy them, saving myself the trouble. The girl was stunned by my voice and looked up at me with a confused expression. What's up, uncle? Uncle? My head was filled with the question marks Huang Shan sent. Do I look that old? However, this wasn't the time to worry about this. I walked up to her and finally saw her face clearly. A cute, doll-like face, very pretty, but only about 5 feet tall. This appearance paired with her height made it hard to guess her age. I suddenly felt that this face was familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had seen her. I explained my intention, saying I wanted to buy her phones for a little extra money. She looked mysteriously at the surrounding staff and winked at me. Did you drive here? Let's talk in the car. I said, let's go. Once in the car, she complained with disgust. Crappy wooling. What's crappy about it? It's pretty new, I argued. She hugged her shoulders and said, this car has been overhauled. The dashboard has been modified. It's been driven at least 150,000 kilometers, if not 200,000. You were definitely cheated. You probably spent at least 30,000, right? And you must have bought it through a connection. If not, it would have been 35,000. This car is only worth 15,000. If I were to bargain, I could definitely get it for 12,000. I don't know much about cars, but listening to her detailed analysis, I suddenly realized that I might have been ripped off by Erga's classmate. This crappy car really isn't good to drive. The engine is very loud at high speeds. However, I'm too lazy to go after him now. It would make Erga lose face. Forget about that. Let's talk business. I want to buy your phones. How many? She opened her pink backpack, revealing a bag full of phones. I have every color. Holy crap. I couldn't help but curse. How do you have so many? No wonder I couldn't find any at several stores. She'd cleaned them out. This is nothing. I have more than 200 more where I live. More than 200. I was stunned. I roughly calculated that, including the ones in her backpack, the total value was at least 5 million. 5 million is a huge sum of money these days. How could this little girl, who doesn't even look like she's an adult, have so much money? And most importantly, she's so bold, getting into a car with a strange adult man while carrying phones worth hundreds of thousands. Isn't she afraid something will happen? Do you think I'm being reckless? She seemed to see my thoughts and pointed to the camera in front of the car. See that camera up there? It's the latest high-definition camera. It can even capture your expressions. So, whatever we do, the police uncles are watching. Besides, it's broad daylight, and Xuanqing's public security is so good. My chances of encountering a bad guy are less than 1 in a million. Of course, I'm not afraid. Hearing her rambling, my mind suddenly clicked, and I looked at her with surprise. Because I figured out who she was. Chapter 31. That Shinkiki, the one who lent me money and charged me exorbitant interest. It had to be her. I'd seen her once through a video call at Shen Guanyu's doorstep, though the camera quality was terrible and I couldn't see her clearly. But I had some impression of her face. Her voice was also somewhat familiar after all those phone calls. Most importantly, she was such a chatterbox. I've never met anyone who talks as much as her. All the information matched. Heaven had finally opened its eyes, letting me run into someone I knew at this crucial moment. Seeing my surprised expression, she froze, muttering, "No way, no way, no way." Before I could ask, she blurted out, "You wouldn't happen to be Sue E, would you?" My mind went blank. I had no clue how she knew. She started rambling again. "I heard Chen Guanyu say you bought a beat-up car. He didn't say what make it was, but isn't this car of yours beat up? The first time you saw me, you had a strange expression, like the kind you make when you see someone familiar. But we've clearly never met. Just now, you suddenly had that look of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. So you must have remembered who I am. Besides you, I don't have any friends that old. So you must be Sui, right?" Don't talk yet." She pulled out her phone and dialed my number. Sure enough, my phone rang. Her expression turned displeased. "What the hell? So, how many do you want to buy?" Oh my God, was it finally my turn to speak? Overjoyed, I quickly said, "One, pink, top of the line." To prevent Huang Shan from finding fault, I decided to go all out. "This model is our bestseller, and we have the least stock. I'll add 1,000 yuan to the price." I was shocked. "We know each other, and you're still adding so much." "Well, I'm a businesswoman. I make my living off the people I know. Right now, I'm the only one in all of Quanqing with this phone in stock. Take it or leave it." "I'll take it." Gritting my teeth, I confirmed the price and transferred the money to her. I had no choice. I was in a hurry and didn't have time to go to other stores. After receiving the money, her face instantly changed, becoming all smiles, her eyes crinkling into slits. "Thanks, Dasu Uncle." Uncle again. I was too tired to argue with her. I wanted to ask her more about selling phones, but glancing at the time, it was almost 11. If I didn't leave now, I'd be late. Hearing that I was leaving, Chun Kiki perked up. "Give me a ride?" "Where are you going?" "Why should I give you a ride?" I said angrily. "This little money grubber. even profiting off her friends, was unbelievably shrewd. Compared to her brother Chun Guanyu seemed much more agreeable. Chilu University. Just drop me off at the north gate. It's close to the dorms. No, it's not on my way, and I'm in a hurry. You're so rich. Just take a taxi. Inwardly, I thought, even if it were on my way, I wouldn't give you a ride. A taxi costs more than 10 yuan. You can't afford that. Of course I can't afford that. Do you think money grows on trees? Seeing that I still had no intention of giving her a ride, she angrily got out of the car. I'm stingy. With that, she slammed the car door with a loud bang, almost shaking my second hand wooling apart. I'll get you back for this later, I thought to myself. I stepped on the gas and hurried back, reaching Qian County at top speed. 40 minutes later, my car exited the highway and entered the county. Just as I was about to reach Debay Plaza, a BMW suddenly changed lanes. At my speed, there was no way I could avoid it. With a bang, the Wuling slammed into the rear of the BMW, smashing its trunk. Damn it! I didn't have a dash cam, and there were no cameras around. Plus, I was probably speeding, so it was most likely my fault. I quickly got out to check the damage. The front of my car and the rear of the BMW were mangled beyond recognition. I'd definitely have to pay for the repairs. Strangely, the BMW owner didn't get out immediately. I went up and knocked on the window, demanding to know how he was driving. The window rolled down a crack the size of a fist, revealing a familiar and enraged face. It was none other than Guichang. Talk about a small world. At that moment, I understood. This bastard had deliberately caused the accident. I could even guess why. He probably found out that Zhang Zixuan stayed at my place last night. Although nothing happened between us, knowing his petty nature, he was definitely looking for trouble. Sui, what did you do to Zixuan last night? You think I can't do anything to you? You piece of trash, stop disgusting me. His expression was cold and sinister. I'd never seen anyone so angry. After speaking, probably afraid of getting hit, he quickly rolled up the window. His words made my expression turn icy, not because he was deliberately provoking me, but because I wondered if it was right to let Zhang Zixuan be with such a malicious person. A few minutes later, the traffic police arrived. As expected, because I couldn't provide any evidence that Guichang had deliberately cut me off, I was deemed fully responsible. The insurance on my second hand, Wuling, wasn't comprehensive. This time, I'd have to pay at least 100,000 yuan. With the traffic police present, Guichang became even more brazen. As he was leaving, he leaned in and threatened, "Just you wait. I'll kill you. I'll not only kill you, but I'll also find your family. Fuck you." This time, I didn't hold back. I wound up and punched him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Seeing this, the traffic police rushed over to stop me. "Why are you hitting him? Do you know this is assault?" I took out my phone and played the recording of Guichang's threats, looking aggrieved. "Officer, he threatened me first." Guichang, lying on the ground, looked stunned. He probably hadn't expected me to react so quickly and record the conversation. Actually, I'd been recording since the traffic police arrived. I figured a loudmouth like Guichang wouldn't let it go, so I waited for the right moment to give him what he deserved. What a grudge! After listening to the recording, the traffic police also looked at Guichang with disapproval. "It's just a minor car accident, and you're talking about killing someone? No wonder he hit you. I'd have done the same." Guichang was speechless after being reprimanded by the police and finally quieted down. It was an hour later when the accident was finally dealt with. Remembering Huang Shan waiting for me, I took out my phone and found a bunch of messages from her. At first, she politely asked where I was, then said she'd order food first, then asked why I hadn't arrived yet. Her tone gradually became harsher, asking if I was deliberately playing her, then saying even worse things, and even sending me a picture of the bill, over 1,000 yuan. I quickly replied, "I'm so sorry, I just had a car accident." But I saw a red exclamation mark. This woman had blocked me. I knew I was in the wrong for standing her up when I needed a favor from her, so I decided to apologize in person. My car had been towed, so I took a 2 yuan hail-a-ride to Huang Shan's workplace. By the way, the hail-a-ride fare had gone up from 1 to 2 yuan in the past 2 years. Arriving at the county's mobile headquarters, I walked into the lobby looking for Huang Shan. A young lady enthusiastically approached me and asked what service I needed. I said I was looking for Huang Shan. The young lady looked surprised and said, "Handsome, are you Sister Shan's boyfriend? You're so good-looking. I quickly waved my hand and said no, just ordinary friends. I thought I wouldn't dare to be with a woman like Huang Shan, not even if my life depended on it. But the young lady glanced at the latest iPhone in my hand and teased. If you're not now, you will be soon. Sister Shan really wants the latest iPhone. Just then, Huang Shan walked out from inside, slamming the door shut. Her face practically screamed, "I'm not happy." I quickly went up to her, apologizing and explaining about the car accident and the police. She snapped, "Couldn't you have sent a message? You made me wait for 2 hours. I was talking to the police the whole time. I didn't have time," I said, handing her the iPhone. I specifically went to Quanqing to buy this phone. "So, can you give me your friend's information now?" Huang Shan didn't say anything, but unceremoniously took the phone and examined it for a while, then asked, "Is it the top-of-the-line model?" "I guarantee it's the most expensive, latest model." Huang Shan's anger subsided a bit. She lowered her voice, "And the over 1,000 yuan for lunch. Add me on WeChat and transfer the money. I'll send you the information after I receive the payment." Okay, I'll add you now." I was too tired to argue with this woman. I took out my phone, added Huang Shan as a friend, and transferred the money. To avoid further delays, I specifically sent 2,000. Huang Shan accepted the payment instantly, and her mood brightened considerably. "You know how to behave." Then she sent a message. "Fong Qingxiang, 50 years old, address XXXX. I let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it was done. As I was leaving, I noticed the young lady from earlier whispering to her colleagues with envy. Huang Shan and I probably looked like a couple having a little spat. I didn't care. If nothing unexpected happened, I wouldn't have any further interactions with Huang Shan. After leaving the mobile headquarters, I wanted to go to Fong Qingxiang's address immediately, but then I remembered I didn't have a car anymore. My second-hand Wuling Hongguang was totaled. There was no point in repairing it, so I decided to buy a new one. Since the quarry business had improved, I had over 500,000 yuan in dividends in my bank account, more than enough to buy a slightly better car. But thinking about all the expenses I had coming up, I ended up buying another Wuling Hongguang for a little over 60,000 yuan. After buying the car, I immediately drove to Huguan Tun Town in Qian County. Fong Qingxiang's address was in Huguan residential complex in this small town. The roads in the small town were a maze. Even the phone's navigation couldn't figure it out. After much difficulty, I finally found the correct building and floor. Knocking on the door, my heart pounded with anxiety, afraid of more complications. Fortunately, a sly-looking man in his 40s or 50s opened the door. He was the fruit merchant Fong Qingxiang, the person I had been searching for. Chapter 32. Seeing him, I was thrilled and briefly explained my reason for coming. Embarrassed at having his visits to the club exposed, Fong Qingxiang glanced nervously inside. "Shoo, keep your voice down, my wife's home." A woman's voice came from inside. "Lao Fong. Who is it?" "Nobody, just a salesman." Then, lowering his voice, Fong Qingxiang said, "I know what's going on, brother. I don't use that number anymore. Give me your number and I'll call you back. It's not convenient to talk about this at my house." Having finally found him, I couldn't just be brushed off. What if he didn't call me back? Wouldn't this trip be a waste? Seeing my persistence, Fong Qingxiang finally relented and led me downstairs. He was astonished when I told him I'd sent over 100 messages to that number. "Is this Ling Jie very important to you?" I nodded solemnly. "She's one of the most important people in my life." Sigh. He lit a cigarette. "Brother, there are things I haven't told Sister May, for fear she'd do something foolish." His words startled me. I hurriedly asked him what he meant. The person I saw wasn't just like Ling Jie. It was Ling Jie. "What?" I grabbed his arm excitedly, demanding to know what happened. "Brother, you need to be prepared. This might be hard to take." He looked at me meaningfully, a trace of pity in his eyes. I couldn't care less at that moment. I quickly assured him I was ready, that I could handle anything. Then, Fong Qingxiang began to tell me the whole story. He was in the fruit business and often traveled to small southern cities. To avoid middlemen taking too large a cut, he preferred to inspect the villages himself. He said he'd been to many poor places, but never one as poor as this. The village had no decent roads. After getting out of the car, it was a 2-hour hike up winding mountain paths. Without a guide, it would be impossible to find. Fong Qingxiang hadn't wanted to go, But the middleman told him the village had a particularly sweet tangerine, unique to the area. Driven by curiosity, he followed the middleman. He arrived to find he'd been tricked. There were no special tangerines, just ordinary ones. Seeing a potential buyer, the villagers frantically tried to sell him their fruit. Fong Qingxiang was disgusted and wanted to leave, but the village chief wouldn't let him, saying he couldn't leave without buying anything. Having traveled extensively, Fong Qingxiang was also stubborn. He said he'd send his location to a friend and that the police would be called if he didn't return within a day. The village had no electricity or internet, so the villagers didn't understand about location sharing. But the mention of the police scared them. They thought he'd already called. The middleman, however, exposed Fong Qingxiang, saying there was no signal in the village, making location sharing impossible. It turned out the middleman was from the village and specialized in luring fruit merchants there. Hearing this, the villagers became enraged, looking ready to devour Fong Qingxiang. The village chief threatened him, saying he'd never get out alone and that venomous snakes in the mountains could kill him without anyone knowing. Reluctantly, Fong Qingxiang agreed to buy their fruit. Overjoyed, the villagers' attitudes did a complete 180. The village chief offered him a very low price and promised to have the men carry the fruit out, charging only 10 yuan per trip. Although he desperately wanted to leave, the approaching darkness made Fong Qingxiang worry about traveling at night. He decided to stay. While there was still light, he wandered around the village and noticed something strange. There were almost no women, only a few elderly ones. He saw no young women. The middleman explained that the village was so backward that young people had left to work elsewhere. Only the elderly and children remained. The villagers needed to survive, and with the poor roads, they had no choice but to resort to these tactics. However, he assured Fong Qingxiang they wouldn't extort him, and the tangerines were cheaper than anywhere else. This explanation appeased him somewhat. As he wandered, he heard a woman shouting. He turned to see a disheveled young woman running towards him, babbling incoherently. To his astonishment, he recognized her. Despite her changed appearance, he instantly knew it was Qi Ling, whom he'd seen many times in Qian County. People rushed to stop Ling Jie from reaching him. The middleman, with a look of disgust, explained that the woman had been promiscuous in her youth, abandoned by a city man, and returned home only to develop a mental illness. Her father married her off to this village. She was often violent, even stabbing her husband. Fong Qingxiang, at Ling Jie's full name, was Qi Ling. He was now almost certain this distraught woman was her. Afraid of arousing the middleman's suspicion, he didn't admit he knew her, planning to call the police after leaving. He didn't believe a wealthy businesswoman would willingly marry into this desolate place. She must have been trafficked. The next day, he left the village early. The villagers kept their word and carried out the fruit. After settling the goods, he immediately went to the local police station. Hearing about potential human trafficking, the police were responsible and returned to the village with him. However, the investigation shocked Fong Qingxiang. Ling Jie truly had a mental illness and had indeed hurt people. Whether she'd willingly married into the village was difficult to prove. As an outsider, he couldn't delve deeper. Busy with his business back in the province, he let the matter drop. After hearing Fong Qingxiang's story, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. How could such a refined and strong woman like Ling Jie suddenly develop a mental illness and willingly marry an old bachelor? I couldn't imagine the inhuman torment my beloved woman must have endured. At that moment, I had only one thought: to kill everyone involved in harming her. Baldhead, the traffickers, the buyer. Not a single one would be spared. After calming down, I begged Fong Qingxiang to take me to the village. No matter what state Ling Jie was in, I wanted her back. Fong Qingxiang looked troubled. Brother, it's not that I don't want to. Last time I went there with the police, I offended almost everyone. If they see me again, they might do something drastic. Besides, I have an important business deal in progress, and I really can't leave. How much will you make on this deal? I'll cover any losses, plus an extra 5,000 yuan for your trouble. He still hesitated. 10,000. 15,000. Money talks. When I offered 30,000 yuan, Fong Qingxiang gritted his teeth and agreed. However, he demanded his safety be guaranteed and insisted on upfront payment, including the potential loss from his business deal, totaling 50,000 yuan. I immediately took him to the bank to transfer the money. Finding Ling Jie was worth any price. As for his safety, I considered it a minor matter. After the transfer, I didn't want to wait a second longer. I checked flights and found the earliest one was at 1 a.m. Back in the city, I called Ergu and the guys from Zipping Construction Materials, asking them to join me on a trip. They all agreed without question, including Fong Qingxiang and myself. There were 10 of us. With my departure, Zipping Construction Materials security was practically empty. Baldhead had learned from the 2 real estate developers who refused to cooperate with us that we were suing him. He might cause trouble in the next few days. Zipping was worried. After some thought, I gave him a phone number to call in case of an emergency. At 1 a.m., we boarded the plane. On the way, I told them what happened. As I expected, everyone was furious. Ling Jie had been good to them, and they were grateful. After the flight, we endured another 5 or 6 hours on various forms of transportation to the neighboring city and finally arrived at the impoverished township. I left a quick-witted guy in town to act as a liaison and instructed him to call the police if we didn't return by the next afternoon. After making preparations, we set off on foot towards the village, led by Fong Qingxiang. As he had described, the path to the village was narrow and steep, impassable by vehicles. The overgrown weeds made it difficult to discern the correct path, causing us to get lost several times. A 2-hour journey took us 4 or 5 hours. Finally, before dark, a village appeared in the distance. Yes, that's it. Fong Qingxiang wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression turning grim. Chapter 33. It's definitely this way. It has to be here. You said the same thing the last 2 times. Erga complained. Fong Qingxiang looked embarrassed. I've only been here twice. I really can't remember. But this time it's definitely here. I remember that big locust tree up ahead. I threw a water bottle there last time. We walked to the locust tree, and sure enough, there was a mineral water bottle at the bottom of the slope. Let's go. Suppressing my excitement, I quickened my pace towards the distant village. Ling Jie, I'm coming. You must wait for me. Although it didn't look far, it still took us more than 10 minutes to arrive. Several children playing at the entrance of the village saw us, stopped, and started to look at us curiously. I took out some compressed biscuits, distributed them to the children, and asked them about the location of Ling Jie's house. The children looked at each other, chattering away, and I realized they were speaking a dialect I couldn't understand at all. I had a gesture for them to take us to their parents. This time they seemed to understand and led us forward. As we walked, Fong Qingxiang suddenly stopped. I followed his gaze, and a fierce-looking old man was smoking a pipe and leaning on a cane, standing on the distant hillside. Behind him were several other old men, also looking at us warily. Is that the village chief? Fong Qingxiang nodded, his hands trembling with fear. He said last time that if I came again, he'd break my legs. Don't worry, I'm here. If there weren't any young people in this village, just a bunch of old men, I believe they wouldn't pose any threat to us. I walked towards the village chief, straight up the hillside, and stood in front of him. Looking at this old man who definitely knew something and was likely an accomplice, a surge of ruthlessness welled up inside me. Young man, what are you doing in our village? You're the village chief, right? I'm Qi Ling's friend. I'm here to find her. Do you know where her house is? I didn't say I was going to take Ling Jie away, for fear of making them even more wary. Qi Ling? Are you talking about Wang Mozi's wife? She's a fool. What use is she to you? I heard from a friend that she's sick. I want to see her, see if I can help her. The old man fell silent, staring at me intently, as if trying to discern my true intentions. I tried my best to put on a harmless expression and even offered Zhonghua cigarettes to the old man with a smile. Only the village chief didn't accept mine, but turned to an old man and said something in dialect. I didn't understand, but I saw the old man run off quickly. Seeing this, I continued to ask, Sir, can you take me to Qi Ling's house? Dengi Hazi. It took me a while to understand he meant wait a minute. I was anxious. It was almost dark, and if we didn't leave soon, it would really be dark. Would we really have to stay the night? After that, no matter what I said, the old man told me to wait. Helpless, I could only listen to him, but I secretly gestured to Ergu to take a younger brother and go for a walk. A few minutes later, the old man who had left returned, followed by a large group of people, men and women, old and young, a total of more than 30 people, but the women were mostly old. These people were all holding sticks, brooms, and hammers, each looking fierce, their eyes as if they wanted to devour us. Holy crap. So there were a lot of young people in this village after all? I was a little surprised. I didn't expect Fong Chengxiang's information to be so inaccurate. Fong Chengxiang was also stunned, because these people looked at him with the most ferocious expressions. One old woman even cursed at him. Gua pai, lao ziri ni malamapi. Although I couldn't understand, I knew it was definitely a curse. Fong Chengxiang hid behind the tall Chengzi, without even the courage to look at the group of people. I didn't expect things to start off so badly. Would we really have to resort to force today? But these dozens of people were obviously not all the people in the village. If there were 100 or so people with weapons, we would never be able to beat them. I knew I couldn't rush things, so I quickly explained to the old man, "Sir, we mean no harm. We really just came to see Qi Ling." The old man ignored me, but pointed at Fong Chengxiang and cursed something I didn't understand. This made the villagers even more agitated, cursing at Fong Chengxiang and looking ready to hit him. If it weren't for Cheng Zi and the others stopping them, I believe Fong Chengxiang would have been beaten half to death by now. Let's talk things over. Is there some misunderstanding? I took out the prepared red envelope and stuffed it into the village chief's hand. I knew that in this situation, only he could calm things down. But the old man still didn't accept it, but walked down the hillside, bypassing me. Several other elderly people hurried forward to help him. It was clear that he, the village chief, was quite prestigious in this poor mountain village. The old village chief went directly to Fong Chengxiang and asked him in Mandarin why he lied. Fong Chengxiang stammered, his eyes darting nervously. I suddenly had a bad feeling. Was there something else going on? Boss Fong, are you hiding something from us? No. Let's hurry up and find someone. Fong Chengxiang was even more guilty now, looking around for escape routes. Cheng Zi, move aside. I told Cheng Zi, who was protecting Fong Chengxiang, to move aside. The villagers surged forward, as if they wanted to devour Fong Chengxiang. No. Fong Chengxiang continued to hide behind Cheng Zi, ensuring that there was always a person between him and the villagers, no matter how Cheng Zi moved. At this time, the old village chief's expression changed slightly. He turned to me and asked, "Aren't you together?" "We are, but we don't know much about what he did before." Seeing that things were about to be exposed, and having been hit several times, Fong Chengxiang wailed, I'll tell you. Su-yi, stop them." I looked at the old village chief and asked him if he could stop the villagers first and sit down to talk. But the old man seemed to not understand, remaining silent. The villagers were hitting harder and harder, and some even started chasing after Cheng Zi and the others. Cheng Zi and the others, driven to desperation, grabbed a villager's broom and started arguing loudly, but the other party couldn't understand them. Without the protection of Cheng Zi and the others, Fong Chengxiang was even worse off, being chased and beaten by 4 or 5 people. His jacket was even torn. I saw that this couldn't go on. Fong Chengxiang was brought here by me, and even if he had made a mistake, he couldn't be beaten like this. Seeing that the old village chief still had no intention of stopping them, I quickly stepped forward and stopped the villagers who were chasing Fong Chengxiang. These people were obviously the main force of the group, all young and strong lads, holding weapons. I didn't dare fight back and escalate the conflict, so I could only try my best to stop them, which was extremely difficult. Oh my God, they're really trying to kill him. Fong Chengxiang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw me, touching the lump on his head and crying. But these villagers had no intention of stopping. Seeing that I didn't dare to fight back, they started beating me too. I wouldn't put up with them. I snatched a broom and swept all 5 young men to the ground in a few swipes. Good job, Su-yi. Beat those bastards to death. Fong Chengxiang, now in a safe place, cursed at the fallen men. The men were enraged, got up and rushed towards Fong Chengxiang. Oh my God! Fong Chengxiang turned and ran, his speed not at all like that of a 50-year-old. Wait! At this moment, the old village chief finally spoke to stop them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, especially Cheng Zi and the others, who, facing a group of old men and women, didn't dare to fight back and looked even more pathetic than Fong Chengxiang. The group stopped, found a wide open space, and stood in 2 rows facing each other. The other side had many more people than us, their row forming a semicircle, completely surrounding us. Fong Chengxiang nervously huddled next to me, constantly wary of the villagers glaring at him, afraid that someone might impulsively attack him again. But this time, under the old village chief's appeasement, the villagers had calmed down a lot and didn't make any more aggressive moves. What happened? Is there some misunderstanding? When I asked, the villagers began to accuse Fong Qingxiang, one after another. Although many of them spoke in dialect, the young people who spoke Mandarin translated for me. After listening for a while, I finally understood what had happened. Fong Qingxiang was a crook. He not only cheated us, but also cheated these villagers. It turned out that after seeing the oranges last time, the villagers did have the suspicion of forced sales, and Fong Qingxiang did not agree to purchase the goods willingly. But the price of the oranges offered by the villagers was very cheap, and they also helped transport the goods out. In fact, Fong Qingxiang definitely didn't lose out. The problem was that after Fong Qingxiang left, he immediately called the police, saying that there were human traffickers in the village, and he also defaulted on paying the villagers for the oranges. The second time he came, because there were police officers present, the villagers couldn't do anything and had to endure it. They didn't expect Fong Qingxiang to dare to come back again, so the group of people was so agitated. Forced sales are illegal. Isn't it normal for me not to pay? Shut up. I took out my wallet and asked the old village chief how much money was owed last time. A middle-aged man replied, "The oranges cost 3,200 yuan, and the labor cost was 500 yuan, totaling 3,700 yuan. You weren't willing to pay even this small amount." I glared at Fong Qingxiang. Although I knew Fong Qingxiang had a point, the purpose of this trip was for Ling Jie, and I had to quickly ease the standoff between the two sides. I counted out 3,700 yuan and handed it to the old village chief, saying that my friend was wrong last time, and I would pay for the goods on his behalf. This time the old village chief didn't refuse. He took the money and counted it several times. After confirming the amount, he handed it to the middle-aged man to distribute. This trick worked. After getting the money, the villagers all smiled, and their eyes were no longer hostile. Seeing this, I started to talk about the main issue, asking the old village chief if he could take us to Wang Mozi's house. Just as the old village chief was about to speak, a villager suddenly ran from afar, shouting something in dialect. The old village chief's relaxed expression instantly turned cold, and he looked at me angrily. "Those two people who snatched Wang Mozi's wife, are they your people?" Chapter 34. My heart skipped a beat. It was Ergo and Dashin. They must have found Ling Jie. Otherwise, given Erga's cautious nature, he wouldn't have resorted to snatching her. I didn't deny it, nor did I admit it. The village elder stopped talking to me and angrily rushed towards where the villager had come from. The villagers also pocketed their money and surged after the elder. "What do we do, Iga?" Chengzi asked. My mind raced, trying to come up with a plan. I had hoped to take her away discreetly, but things had escalated so quickly. It seemed force was unavoidable today. "Let's go. No matter what, we're getting Ling Jie out of here today." We followed the villagers to a house at the edge of the village. A typical Sichuan farmhouse, it was shaped like the character Tong, with a small square courtyard in the middle, cluttered with pigweed. Ergu and Dashin were cornered in the pigweed, their faces covered in blood. Seeing me, Ergu shouted, "Igu, it's Ling Jie. I saw her. She's locked in the east room." Hearing this, my blood boiled. I shoved aside the people in front of me and rushed towards the room Ergu had indicated. "Stop him," the village elder yelled. A group of people grabbed my clothes. Forgetting all respect for elders, I punched down anyone who blocked my way. In my eyes, anyone restricting Ling Jie's freedom was not a good person. My brothers also started blocking people to clear a path for me. But there were too many people, including the 30-odd from earlier. There were now over 50 people in the courtyard. The 8 of us were no match for them. Finally, held back by a dozen people, I couldn't move. Unable to break through, I shouted Ling Jie's name. "Qi Ling. Ling Jie. It's Su Yi. I've come for you. Come out and see me. I'll take you home. Why should you take my wife away?" A short, wiry, middle-aged man, probably in his 40s, dark, ugly, and covered in pockmarks, rushed out. This must be the pockmarked Wang the village elder had mentioned. The sight of him made me sick. I couldn't imagine how such a person could have violated Ling Jie. "You son of a bitch!" I broke free with all my might, charged at the small man, and kicked him away. Before I could follow up, villagers swarmed me, raining blows. Held back, I couldn't defend myself, and took many hits. Several older women even scratched my face. Chaos erupted. Urgu and Dashin, lying in the pigweed, fought back. My brothers desperately tried to create space for me. Fang Qingxiang was nowhere to be seen. As the situation spiraled out of control, the door to the east room opened. A woman in ragged clothes, her face grimy, walked out, looking curiously at the scene. Though her appearance had drastically changed, I recognized her instantly. It was my Ling Jie. My eyes welled up, trembling. I called out, "Ling Jie!" I desperately hoped it was her, yet also hoped it wasn't. The woman tilted her head, giggled, and muttered, "How lively!" Her words pierced my heart. Her mind was clearly affected. They must have tormented her into this state. Pockmarked Wong scrambled to his feet and ran towards her. "You crazy woman! Get inside! These people are not good." But he wasn't as fast as me. Seizing the moment of stunned silence, I threw off my jacket, kicked him away, and reached Ling Jie. I pulled her into my arms. "Ling Jie, I'm here. Don't worry. I'll take you away." Oh. Not only did pockmarked Wong scream, but Ling Jie in my arms began to struggle and shriek with all her might. The louder she screamed, the tighter I held her, hoping to give her some sense of security. Villagers rushed forward, trying to pull us apart. I refused to let go, no matter how hard they pulled. Just as I was about to fight my way out, a sharp pain shot through my arm. Looking down, I saw Ling Jie biting my arm, tearing at my flesh. My grip loosened involuntarily. The villagers seized the opportunity and separated us. Pervert! The villagers, their rage unleashed, attacked me with whatever they could grab. I snapped. It was clear that holding back any longer would be futile. I'd read about kidnapping villages online and seen dark films like Blind Mountain. I assumed this village was the same, everyone complicit, abducting women because no one would marry into their poverty. There was no reasoning with these people. Only violence would work. I pulled out my knife and pointed it at the relentless villagers. "Come any closer and see what happens." The sharp blade stopped them in their tracks. Urgu, Qingzi, and the others finally caught their breath and gathered around me. The 8 of us formed a circle, knives drawn, facing the hostile villagers. Our formation and weapons deterred them from approaching further. Ling Jie had retreated back into the house, closing the door, peeking out through a crack. Pockmarked Wong now held a wood-chopping knife, glaring at me. If not for my knife, I'm sure he would have attacked. What to do? What to do? My mind raced for a solution. Things had escalated. Leaving without Ling Jie might be possible, but taking her would mean a brutal fight. I didn't want my brothers to get seriously hurt. Were we going to return empty-handed? Call the police after we left and bring them back to rescue her? But even without Ling Jie, these people wouldn't let us leave. The last resort was to stall until the next afternoon, when the brothers in the city could bring the police. But that meant waiting for over a day, and these villagers wouldn't make it easy. That bastard Fang Qingxiang, who knew where he'd run off to. His faulty information and history with the villagers had made everything harder. I'd settle the score with him later. I thought and thought. Ling Jie was important, but so were my brothers' lives. I couldn't be reckless. I looked at the village elder and said I wanted to talk. The elder, his beard bristling with anger, stomped his cane. "What's there to talk about? You outsiders come to our village and try to steal people. Is there no law?" I was furious. They dared talk about the law. I'd spent the past 3 years studying criminal law. I could recite it backwards. According to Article 240 of the criminal law, trafficking in women carries a minimum sentence of 5 to 10 years imprisonment and a fine. Ringleaders face 10 years to life imprisonment or even the death penalty, along with fines or confiscation of property. My words sparked murmurs among the villagers. I couldn't understand what they were saying, but they seemed apprehensive. The village elder frowned. "Who traffic women? Still denying it?" I pointed at Pockmarked Wong. "His wife. Are you going to say she married him willingly?" Pockmarked Wong brandished his knife. "My wife married me. We have a marriage certificate." "A certificate doesn't prove anything. Who knows how you got it?" Pockmarked Wong was speechless. His so-called marriage certificate was clearly problematic. But what could I do? In such a backward village, talking about the law was pointless. We'd be lucky to escape unscathed. Unexpectedly, the village elder frowned at Pockmarked Wong. "Is there really a problem?" What to say? Pockmarked Wong seemed afraid of the elder, becoming nervous and stammering. When the officials came to investigate last time, there were no problems. "Show it to me," the elder barked, stamping his cane. Pockmarked Wong put down his knife, went back inside, and returned minutes later with a metal box. He opened it in front of everyone, took out a bright red marriage certificate, and handed it to the elder. I watched the elder's reaction. The certificate looked normal from a distance. I could only judge by his expression. But the elder examined it for a long time without any change in his expression. He then asked Pockmarked Wong, "Isn't this real?" "It's real. The Civil Affairs Bureau issued it." Hearing them say it was real, I couldn't stand it any longer. Who knew if they were acting? I demanded to see the certificate myself. The elder ignored me and asked Pockmarked Wong why he had been so nervous and speechless earlier. Yes, if it was real, why the nervousness? I looked at Pockmarked Wong, curious. I didn't know what the elder was doing, but I wanted the answer to his question too. Pockmarked Wong hesitated, clearly unwilling to answer. "Speak," the elder roared. Startled, Pockmarked Wong finally confessed. "Well, my wife has a mental illness. They weren't going to let us marry. I paid someone 1,000 yuan to get this certificate. The certificate is real, but the process had a slight problem." Chapter 35. After listening to Pockmarked Wong, the old village chief fell silent. The marriage law states, marriage must be completely voluntary for both men and women. Therefore, staff won't issue marriage certificates when someone with a mental illness is experiencing an episode. Many seemingly married couples involving someone with a mental illness actually don't have a marriage certificate. It's just a marriage in form. If what Pockmarked Wong said was true, then Lingjia's abduction became a simple case of negligence by public officials. Knowing this village, they'd likely sweep it under the rug. I couldn't allow this to happen. I didn't trust anyone who could harm Lingjia like this, and I wouldn't let any of them off the hook. But now, the most important thing was to break the deadlock and get Lingjia out of here. My mind raced, searching for strategy. The old village chief seemed to be the most authoritative person present. His words represented the will of the villagers. Only by finding a breakthrough with him was there a glimmer of hope. "You call human trafficking a minor issue?" I furiously questioned Pockmarked Wong, then turned to the old village chief, hoping the village leader would realize the gravity of the situation. "Who's trafficking people?" "Her father married her to me. I didn't buy her from a trafficker." "Bullshit. How do you know that was her father? What kind of father sells their own daughter?" "It was definitely her father. He even brought their household registration book." "How do you know the household registration book wasn't fake? Have you ever been to their home? Has her father visited her since she came to your house?" Pockmarked Wong was stunned again. Clearly, the answers to my questions were negative. I continued to fan the flames. No, right? Shouldn't a normal marriage be witnessed by both families, with both the man and woman willing? Shouldn't there be visits back and forth after the wedding? If none of this happened, what is it if not human trafficking? But the officials who came last time didn't see a problem. Why is there a problem just because you say there is? Besides, who are you to meddle in my wife's affairs? Who am I? I'm her husband. I uttered a bombshell. My brothers pretended to be calm, but I noticed Urga glance at me, clearly a bit uneasy. The other villagers, however, erupted. Clearly, they hadn't expected this. Why you? How can you prove it?" Pockmarked Wong's face turned livid. "Young man, are you really related to this woman?" The old village chief, silent for a long time, finally spoke. "How to prove it?" "Lingjia and I didn't have a marriage certificate, but we had plenty of photos together. Especially since Lingjia loved taking artistic photos. She even dragged me to Quanching for a couple's photo shoot. It looked almost identical to wedding photos, which should be enough to fool these bumpkins." I pulled out my phone, opened the photo album, and flipped to the pictures of Lingjia and me in Quanching. I picked a few moderately revealing photos to show the old village chief and Pockmarked Wong. Wong, fearing the dagger in my hand, didn't dare approach. The old village chief, however, walked over fearlessly. To prevent my phone from disappearing, I didn't hand it directly to the old village chief, but angled it towards him, showing him the photos. The old village chief looked for a while, habitually furrowed his brow, then asked Pockmarked Wong, who was standing beside him, to identify them as well. Although I hated Pockmarked Wong to the bone and wanted him dead, I still sheathed the dagger. Seeing this, Pockmarked Wong cautiously approached, but deliberately kept a safe distance. After he saw the photos on my phone, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. He murmured, "That's really my wife. My wife is actually this beautiful." He said this in Sichuan dialect, which I understood. Immediately, I flew into a rage and cursed. "What the hell do you mean your wife?" Before I finished speaking, I kicked out with my foot, aiming for a blow that would leave him down for half a day. But just then, a hand like an iron hoop suddenly reached out and firmly gripped my leg, stopping my strike. "Young man, don't be impulsive." I looked at the old village chief in astonishment, not because he stopped me, but because of his strength. I never would have thought that a 60-year-old man, looking frail, could stop me. "Let's talk about this properly." The old village chief gestured for the surrounding villagers, who were ready for a fight, to put down their weapons. Then he led the way out of the crowd, walking towards an empty area. I followed. "Brother E, don't go." Ergo rushed over to stop me. "Don't worry, it's fine," I said dismissively. What threat could a 60-year-old man pose to me? I caught up with the old village chief. A few minutes later, he stopped in a place away from the crowd. He sighed, knocked his pipe against a rock, and suddenly asked a question that left me baffled. "Wasn't the road here a bit difficult?" I nodded. I'd been to many places, but I'd never encountered a village so remote. "To get rich, you must first build roads. Our broken-down place has no resources, not even the need for a road. The elderly in the village have lived here for generations and are unwilling to leave. The young people work outside and don't want to come back. This village is getting older, more dilapidated, and less vibrant." He was describing the current situation of many remote rural areas, but I didn't understand why he was telling me this. I was here to rescue Lingjia, not them. Even if these people rotted in this village, what did it have to do with me? But I didn't interrupt him. The scene of him reprimanding pockmarked Wang was still vivid in my mind. Based on that alone, I had the patience to listen to his rambling. He continued, "The village is poor, so people's going in are backward. No other village is willing to marry their daughters here. So you tacitly approve of them trafficking women?" Professor Wang once told me that poverty is indeed the root of some problems, but it cannot be used as an excuse. Otherwise, with so many poor people in the world all committing crimes, social order would collapse. I haven't, and I never would. I've been a cadre for 40 years. I would never do such a thing. You're still making excuses. Didn't pockmarked Wang traffic my wife? The facts were right in front of us. I didn't understand why this old guy was still trying to exonerate himself. "What's your wife's name?" the old village chief suddenly asked. "Chi Ling. Chi from Chilu, Ling from Flexible." "Are you sure that's the name on her ID card?" "Positive," I said resolutely. I had accompanied Lingjie to the Qian police station to get a new ID card when she transferred her household registration to Qian County. It hadn't been easy. "When did she disappear? Do you know?" "Around May or June of last year. I don't know the exact date." "Are you sure it was last year?" The old village chief's expression grew serious. "Yes. Lingjie visited me in prison last April. In May, according to Chen Guanyu, she disappeared." "Good that you're sure." After saying this, the old village chief lit another pipe of shredded tobacco. The smell was strong, and I almost teared up from the smoke next to him. He smoked, ignoring me, as if pondering something. As it was getting dark, I couldn't help but urge, "And then? What's next?" "Young man, wait until I finish this pipe." "How can I not be anxious, Grandpa?" "Finish this pipe," he repeated. His slow pace could drive anyone crazy. But right now, I was under his roof, so I had to lower my head. I also wanted to see what this old guy was up to. After 10 minutes, he finally finished his pipe, and I had already cursed him hundreds of times in my mind. "Why don't you just smoke yourself to death, you old geezer?" I thought. "Take a look." The old village chief pulled something out of his pocket and handed it to me. It had a red hard paper cover with gold characters. I immediately understood. It was pockmarked Wang's marriage certificate. I quickly took it. I hadn't had a chance to verify its authenticity before, but now I finally could. Opening it, the first thing I noticed was the photo inside. Pockmarked Wang's ugly face was contorted in an exceptionally hideous smile, while Lingjie beside him looked dazed and expressionless. The male holder, Wang Dashi. The female holder, Qi Qiao. Seeing this, I froze. Qi Qiao? I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. What was going on? Why had it become Qi Qiao? That woman was definitely Lingjie. What the hell was going on? I looked at the registration date and became even more unsettled. It was 3 years ago, Although I was still in prison then, I was certain Lingjia was fine because she visited me almost every month. Confused, I looked at the old man in front of me. Could I really be wrong? The old village chief, as steady as a rock, asked calmly, "Did we not traffic your wife?" "Impossible. How is this possible? This marriage certificate is fake. That woman is definitely Qi Ling. You all conspired to forge this, didn't you?" I furiously threw the marriage certificate to the ground. Despite cultivating patience in prison for 3 years, I could hardly remain calm. A marriage certificate could be forged, but a person's appearance couldn't. That woman's face was definitely Lingjia's. Besides, they both had the surname Qi, and both had Sichuan accents. How could there be such a coincidence?